because they have been forced to convert into other religions, a strong law will definitely help the Hindu community.
We are talking about the religious freedom bill, the freedom to choose his faith. But taking advantage of the helplessness of an individual, inducement, and advantage of a person should not be allowed. So we are very clear about it. So we wanted to ensure that the conversion should not become a mode of, taking advantage, increasing the numbers, trying to create more and more problems. So probably in this direction we wanted to be very fair and free.
जो फोर्सफुल कन्वर्जन की बात बीजेपी आरएसएस करती है, कोई और तो भारत में करता नहीं है। तो अगर ये चाहते हैं कि फोर्सफुल जो कन्वर्जन का विषय है, अगर बीजेपी आरएसएस चाहती है इसको सॉल्व करना, तो उसको सबसे पहला काम ये करना चाहिए कि जो इंटरनेशनल इंडेक्स है भुखमरी का, मोदी जी की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में इस देश में भुखमरी चरम पर है। जिस दिन भुखमरी मिट गई, जिस दिन समाज में लोगों को सामान्य जिंदगी, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, रोजगार और रोजी रोटी का सवाल, ये सवाल हमने हल कर लिया।
धर्मांतरण के मामले पर माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में केंद्र सरकार का एफिडेविट दिया जाना है। ये स्पष्ट करता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर मुद्दे को धार्मिक चश्मे से देखती है, धार्मिक नजरिए से देखती है। और जहां तक कन्वर्सेशन का मामला है, ये मामला बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा नहीं है। दरअसल इस मुद्दे को तूल देकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसका राजनीतिक लाभ लेना चाहती है। सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है इस देश में गरीबी का, इस देश में महंगाई का, इस देश में भ्रष्टाचार का। इस मुद्दे से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए इस तरह से धर्मांतरण और धर्म के आधार पर राजनीति को बढ़ावा देने के उद्देश्य को लेकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऐसी राजनीति कर रही है।
भूखमरी खत्म कर दीजिए, ऑल दिस विल बी सॉल्व्ड. That's the contention of the opposition. Let me open this up. Ashwini Upadhyay, petitioner, joining us live. Dr. Anand Ranganathan also needs no introduction. Rahul Ishwar, activist. Lokesh Jindal, leader of the Congress party. Vivek Srivastava, political analyst. Ehtesham Hashmi is a lawyer. He completes the panel. Good evening, gentlemen. Dr. Ranganathan, I would have wanted you to set it up, but allow me to bring in Mr. Ashwini Upadhyay. Ashwini Upadhyay, sir, petitioner आप हैं, you filed the petition, the Supreme Court took a view, now the center has cleared its stand, but there are many who are saying this is BJP RSS propaganda.
देखिए, अगर आप ट्रैफिक रूल का वायलेशन नहीं करते हैं, आप रेड लाइट पे अच्छी तरीके गाड़ी चला रहे हैं, सड़क पे ठीक से गाड़ी चला रहे हैं, तो ट्रैफिक का जो कानून है वो कितना ही कठोर हो, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? यदि वास्तव में सब लोग इनलाइटेन होके अपनी मर्जी से, बिना डर, बिना भय, बिना लालच, बिना काला जादू, बिना अंधविश्वास, खुद गीता रामायण पढ़ने के बाद उनको लगता है कि कुरान और बाइबल ज्यादा अच्छा है, तो उनको राइट है, वो जा सकते हैं। बट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन डज नॉट प्रोटेक्ट राइट टू कन्वर्ट. Constitution gives us right to religion, not right to conversion. Gives us right to रीति, not कुरीति. gives a right to प्रथा, follow प्रथा, not कुप्रथा. हमने इसमें अपने पिटीशन में यही कहा है, पिछले 75 सालों के अंदर भारत के 9 राज्यों में हिंदू खत्म हो गए. लद्दाख में हिंदू केवल 1% बचे हुए हैं, मिजोरम में हिंदू केवल 2% बचे हुए हैं, लक्षद्वीप में हिंदू केवल 2% बचे हुए हैं, कश्मीर में हिंदू केवल 2% बचे हुए हैं, नागालैंड में हिंदू केवल 8% बचे हुए हैं, मेघालय में हिंदू केवल 11% बचे हुए हैं, अरुणाचल में केवल 29% बचे हुए हैं, मणिपुर में केवल 41% बचे हुए हैं. तो सनातन धर्म जो पहले दुनिया में था, पूरी दुनिया से खत्म हुआ, भारत के 9 राज्यों से खत्म हुआ. अगर अभी भी ये जो धोखे से, लालच दे के, हॉस्पिटल का लालच दे के, एडमिशन कराने का लालच दे के, घुटना ठीक करने का बात कह के, कैंसर ठीक करने की बात, जो दुनिया भर की बातें चल रही हैं, आप हो क्या रहा है कि इस समय पोप खुद व्हील चेयर पे चलते हैं, लेकिन पोप के चेले जो इंडिया में बैठे हुए हैं वो घुटना ठीक करने कहते हैं, प्रेयर कर देंगे, घुटना ठीक हो जाएगा. ये चल रहा है इंडिया में. अगर इसको सेंटर नहीं रोकेगा तो कौन रोकेगा? प्रॉब्लम आर्टिकल 14 says equality before law, equal protection of law. We have protection from the conversion in the Ghaziabad, but we don't have a conversion in protection in the Delhi. Complete violation of Article 14. Article 14 कहता है अपराध समान हो तो दंड समान होना चाहिए, और अगर किसी एक सिटीजन को प्रोटेक्शन है तो सबको मिलना चाहिए. अब आप गाजियाबाद में कन्वर्ट करेंगे तो आप ये ऑफेंस हो गया, लेकिन आप रोड क्रॉस करके आनंद विहार में दिल्ली में एंटर कर जाइए तो ऑफेंस नहीं है. आप नोएडा में कन्वर्जन करते हैं तो ऑफेंस है. आप मयूर विहार दिल्ली में एंटर कर जाइए तो ऑफेंस नहीं है. हरियाणा गुरुग्राम में आप कन्वर्जन करते हैं तो ऑफेंस है. आप रोड क्रॉस करके दिल्ली इंदिरा गांधी एयरपोर्ट आ जाइए तो ऑफेंस नहीं है.
नहीं, आपको डर किस बात का है कन्वर्जन में? व्हाट आर यू स्केयर्ड ऑफ?
What are you asking, Vivek Srivastava? What are you even asking, Vivek Srivastava?
सुप्रीमेसी से बाहर निकलिए आप.
मिर्ची तो आप लोगों को लगी है.
कन्वर्जन का डर आपको नहीं है?
सुप्रीमेसी से बाहर निकलिए.
वास्तव में सब अपने आप कन्वर्ट
आपने
Okay, one by one, let's have some order here, please. Now, okay, Ashwini ji, मैं आपके पास वापस आता हूँ. विवेक श्रीवास्तव, एक मिनट. विवेक श्रीवास्तव, एक मिनट. Sir, just gather your thoughts. I'm coming to you. आ रहा हूं. डॉक्टर रंगनाथन, आई वांट टू ब्रिंग यू इन.
नो, आई वांट टू काउंटर हिम राइट.
आ रहा हूं सर, आ रहा हूं आपके पास. यू नोट डाउन योर काउंटर सर, यू नोट डाउन योर काउंटर. आई एम कमिंग टू यू.
अरे कब आओगे यार? वो आनंद तो इनके फेवर में बोलेगा, हमें काउंटर करने दीजिए आप.
तो फेवर में बोलने वालों को बंद कर दें सर.
हाँ, दो फेवर में क्यों बुलवा रहे हो? हमें इनको
हटा दें. इनको डॉक्टर रंगनाथन को हटा देते हैं, सारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगी.
मुस्लिम्स, द पारसीज एंड द क्रिश्चियंस. You never allowed the Muslims, the Parsis and Christians to come into the fold.
I'll tell you what the Supreme Court has said. No, you think this is some propaganda? Now, one minute. I'll tell you what the Supreme Court has said. This is the This is a 1977 case when the anti-conversion laws were brought in by the MP government. I have the order, sir, but I don't have the time to read it out to you. Vivek Srivastava, 1 minute, sir, calm down. Let me bring in Dr. Ranganathan. 1 minute. Dr. Ranganathan, this is not just denial. They have now ridiculed this issue to this extent that they are saying भूखमरी खत्म करो, कोई forced conversion नहीं है.
Good evening, Pranesh. It's very unusual today. Normally, my good comrade Vivek is rattled after I have had my 30 seconds. Today, he's rattled even before I have opened my mouth. Vivek, please have patience. Just wait for a couple of minutes. Thank you. Now, Pranesh, look. Forced conversion or conversion by means of inducement, allure, monetary, social or health benefit or through miracle cure inducement is clearly illegal and should be banned. The problem is not conversion or preaching. No sensible person can be against it. After all, religion is an idea and a follower of any religion has every right to express that idea and try and convince people to come to his religion's fold. Just as Vivek has every right to preach communism and ask, those chosen handful to come to communist fold. Or just as I have every right to quote, unquote, preach science or atheism or Darwin's theory of evolution and try and convince people to leave religion and come into science's fold. So I can never be against conversion or proselytization. The issue is forced conversion. And unfortunately, there is a very thin line between ethical conversion and forced conversion. And the purveyors of religion snort it with gay abandon. We have seen how millions, Pranesh, of Sikhs have been converted in Punjab through those outlandish miracle cure rallies where tens of thousands are attending it. The same is the case in Andhra Pradesh. The state is powerless to stop it. Number two, the issue is also not about people following different religions or one religion more than the other. As long as everyone loves and respects India and each other, why should it matter what religion one follows? Unfortunately, though, we live in a real world, Pranesh, and it does matter. We have seen this all too often when the newly converted become proverbially more Catholic than the Pope. They begin to espouse values that are not in consonance with Indian values of love and tolerance or over civilization for everyone and every religious belief. As soon as demography allows it, the balance tilts. We have seen this in the Kashmir Valley, haven't we? How ethnic cleansing of Hindus transpired, how cinema halls were banned, how women were targeted for what they wore, how homosexuals were persecuted, how Sharia was given prominence over the constitution. Number 3, love jihad is a reality whether you like it or not. Look, impersonating someone else's religion for the purposes of entrapping a woman or coercing her to change her religion for the purposes of marriage or for living out a peaceful married life are criminal offenses. The means do not justify the end. where the end is an interfaith marriage, which by itself, of course, is a wonderful thing. Now, do these offences happen? The answer is yes, by the hundreds. Swati Goel Sharma and Befitting Facts have been meticulously collating all these instances.
No.
Just 30 seconds. In any case, why blame the BJP when it was originally the Kerala High Court that ordered the government to quote, frame laws against love jihad, go outrage against the court, go outrage against Mahatma Gandhi? Just 10 seconds, who said, if I have the power to legislate, I would stop all proselytizing. Or finally, go outrage against Ambedkar, who said, Dalits should not convert to Islam as it will denationalize them and the danger of Muslim domination will become real. So my dear comrade Vivek, go outrage against Ambedkar and Mahatma Gandhi. Jao, बहुत time है तुम्हारे पास.
No, you are create. Why do people in this country feel happy when a white man converts into ISKCON and adopts, Krishna?
Now you have 2 minutes.
Everybody becomes very happy.
एक
गोरा आदमी कृष्णा राम का नाम लेता है, आप खुश हो जाते हैं सब. Okay, you have not Anand.
Did you even?
Yeah, I'm rebutting you right now. I'm rebutting you right now.
Did you even hear me? Am I against
Listen
conversion?
to me now.
Am I against conversion?
I absolutely heard you. You are overhyping things which are of a very small degree. I mean, how long can a love jihad happen? How long can a fraud happen? How long can you fool people?
Sir, आपने सुना नहीं, Vivek Srivastava. I don't think you heard what Dr. Ranganathan was trying to say.
It is not possible.
You did not hear him, sir, because had you heard him properly, he was not on conversion at all. He was only on forced conversion, forced conversion, forced conversion, forced conversion. Sir, I've said it 4 times.
Sir, let me counter him. The forced conversion through fraud, I don't understand. We are all educated people over here. How can a fraud happen if somebody converts by showing miracle healing? If it doesn't happen, I'm going to go back.
This is
it will not sustain. So all this is stupidity.
This is unbelievable.
Then if somebody marries somebody and changes the religion, how long will the marriage last? It will not last. So this conversion will also not last.
Okay.
So
now let's see whether this logic lasts or not, because I don't think this logic will also last more than a minute or two. No, this logic that you've come up with, sir, I don't think this will last. Dr. Ranganathan coming in. Yes, quick comment, I'm coming to you.
Vivek, I heard you.
Why can't we have
Vivek, I gave you.
Why can't we have a...
Sir, let him respond now. Let's not talk over each other, please.
That is the problem. And that is why conversions take place.
This is very unfair.
Oh, you're justifying conversion. Here you have someone justifying conversion on national TV. There you go, Dr. Ranganathan.
Now, as I said,
when you don't give equal status to all the castes,
how can I
Sir, उनको बोलने तो दीजिए. Give him a chance to speak, sir.
Yes, as I said, I adore my comrade Vivek, but there is no cure for communism. It is a disease with no cure. The only solution is herd immunity. Now let me give a little bit of herd immunity to what Vivek is saying. Number one, I am absolutely shocked and astonished that Vivek is saying that there is no forced conversion happening. Is he for real? Has he even traveled to Punjab? Forget the interiors of Punjab, in the cities of Punjab. And you have Mr. Jindal here, you have the BJP spokesperson, and you have Mr. Hashmi there. Do you think they would disagree? There are conversions happening on this miracle cure. Have you not seen the videos?
No.
Have you not seen that?
If you don't give the Dalits the equal status,
this is very.
If you don't give the Dalits the equal status, as the
let's start by giving panelists the equal status. Let him make his point.
Religion, our own system.
1 minute, Mr. Srivastava. Let's start by giving panelists the equal status.
Why doesn't he talk about the Dalit status?
Speak uninterrupted. He was not speaking over you, please.
I not only talked about the Dalit status, I talked about Ambedkar, the god of Dalits and our god. What did he say? Do not convert. He told Dalits, do not convert to Islam. Did you not hear that? But irrespective of that, I am not against anyone converting to any religion.
So converting to Buddhism is good, converting to Islam is bad.
Vivek Srivastava, sir, I think you've got it mixed up here.
Converting to Islam is wrong.
Vivek Srivastava, I think you're confused, sir. You're totally confused. Take a deep breath.
It's only for the first time.
समझ लीजिए थोड़ा. Let it sink in. I don't think. You're confused, sir. You're confused.
आप दलितों के खिलाफ
discrimination. This is not just about Dalits. But this is not just about Dalits. This is not just about conversion. This is about forced conversion, sir. पहले तो आप समझ तो लीजिए क्या है.
It is majorly about Dalits, sir. 90% of the Muslims of this country are not forced conversions. They were Dalits who converted.
First you were in denial. Now you are saying this is majorly. आप पहले sir मन बना लीजिए. Think of what you want to say.
आज
No, you
आप
are swinging
बोल
both
दीजिए
ways.
ना, शंकराचार्य
ऐसा नहीं हो
दलित होना
सकता,
चाहिए।
sir.
It is very hurtful. And I'll tell you, I'll just take 10 seconds why it is so hurtful, because Tipu Sultan's own manifesto, in his own words, he said, convert even dead Hindus of Coorg. You should be ashamed. Today, you should be ashamed for saying that Hindus were never converted by force. Tipu Sultan even converted the dead Hindus of Coorg.
Please refrain yourself from making these kinds of statements.
What is nonsensical?
You don't know anything about history about Tipu Sultan.
Are you disputing Tipu's own manifesto?
Okay, do not
Are you
hurt the
disputing
Tipu
Tipu's
sympathizer.
own
No, 1
manifesto?
minute,
Show me
Dr.
his
Ranganathan.
manifesto.
Do not hurt
Yes,
Tipu sympathizer.
I will show you. I will show you.
गणेश, एक मैंने
Let me
आपको
show you.
पिटीशन
Will
कॉपी
you
है,
admit that then?
उसका जरा पेज नंबर 21 आप चेक कराइए, मैंने अभी जस्ट शेयर किया आपके ऑफिस में।
पेज नंबर 21 है सर, मेरे पास है, मैं पढ़ देता हूं इसमें। पेज नंबर
आप ये
21।
देखिए, मैं बता रहा हूं, आप ये देखिए कि 6वीं शताब्दी में इस्लाम आया है और 7वीं शताब्दी से भारत की पॉपुलेशन कैसे कम हुई है। 7वीं शताब्दी में 40 करोड़, 8वीं शताब्दी में 39 करोड़, 9वीं शताब्दी में 38 करोड़, 10वीं शताब्दी में 36 करोड़, गजनी के आते 36, 11वीं शताब्दी में 33 करोड़, 12वीं शताब्दी में 28 करोड़।
आप वो फिगर पढ़ रहे हैं, लोकेश जिंदल को हंसी आ रही है। लोकेश जिंदल, व्हाट्स सो फनी अबाउट दिस?
And no, just you Google the demography of India. You Google the demography of India, you will find this data.
ये लीजिए मिस्टर हाशमी, this is from Tipu's own manifesto.
Ashwini Kumar Upadhyay.
Next time,
Ashwini Kumar
next time,
Upadhyay,
please don't tell
you were
me.
arrested in August
Please don't ask me to
2021
furnish
by
proof.
Delhi police.
Because you would have to apologize then, Mr. Hashmi. This is
I think
directly
it is
from
my
me.
turn.
He's
This is
got the
directly
point,
from
Dr.
the-
Ranganathan. He's got the point. He's got
Yes,
the point.
I hope
Yes.
you got the point, and please
No,
apologize
listen,
now,
listen.
because this is
Mr.
from the
Upadhyay,
manifesto of
Mr.
Tipu
Upadhyay,
Sultan.
One minute. Lokesh Jindal,
This
1
is
minute.
from the manifesto of Tipu Sultan. Even dead Hindus of Coorg were converted.
Okay, we'll keep
Please
this
do
for
not
some
talk
other
about
time.
that.
We'll keep the Tipu manifesto for some other time. Let me, yes, Mr. Jindal, not so funny about it. Ehtisham Hashmi, 1 minute. Ehtisham Hashmi, रुक जाइए सर, आ रहा हूँ, आपके पास भी आ रहा हूँ। 1 minute, Mr. Jindal,
No, I'm
quickly.
waiting since last 15 minutes. You don't have time for me.
Ashwini Kumar Upadhyay, he is the executioner of a BJP toolkit. In April 2021, when there were elections in West Bengal, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, he had filed a similar petition. And at that point of time, Justice Nariman came heavily upon you. Didn't he? Didn't Justice Nariman say that next time if you come up with such form of frivolous petition, the bench is going to penalize you
भैया,
heavily?
तुम्हें मिर्ची क्यों
In
लग रही है?
August
मैं ये पूछ रहा हूँ।
2021, you will speak when your time will come. You will speak when your time will
बनेगा
come.
तो मिर्ची
I'm
क्यों
not
लग रही
used
है?
to listening to this
अगर
nonsense.
सब अपने
You will
आप
speak when
convert
your
हो
time
रहे
will
हैं,
come.
No, let him speak.
लालच नहीं है।
अश्विनी जी, उनको बोलने दीजिए, वो बोलने दीजिए उनको। I'll give you a chance to respond.
घबराहट क्यों?
In August
वो
2021,
बोल रहे हैं कि फ्रिवलस
this
पिटीशन
person
फाइल
was
किया
arrested.
आपने। वो कह रहे हैं कि आपकी
In
जो
August
पिटीशन है वो फ्रिवलस है,
2021,
और इस फ्रिवलस पिटीशन पे सेंटर ये कह रहा है कि ये एक सीरियस इशू है। दैट इज व्हाट लोकेश जिंदल इज सेइंग।
In August 2021, this
Mr.
person was
Lokesh
arrested
Jindal,
because of
Mr.
raising
Lokesh
anti-Muslim slogans in Jantar Mantar. And right now, again,
लोग
because
कन्वर्ट हो
it was
जाएंगे,
again
पता
in
नहीं
Delhi High
चलेगा।
Court that his petition was
आपके
rubbish aside.
बच्चों को कन्वर्ट कर
And now again, the moment elections come up, this particular person who wants to somehow get into some form of a political identity or political name came up with again this petition, and thanks, because you know MR Shah is there as the judge.
Ehtisham Hashmi, do you think this is time to elections?
Has been set for this nonsense to bring about
Ehtisham
some
Hashmi,
form of a narration for the BJP.
कन्वर्जन है कि नहीं?
Just 1 minute.
Yeah, Mr. Hashmi, do you
I
agree
can
with what
see
Lokesh Jindal is
what
saying?
form of a
Ashwini ji, 1
fakery
minute.
and falsehood you have
Mr.
come up with.
Hashmi, do you agree with what Lokesh Jindal is saying, that this is the time to elections?
Listen, I'll not go into the political debate, but as far as data is concerned, in reality, the bogey of mass conversion is indicative of collective frustration. And
मैस
insecurity on
कन्वर्जन
the
नहीं है
part
सर,
of-
फिर डॉक्टर
and
रंगनाथन
let
अब
me-
गुस्सा हो
let me
जाएंगे।
make my point.
मैस कन्वर्जन
Let me
नहीं है,
make my
फोर्स
point. This is
कन्वर्जन
not
है।
the- not correct way to
आप
conduct
मैस
debate.
कन्वर्जन
Please,
कीजिए, कोई
Ramesh,
प्रॉब्लम नहीं है।
Please, then I can't participate in this kind of debate. Don't try to be unfair to me. What Ashwini Upadhyay said,
discipline
that Hindu
conversion है कि नहीं है?
population is decreasing day by day. आप पार्लियामेंट में देखिए, आप राज्यसभा में देखिए, आप पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट में देखिए कि किसकी पॉपुलेशन बढ़ रही है। ये ब्राह्मण लॉबी चाहती है कि दलित, क्रिश्चियन, मुस्लिम और आदिवासी हमेशा इनके चरणों में पड़े रहें। ये कभी नहीं चाहेंगे कि एक क्रिश्चियन एक मुस्लिम यहाँ का देश का प्रधानमंत्री बने। इतनी ज्यादा आपको चिंता है कि पॉपुलेशन हिंदू भाई बहनों की कम हो रही है और पार्लियामेंट की बात क्यों नहीं करते आप ब्राह्मण लॉबी।
अरे डिसीटफुल कन्वर्जन है कि नहीं, बाकी छोड़ दो।
क्रिश्चियन ब्राह्मण
ये बताओ डिसीटफुल कन्वर्जन है कि नहीं है इस देश में? धोखे से कन्वर्जन हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है?
कन्वर्जन होना कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है।
सर, धोखे से PIL फाइल हो रहा
आपने
है।
त्यागी को कन्वर्ट कराया ना शिया धर्म से हिंदू धर्म में, वो ऑफेंस था क्या?
Mr. Hashmi, 1 minute. Gentlemen, please, let's not trivialize this, please. We are discussing something. 1 minute, gentlemen, let's not talk over each other, please. Let's have some order going, please. I'll tell you what the Supreme Court said at the cost of repeating. The court said that this is a national security issue. And we are all...
Let me remind you, Pramesh, just 1 second.
Judge is
Pramesh, just
Shah.
1 second. Don't try to misquote Supreme Court. Don't try to misquote Supreme Court. I am reading that.
No, Supreme Court has said से सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला, क्या बात कर रहा है?
Conversion if found to
सुप्रीम
be
कोर्ट ने आज भी बोला इट्स अ वेरी सीरियस मैटर।
true.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आज बोला बहुत सीरियस मैटर है।
Please don't misquote Supreme Court. I'll drag you to the Supreme Court.
However, misquoted the Supreme Court, Mr. Hashmi, या तो आपको समझ नहीं आए या तो आपने सुना नहीं।
Very good friend of mine. I am reminding you. I am giving warning to you. Don't try to misquote Supreme Court.
Warning?
Please read order passed by Honorable Supreme Court.
What is the warning?
I am telling you the court. This is my
What is the
warning.
attitude
You
of
don't
warning,
follow.
sir?
Don't try to
ये
mislead me.
मिर्ची लगी है
What is this?
इनकी
First of all, you lie.
इनकी बौखलाहट
Then you are
से
warning the
पता
anchor.
चल रहा है इनकी दुकानें
And you're abusing everyone else.
इनकी बौखलाहट से पता चल रहा है इनकी दुकानें बंद होने वाली है।
अरे दुकान बंद करा रहे हो बीजेपी की सरकार की
जब कन्वर्जन बंद होना है तो इनकी फंडिंग कन्वर्जन होता है।
हमारे जैसे लोगों को जितने बैठे डॉक्टर रंगनाथन और उनको मैं नौकरी में रख सकता हूँ।
Mr. Hashmi, 1 minute. There is no place for propaganda here, please. What have I misquoted? What have I misquoted? Mr. Hashmi, what have I misquoted? 1 minute, 1 minute. Mr. Hashmi,
Totally unacceptable.
Mr. Hashmi, ये क्या वार्निंग दे रहे हैं, धमकी दे रहे हैं, अब आप कुछ और बोल देंगे? What have I misquoted? What did I say?
You misquoted Supreme Court. I am reading the statement issued by Supreme Court. Please listen to me carefully. Ashwini Upadhyay is very good friend of mine. I respect Dr. Ranganathan as well. But don't try to misquote Supreme Court. What Supreme Court has said, forced religious conversion, if found to be true, may affect national security. If found
Arey,
to
of
be
course.
true, it's
Only if it is true will it affect national security. What's wrong? What did I say? Mr. Hashmi, Mr. Hashmi, क्या हो गया आपको सर? You are a seasoned lawyer. How are you behaving like this? And you are warning me?
Yes, I am giving you a legal warning. I will direct to you the Supreme Court.
Dr. Ranganathan, I quoted the Supreme Court. He is giving me a warning. Dr. Ranganathan.
With due respect to Mr. Hashmi.
Against your credential as a journalist.
With due, no, 1 second. Pranesh quoted verbatim from the Supreme Court, and Pranesh said exactly.
No, don't. Please read the order of Supreme Court. Please read the order of Supreme Court. Mr. Dr.
You tell me what was it wrong? What was wrong that Pranesh said?
Don't try to behave like a gully boy. Don't try to behave like an uneducated man.
What kind of language is this?
Listen, Mr. Hashmi, if you are too educated for this panel, you can walk off. If you think you are too educated for this panel, you can walk off. कोई जबरदस्ती नहीं है.
1 second.
See,
I know. I
wisdom prevails over education. Wisdom, sanity, equality, justice prevails over
Dr.
education.
Ranganathan, I can't understand what he's saying.
Unacceptable.
No, exactly what Rahul. I completely agree with Rahul. The words of Mr. Hashmi have to be taken back against you, Pranesh. You quoted the Supreme Court. Otherwise, Mr. Hashmi, please explain how was how did Pranesh misquote Supreme Court? Please say it. Tell us.
What Supreme Court has said, if these allegations found to be true, then it may affect national security. If found to be true, it has not been decided whether allegations are true or false. This petition is still pending before all the Supreme Court of India and needs to be adjudicated by.
अरे इसीलिए सेंटर को बोला सारे स्टेट से डाका गया।
Why are you closing your eyes towards
सेंटर को बोला
You know, Mr. Hashmi, either you run out of 1 minute. I think Mr. Hashmi has run out of arguments. The best way is to attack the anchor. धमकी दे दो. I am giving you a warning. नहीं धमकी दे दो सीधा. I am giving you a warning. And you are misquoting what I said. I am not misquoting the Supreme Court.
Correct. And
now he is
let me-
disconnected.
let-
You see, Ehtesham Hashmi has now run away.
Yeah, Praneshi, let me quote an example we all can agree. Praneshi, let
Yeah,
me
yeah,
quote
make
an
your point,
example
yes.
Let me quote an example we all can agree. स्वयं महात्मा गांधी का बेटा, Mahatma Gandhi's son Harilal Gandhi was subjected to forced conversion. Remember, the father of the nation, the greatest secular pluralist icon, Mahatma Gandhi's son has been subjected to forceful conversion. He was made Abdullah Gandhi and later he came back. And Mahatma Gandhi, in a letter which is published by Times of India, rightly pointed out he has gone for things other than his spiritual endeavor or his spiritual quest. There is the curse of forceful conversion for centuries altogether. Why should we close our eyes towards it? There has been such conversionism happening in India for a long time. Yes, there are many nuances we need to deal. There are many nuances we need to attack.
You can't have moral policing all around, Rahul.
Even from Mahatma Gandhi's
Rahul, you cannot have moral policing all around.
Let me have
It is a very personal affair.
विवेक श्रीवास्तव, आप उनको बोलने दीजिए. डॉक्टर रंगनाथन को भी नहीं बोलने दिया आपने. आप विवेक
You
श्रीवास्तव.
had your say, right?
भाई मैं तो बड़े देर
We
के
need
बाद
to
आया
have
हूं.
an
I just come in.
anti-forced conversion law. Conversion may be a choice.
Rahul ji,
but
Rahul
forced
bhai,
conversion.
you cannot,
Now let me at
you
least
cannot
complete
enter
my
into
point,
personal
please.
lives of
I
people.
can also raise points
Religion
like
is a
this.
very personal
Okay,
affair.
let him complete.
Why
Let
are
him
you
complete
scared
his
of
point.
people
Okay.
doing what they want?
30 seconds,
is a
Rahul, you should
personal
make your
choice.
point. Yes.
Conversion may be a personal choice, but forced conversion is against the spirit of.
But I want to underline the
It's against
point
the
once
spirit
again.
of
We are not on
everybody.
conversion at all.
Forced conversion is
Dr.
the
Ranganathan
future
made it
age.
clear
But
at the
carefully,
beginning.
these
We are not
people-
on conversion. Why do we
They
keep
are
bringing it up?
purposefully confusing
We are
it with
not on
temporal
conversion.
There is a law.
Gentlemen, please.
They are purposefully confusing it with conversion.
Okay, 10
Because
seconds.
they have a cover fire.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
No, 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 no,
The
no.
thing is,
Forced
just
conversion.
I am.
I don't understand forced
No, no, no.
conversion.
अच्छा 10 सेकंड उनको बोलने दीजिए. हाशमी जी आ गए. देखिए, he is a large hearted guy. वापस आ गए वो.
Run back to the parent religion.
After warning me, he is back.
अभी दूध का दूध. See that my problem is that I know the
Ranganathan was given or what Rahul is giving. I don't understand.
Allow him 10 seconds, sir. He wants to make a point.
Please.
Mr. Srivastava, I am coming to you.
Go back.
Can I come in, please?
Please.
Pranesh, can
Please.
I come in?
Can I? No, Lokesh, please. I've been waiting for a very long time, and every word I utter out, and my
long time.
my good. Problem is Vivek interrupts me, yaar. Even my wife doesn't interrupt me so much. Vivek, please. 10 सेकंड तो बोलने दो.
नहीं मैंने कहा
अभी दूध का दूध पानी का पानी करता हूँ. Pranesh, can I
आप
please?
बता दीजिए सर ये
Please make your point, Dr. Ranganathan. 1 minute. Lokesh Jindal coming to you after Dr. Ranganathan. Yes.
Are you in favor of a
Yes, Dr. Vivek Srivastava, let him make a point, sir.
I can't.
Let Anand say a yes or a no.
Now,
No,
listen.
I just want a yes or a no.
अच्छा, he asked you a yes or no
Can we
question
have
at the
a-
beginning. You had no answer.
No,
ऐसे नहीं होता ना.
yes or
अब
no?
Vivek Srivastava, let him
अब
make a
मैं कैसे
point.
बोलूं?
आप बोलेंगे
Let's
नहीं,
extend
सर।
the 10 second
बोलेंगे
courtesy.
क्या
कभी
इतना तो स्टालिन और
ये yes
क्रुश्चेव को
कभी
भी
नहीं
किसी ने
बोलेंगे।
इंटरप्ट नहीं करना. Now please, now 1 second. Pranesh, this is very unfair, because I did not interrupt
अरे
him.
सर
He
मैं
took my
चाहता हूँ
time.
दलित संघ
I'll have to
now
lower
I-
your fader, sir.
मैं
Please,
चाहता हूँ
I will have to lower your
Yes.
fader, Vivek
मैं चाहता हूँ
Srivastava. Let
इसके पुजारी
Dr. Ranganathan make his point.
Yes. और इसमें भले ही माय गुड फ्रेंड मिस्टर हाशमी जी और लोकेश जी मेरे अगेंस्ट हों, लेकिन इस पॉइंट पे वो मेरे साथ होंगे, क्योंकि अभी दूध का दूध पानी का पानी करता हूं. इज दिस कम्युनिस्ट विवेक श्रीवास्तव अगेंस्ट और फॉर चाइना interning 1.5 million Muslims in concentration camps and forcefully converting them away from Islam? Yes or no? हाशमी जी आप पूछिए इनसे, विवेक से पूछिए. कंडेम करते
My
हैं नहीं.
Indian fellow
You are
brothers,
diverting.
नहीं,
I'm
पूछिए
not
इनसे.
advocating Hindu rights, Muslim rights or Dalit
पूछिए
rights.
इनसे.
I am
वो
true nationalist. I am concerned about my Indian
चाइना
brothers and
को
sisters. Mr.
सपोर्ट कर रहे
Ranganathan.
हैं. चाइना को सपोर्ट कर
cowards
रहे
like
हैं.
you only protect a particular community.
Every 5
only
seconds
try
somebody is
to protect
interrupting.
or argue for a
It is
particular
like,
community.
I have
Sir,
turned.
No, Mr. Hashmi, first of all, sir, please. Let's not get personal. You know the kind of words that you're using tonight. It's not good, sir. Mr. Hashmi,
हाशमी जी को कल से हाशमी जी को कल से टीवी पे नहीं आना चाहिए, क्योंकि ही इज लूजिंग हिज क्लाइंट्स. ये क्लाइंट्स इनको सुन रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं माय लॉर्ड मैं खुद लड़ लूंगा केस. मुझे ये हाशमी जी लॉयर नहीं चाहिए, मैं खुद लड़ लूंगा. मुझे ये नहीं चाहिए.
अरे मिस्टर हाशमी उनको बोलने तो दीजिए सर, क्या कर रहे हैं आप?
प्लीज दो. मैं ना मतलब प्लीज Please, you know, he is
Sir,
abusive.
please,
He's
थोड़ा
talking
बोलने दीजिए,
that
मैं आ रहा हूँ. I'll
way.
get you. I'll get a
He's
response.
abusing people
I'm
left
coming
and
to
right.
you, and then Vivek Srivastava.
Clients-
Let him
his
speak
clients are giving him
uninterrupted
a
for
dose.
30 seconds.
Yes, as I was saying, Pranesh, now it is up to you, an excellent anchor, to ask point blank Vivek Srivastava, does he condemn interning of 1.5 million Muslims in concentration camps by China? Yes or no? Ask him point blank. अभी दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होता है.
He is ready to answer. He has his hand up.
Point blank.
Answer yes or no. Do you condemn China?
पॉइंट ब्लैंक बोलूंगा. आपकी तरह डिप्लोमेटिक नहीं हूं मैं. नहीं आपकी तरह डिप्लोमेटिक नहीं हूं.
बोलो
You are a
ना, yes
victim
or
of
no?
American propaganda.
बोलो.
Nobody is being converted. There is no
propaganda.
concentration camp.
There you go. There
अगर
is no
concentration
concentration camp.
हाँ, अगर no, I am saying a no. If there is a concentration
Okay,
camp, I am
okay.
against
There
it.
is no concentration
I am
camp.
against it.
Right.
But there is
Prop-
no concentration camp.
India
It is
में
American
forced
propaganda.
conversion
Now
RSS
you answer
BJP
yes or no.
propaganda है.
Are you in favor of a Dalit
नहीं
Pracharya?
RSS no, एक
Are you in
minute.
favor of a
Vivek
Dalit priest?
Srivastava
Are
in
you in
India
favor of Dalits?
forced conversion.
The temples of this nation.
One minute. Vivek
Tell me,
Srivastava. Why he is exposed you in one question, Vivek Srivastava?
He has wiped away the facts that even
Nobody has
China
exposed me.
agrees.
He has not answered my
The
question.
documents
Okay.
of Xi Jinping
I want a
say be
Dalit
ruthless.
Sangha.
Now,
Are you in
be
favor of
Let me
ruthless
take
against
that
people
question to
Muslims.
Mr. Hashmi. Mr. Hashmi,
And you will not
चाइना में
answer.
जो विगर मुस्लिम्स के साथ हो रहा है वो प्रोपेगेंडा है कि सही में हो रहा है?
Court of India and put forward your argument.
वो अमेरिकन प्रोपोगेंडा है.
नहीं मिस्टर हाशमी को तो जवाब देने दीजिए.
Yes, now let me make my point. The stark reality, however, is that Christianity in India is no way poses a threat to the.
अरे आप लिख के आए. एक मिनट. You prepared a brief. सुनिए, I asked you a question, sir. उस पे आएंगे. I asked you a question. चाइना में जो विगर मुस्लिम्स के साथ हो रहा है वो हो रहा है कि ये मनगढ़ंत प्रोपेगेंडा है जैसे विवेक श्रीवास्तव
भाई आप इंडिया की बात करिए ना.
रमेश, जो हिंदुस्तान में क्रिश्चियन के साथ हो रहा है और जो हिंदुस्तान के मुसलमानों के साथ हो रहा है,
He won't even support his fellow
हो रहा है,
Muslims.
उनके बारे में
मुस्लिम
बात करने में शर्म आ रही है क्या कि
ये
चाइना में
कैसे
कम
मुस्लिम
करके
है?
पहुंच गए?
ये कैसे मुस्लिम है जो कि अपने fellow मुस्लिम्स के लिए खड़े नहीं हो रहे?
Today debate is forceful conversion in
Shame on
India.
the
We are
Ummah.
not debating
He
China. What
is-
is happening in China?
Can you imagine, Pranesh? He is not supporting his fellow Muslims. This
Oh my God! My
No,
fellow
I think even if he wants to, he is not prepared.
fellow Muslim, fellow
I think even if he wants to, he is not
I
prepared.
should join the Ummah. I should join the Ummah,
Now,
and
okay.
Hashmi should be evicted from the
You are trying to
Ummah.
divert the issue.
Let's okay.
about India.
Let's come back to the first conversion here. Lokesh Jindal, do you really believe this is to do with elections? I mean, after all of this.
Pradesh, there is a saying, muddy the water to make it seem deep.
The Supreme Court, you're saying, is muddying the water?
Mr. Upadhyay is more of a executioner to this particular form, because time and again he has filed his popularity interest litigation, once in the Supreme Court, then in the High Court, then again he comes in the Supreme Court.
This is very
And thanks to Mr. Ahmad Shah, that again it is taken for it has been considered.
There you go.
And
You're then
we all
questioning
know
the
what
now
was
wisdom
going
of
to
the
happen.
courts.
Wow.
But Mr. Hashmi कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे. I was quoting the Supreme Court. He started warning me. Here you are questioning the wisdom of the court and the judge. But Mr. Hashmi is all no. Mr. Hashmi does not know what to say.
He's demonizing a sitting judge. Three judges there.
Amazing.
Nariman has
Amazing.
made it very clear.
Pranesh, जैसे विवेक अग्निहोत्री ने कहा था, गवर्नमेंट हमारी है लेकिन सिस्टम का उनका है.
He was criticized, he was warned against
Pranesh.
filing such form of frivolous forms of PIL.
But what
Still
stops
he
the
goes ahead
Supreme
with
Court from throwing
And
out the
why is
petition,
it-
Mr. Jindal?
why
That's
is
as
it
simple as
that
that.
when there is
If the
a
petition is
election-
frivolous, like you are saying, it is not
Pranesh,
public
please
interest,
tell me.
popularity interest
What
or
form of
political
logic
interest,
is this?
the SC will say, हो गया dismissed. और ज्यादा गुस्सा आ गया तो they will also impose a cost on Mr. Upadhyay.
Bengal elections are there. Suddenly,
देखिए, प्रदेश,
and whenever there is
टीवी पे-
election in Gujarat, now again he comes
Okay,
and
Mr.
टीवी पे
Upadhyay,
बैठ के
Ashwini
क्या
ji,
बोल रहे हैं?
Ashwini ji,
everything
अरे
is so
सुन तो
much
लो भैया,
perfect with that
सुन
of
तो
the
लो,
election schedule.
सुन लो. हाँ, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आज जब सेंटर का एफिडेविट देखा तो उन्होंने कहा कि आप इस पे डिटेल एफिडेविट फाइल करिए, स्टेट के साथ बात करिए, कहां कहां कन्वर्जन हो रहा है, पूरा
अगली
डेटा
तारीख
लेके
क्या है,
आइए.
सर? 5 दिसंबर।
तो सुप्रीम
अगली
कोर्ट
तारीख क्या है, सर?
सुप्रीम
5
कोर्ट ने
दिसंबर।
पिछली बार कहा
5
था
दिसंबर को क्या है?
ये नेशनल
Polling है।
सिक्योरिटी बन सकता है, और सेंटर का एफिडेविट जब आज आया, सेंटर ने बोला वी आर सीरियसली तब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला।
अब एहतशाम हाशमी वापस आ गए, बन सकता है का क्या मतलब होता है?
फिर सुनेंगे।
अब ये कौन बताएगा बन सकता है का क्या मतलब होता है? डॉक्टर रंगनाथन, डू यू वांट टू ट्राई अगेन?
Oh my God!
Honestly, I have completely given up and I've been so disappointed with Mr. Hashmi. Now, Hashmi sir, please. This is very unfair, you know. Now, Hashmi sir, please.
जो रंगनाथन जी के लिए शायद वो बाकी फेलो इंडियंस के लिए भी होते, तो आप उनको भी सुनते।
बाकी सर धमका नहीं रहे ना, बाकी धमका नहीं रहे हाशमी साहब, वो बोल रहे क्या वार्निंग।
I am just trying to teach you some legal ethics as a brother.
ये सब नहीं तो आप मुझसे
मुझे एक बात बताइए,
मैं तो आपको अपना भाई मानता हूँ।
फोर्सफुल कन्वर्सन,
मैं तो आपको अपना भाई मानता हूँ।
मैं तो आप मेरे भाई हैं, पर मेरा भाई बिल्कुल रास्ते पे जाएगा तो मैं उसे डांट के वापस सही रास्ते पे
बिल्कुल डांटिए, बिल्कुल आपका हक है, आप मुझे डांटे, लेकिन अगर आप
तो भारत जोड़ो है,
मुस्लिम्स के लिए साइलेंट रहे, हमारे फेलो मुस्लिम्स जो चाइना में साइलेंट रहे, 1.5 मिलियन मुस्लिम्स लड़ो, मैं भी, मेरा भी हक है। आप मेरे
What about Indian Muslims, Indian Dalit,
अब इंडियन क्रिश्चियंस पे क्यों आ रहे हैं? चाइना की बात करिए,
the report issued by the government of India on Christians who are residing in India?
भूलिए,
आप इंडिया
मत भूलिए, आप पैलेस्टीनियंस के लिए लड़ते हैं, रोहिंग्यास के लिए लड़ते हैं, तो फिर उइगर मुस्लिम्स के लिए इतना चुप क्यों है?
I always
इतना काम कर रहे हैं चाइना से
for humanity, humanity, justice, equity and
पैलेस्टीनियंस के लिए बोला,
I don't work
पैलेस्टीनियन के लिए बोला
religion or their ethnic veracity.
तो सर तो फिर बता दीजिए कश्मीर में, ओके लेट मी आस्क यू अ डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन। हाशमी साहब, इन ऑल सीरियसनेस अलाउ मी टू आस्क यू अ क्वेश्चन।
यस प्लीज।
आपने बोला कि आपको एथनिसिटी से कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, रिलीजन देख के आप राइट्स की बात नहीं करते हैं। कश्मीर में जो हुआ, अब जो कुछ लोग अभी दी ऑपोजिशन वुड हैव अस बिलीव दैट ऑल दिस इज बिकॉज ऑफ पॉवर्टी, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, इसीलिए कन्वर्ट कर रहे हैं लोग। कश्मीर में हुआ वो क्या खाने की वजह से लड़ाई हुई थी? वर दे फाइटिंग फॉर बिरयानी?
कश्मीर में जो लड़ाई हो रही है वो हो रही है बीजेपी की खराब पॉलिसीज की वजह से, और जितने भी लोग क्रिश्चियनिटी में कन्वर्ट कर रहे हैं विलफुली,
अरे मैं हिंदू जेनोसाइड की बात कर रहा हूँ हाशमी साहब, आप फिर नहीं समझे, अब आप फिर गुस्सा हो जाएंगे। आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द जेनोसाइड ऑफ हिंदूज, कश्मीरी हिंदू।
क्यों नहीं बना रहे? आपको मुसलमान गृह मंत्री बना दीजिए, क्यों नहीं बना रहे?
अरे सवाल तो आई टेल यू द प्रॉब्लम टुडे विद एहतशाम हाशमी इज दैट ही इज कम अप, नो ही इज कम प्रिपेयर्ड विद आंसर्स। ही थॉट these questions will be asked, वो क्वेश्चन पेपर बदल दिया मैंने। डॉक्टर रंगनाथन ने भी उसमें और 2-3 क्वेश्चन ऐड कर दिए, अब वो मैच द फॉलोइंग कर नहीं पा रहे। बट सर आपने बीगर मुस्लिम्स पे नहीं बोला, आप कश्मीर में जो हिंदू जेनोसाइड हुआ था वो हुआ था कि नहीं, ये बता दीजिए। डिड दैट हैपन और नॉट? फॉर्स्ड कन्वर्जन आप बोल रहे हैं कुछ नहीं है, हिंदू जेनोसाइड हुआ था नहीं हुआ था?
मुस्लिम जेनोसाइड, हिंदू जेनोसाइड, आप जेनोसाइड को भी बांटना चाहते हैं क्या? चलिए लेट्स डिबेट ऑन हिंदू जेनोसाइड, मुस्लिम जेनोसाइड, दलित जेनोसाइड, there are some realities we need to talk about. We cannot brush things under the carpet. You want me to segregate genocide on the basis of religion?
There are some realities we need to talk about. We all respect our Muslim brothers and Christian brothers, but post conversion during some sections of peace by
Are you the only one? No, Mr. Hashmi, सिर्फ आप ही ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पढ़ा है क्या?
Preamble doesn't talk about segregation of religion. Let we should talk about Hindu genocide. We should talk about Muslim genocide.
Forget all of that, Mr. Hashmi. I am asking you to take a stand based on principle. Is that too difficult for you?
I condemn any kind of genocide, whether it's a Muslim genocide, it's a Hindu genocide, it's a Dalit genocide.
मेरे बड़े भाई 10 सेकंड, प्रणेश 10 सेकंड, you know,
Mr. Upadhyay is enjoying
Give him 10 seconds. Give him 10 seconds. He loves you so much and you love him so much. Please give him 10 seconds.
You don't love Dr. Ranganathन. अभी तो आपने बोला आप
I love him so much.
I love him more than he loves me, but मुझे 10 सेकंड दीजिए। मैंने एक्चुअली मेटाफोरिकली स्पीकिंग,
I love my all fellow Indians. I love my brothers and sisters.
एक सेकंड हाशमी साहब, एक सेकंड। हालांकि मैंने आई ड्रोव द लास्ट नेल प्रोबेबली इन विवेक्स कॉफिन, लेकिन ढक्कन थोड़ा सा खुला सा रह गया था। लेट मी सील इट कंप्लीटली, लेट मी सील इट कंप्लीटली। एक सेकंड,
डोंट टॉक अबाउट कॉफिन,
वी वर टॉकिंग ऑफ हाशमी साहब, ये बहुत गलत, ये बहुत गलत बात है। देखिए एक मिनट, देखिए वो ढक्कन थोड़ा सा खुला रह गया था। विवेक, जस्ट आंसर मी, डिड द मारी झापी मैसेकर ऑफ 10,000 Dalits by the communists take place or not? Yes or no? Or is that also a propaganda? Did the Mari Jhapi massacre of Dalits take place?
No. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what's your problem. I'm answering. Let me answer. Let me answer. Please let me answer. Dr. Anand Ranganathan, you have started believing in moral policing. You want to decide which religion will marry which religion, which caste will marry which caste, which boyfriend should have which girlfriend.
क्या बोल रहे हैं सर?
You have started believing in moral policing and you want the state to control the personal life of people.
What are you saying?
And that is what I am against.
Vivek
Progressive. You are regressive.
इतनी घबराहट क्यों है?
You are regressive.
I am regressive.
घबराहट क्यों है?
And you are trivializing the issue.
We believe a woman has a right.
विवेक श्रीवास्तव बॉयफ्रेंड गर्लफ्रेंड में कहा गया?
घबराहट क्यों है? यही तो मैं बार-बार पूछ रहा हूं।
Whatever be the caste, whatever be the religion.
Now, Pranesh, I asked him two questions.
Dr. Ranganathan,
And in
you
both,
control the life of a
in
woman.
both, he has
want to decide
failed,
which
like
religion
communists
and
failed
which
their
caste
exams.
She should get
I
married
asked
to.
him, are Uyghur Muslims being persecuted by China?
Pranesh,
He said
can I come in?
no. I asked him, did the Dalit Mari Jhap massacre take place?
The
He said
water
no.
has been
अब ये
muddied.
हिस्ट्री को
No.
अब ये
Are
हिस्ट्री
you
को
against
नेगेट कर दे
intercaste
प्रोपेगेंडा
marriages?
कह के,
Are you against
तो मैं क्या कर
intercaste
सकता हूं
marriages?
उसमें?
No. Why are you against intercaste marriages?
क्या सवाल क्या है? Who is against intercaste marriages? Who is saying
Why
that?
are you regressive?
Dr. Anand Ranganathan, you have nothing
you
to
saying?
do with any
What
knowledge
is
about
the-
this
Dr. Anand Ranganathan is against.
Okay, Lokesh Jindal, 20 seconds. Lokesh Jindal wants to say something. Okay, gentlemen, 1 minute. Lokesh Jindal, quickly, yes.
See, what I am saying is the water has already been muddied and it's a very, very shallow and I would say it's a very, very narrow form of a issue topic that BJP has resorted to gain some form of political advantage.
And what about, what about the
I appeal
observations
to
of
the
the Supreme
voters who are
Court?
way more wiser than whatever these political gimmicks and all these political planners they think about. Now the people must act in their wisdom and capacity and not fall prey to all their forms of gimmicks and all forms of.
Okay, our hashtag is end forced conversion. Maybe we should begin to say that let's first end the denial on forced conversion. Okay, we've run out of time. Breaking inputs coming in. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. Dr. Ranganathan, Vivek Srivastav, stay on for debate number 2. But before that, a quick breaking update. For the first time, Shraddha's father, Vikas Walkar, was seen on camera. He had come to meet the Delhi police team regarding the probe, but suddenly his health condition deteriorated, we have been told, and he was taken to the hospital. Times Now spoke to the cousin of Shraddha, who opened up on the butchery by Aftab Poonawala and said that the family was satisfied with the ongoing probe but refused to comment on the investigation. Listen to this.
The father is not well, sir.
Yeah.
So are you satisfied with the investigation of Delhi police, sir?
Yeah, we don't want to comment on the ongoing investigation. Thank you so much.
Certainly, sir. We respect it, sir, but there was laxity from the Maharashtra police side also, sir.
No, I don't want to comment anything on this. The father of the victim is the best person to talk to.
Yeah.
Priyank Tripathi now joining us live. Priyank, you spoke to the cousin. He says the father, the family is satisfied. Obviously, they're not wanting to say too much about the probe.
Yes, Adi Pradesh, these are the exclusive interviews of any one of the family members on camera of Shraddha Walkar. That's a breaking input which we are getting it for viewers. But the big breaking input is that the Delhi police has once again met the family members of Shraddha Walkar. The special CP of the Zone 2, Mr. Huda, was present along with the joint CP of this range, Meenu Chaudhary. The DCP, Chandan Chaudhary was also present along with the IO of this particular team. And Shraddha Walkar's father, Vikas Walkar, was present at the Mehdoli police station where he recorded a statement. We spoke to the brother. He was looking very convinced. And during the course of investigation, Pranesh, he has also stated that they are feeling very bad because of the laxity which was done by the Maharashtra police. And it was not even in October. It was 2 months before when the complaint was given, but no action was taken. Today, the family has met the Delhi police.
All right,
senior
Priyank,
officials.
thanks for tracking the latest and thanks for getting us this exclusive reaction. Let's move on and tell you what's happening in Kerala. Policemen and police women in uniform were chased and brutally thrashed. property worth 85 lakhs has been damaged so far. The visuals speaking for itself. Times Now has accessed these visuals of how a mob attacked a police station after leaders of the anti-pot agitation were arrested. And the response of the state is total surrender. Let's open this up. Dr. Ranganathan is with us. Vivek Srivastava stays on. Now, Vivek Srivastava, what's going on, sir? Yes. Policemen left bleeding. Where is the Chief Minister? Where is the state?
No, everybody is there. It did happen, and what happened was unfortunate, but the state and the police are in control. Okay, already cases have been booked against those who did this, and no indiscipline will be allowed at all, and no damage to the public property will be allowed. It is going to be dealt with very, very, very strictly. This is the message I want to give you on behalf of the government.
But why are you giving the message? Why is the Chief Minister not giving this message?
We do agitations.
ये agitation तो मत बोलिए इसको, assault है, attack है, ये agitation नहीं है sir.
Already cases have been bold. No, assault happened later on. First the agitation took place, it took the wrong turn. Arrests were made, cases have been done. Okay, अलग-अलग धाराएं लगाई जा चुकी हैं, and action is already happening. So strictly it is being pursued and no indiscipline will be allowed. That is very clear. Okay, agitation is a right of the people and people should agitate, but it should be done in a Gandhian and a peaceful way.
Gandhian and a peaceful way,
so
the
there
BJP
is no confusion in the line at all.
Dr. Ranganathan.
You know, Pranesh, there is a reason why the communist symbol has been what it is, hammer and sickle, for 100 years. Because these communists, they want you to keep using these tools. इनको डेवलपमेंट नहीं चाहिए, इनको हैमर और सिकल से काम चलाना है 200 साल, 300 साल, 400 साल. तभी तो नोटा से भी कम वोट मिलते हैं इसको आजकल. But let's look at the philosophical bent of mind and then you'll be able to understand why they behave in the way that they do. Because there is but one foreign destructive ideology that has wrecked every land it has reached the shores of, and that is communism. This anti-science cult that has resulted in the murder of 100 million innocents is the antithesis of Darwinism and progress, in that it abjures competition and empathy. There is a reason why they're fighting. They don't want ports, they don't want rail, they don't want anything that is in the name of development, because it only attracts hateful, incompetent failures in life, because it cushions their guilt of destroying things that they are incapable of ever building.
We don't believe in capitalism.
No, so
you don't believe in the exploitation
of the
poor.
Policemen bleeding?
You do. We don't.
Vivek
we don't want the fundings from the big business houses. You do. You want to fight elections by 25,000.
The state government is backing this project.
And media
1 minute,
management,
Mr. Srivastava, what are you saying?
We work for the poor and we are proud of it.
What is he even saying? This project has been funded by the state government.
This government is for the rich. This government at the center is for the rich. They take money, distribute the money which is there in the public banks. Okay, you make them bankrupt, and then you say
that now you said your piece, sir. Will you comment on what's going on?
Play around with the RBI money of the people.
Sir, can you not see these pictures?
Nothing to comment. So he was commenting on the communist logic.
No, I want to comment. I want to be serious.
Okay, 30 seconds. Don't have much time on the show. Yes.
Yes, you remember in 1990, 1991, at the peak of liberalization, it was the communists that opposed liberalization. Now, if you look at any health and economic index 30 years hence,
yes,
you see India has progressed only because of liberalization that the communists opposed. इनका काम है अपोज करना, ये कुछ बनाते नहीं है, ये सिर्फ डिस्ट्रॉय करते हैं. You must understand, Pranesh.
There has been no development and capitalism has taken the country back.
There has been no development.
Small communist countries like Vietnam and Cuba are far ahead of you. I am not even taking the name of China. I am not even taking the name of China. So don't tell me your manufacturing rate of growth is minimal. Your agricultural rate of growth is minimal. Your unemployment index, your hunger index
can only be defeated
the world knows it. And how expensive your education has become, we all know.
But Mr. Srivastava, what's that got to do with what's happening?
I mean, ask Dr. Ranganathan. Dr. Ranganathan wanted to talk about the communist.
Dr. Ranganathan is saying things that do not appeal to you, and that is why you keep interrupting, my good comrade.
No, Dr. Ranganathan, what is the manufacturing rate growth of this country after liberalization? Give me the
It
figure.
has skyrocketed.
What is your
Whatever it
manufacturing
was
rate of
before,
growth this year?
Let's
you
just
guys
keep
were
it to the
involved
law of
in
the
running
land
the show.
Oh
and
my
the rule of
God.
law,
Your small
which
and
has been
medium-sized
hijacked by
enterprises
this
have gone down
mob,
the drain.
and the state has not been able to do anything. Completely out of time, gentlemen. Dr. Ranganathan, Vivek Srivastava, that's all the time we have. News are coming up on the other side.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी मैं अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़ीग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे। देखिए, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनसंघ से लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हमारी यात्रा का, आज तक की हमारी राजनीतिक यात्रा का एक वादा रहा है देश की जनता से। और न केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी, संविधान सभा ने भी देश भर के विधानमंडलों को और संसद को ये सलाह दी है कि जब भी उचित समय आए यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड इस देश में आना चाहिए, क्योंकि किसी भी पंथ निरपेक्ष राष्ट्र के लिए, राज्य के लिए धर्म के आधार पर कानून नहीं होने चाहिए। अगर राष्ट्र और राज्य पंथ निरपेक्ष है तो धर्म के आधार पर कानून कैसे हो सकते हैं? हर धर्म के मानने वाले के लिए एक कानून होना चाहिए जो देश के विधानमंडल और देश की संसद पारित करे। परंतु ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम सबने संविधान सभा के एक कमिटमेंट को भुला दिया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अलावे आज कोई पार्टी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के पक्ष में नहीं है, ना बोलते हैं। हाँ, हिम्मत कम होगी तो विरोध नहीं करेंगे, मगर ये नहीं कहेंगे कि हाँ लागू करिए, हम आपके साथ खड़े। हम लोकतंत्र के अंदर है, लोकतंत्र के अंदर एक स्वस्थ बहस जरूरी है। जब इतने सारे राजनीतिक दल का एक अभिप्राय हो और मेरे राजनीतिक दल का दूसरा अभिप्राय हो, मनसा चाहे कोई भी हो, वोट प्राप्त करने की हो या जो हो, अगर उनका एक अभिप्राय है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड अभी नहीं लाना चाहिए, तो इस पर एक स्वस्थ और खुली बहस की जरूरत है। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जहां जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन है वहां 3 राज्यों में अब तक, हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड और गुजरात में, हमने एक पैनल बनाया है और पैनल सुप्रीम कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड जज और हाई कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड चीफ जस्टिस की अध्यक्षता में बनाए हैं। और सारे दल, समाज जीवन के सारे लोग और सभी धर्म संप्रदाय के लोग उनके सामने अपना अपना पक्ष रख रहे हैं। उस पर जो एडवाइस आएगी इसके आधार पर हम काम करेंगे। और स्वाभाविक रूप से इस प्रकार के शिखर सम्मेलन और इंटरव्यू में भी इस पर एक स्वस्थ बहस छिड़ी हुई है, तो देश की जनता को भी मन बनाने में इससे बहुत बड़ा मदद मिलता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी मैं अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़ीग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे, परंतु सारी लोकतांत्रिक चर्चाओं की समाप्ति के बाद।
So Justice Lalit, Kiran Rijiju, the present law minister, has also made this point about certain degree of exceptionalism to the universal rule, so to speak. On that, I would like you to elaborate, obviously, and also, would you welcome it? Obviously, you're not in office right now, but theoretically, if the centre were to decide to file a petition against the NJAC judgment, do you think, if you were still there, would you have been open to hearing it? Would you have accepted it as a bona fide attempt at trying to revisit the entire issue?
The policeman in which Shraddha murder accused Aftab Amin Poonawala was travelling was attacked in Delhi. Attacker was seen on camera threatening the cops. In Delhi, another chilling murder with eerie similarities to Shraddha Walkar murder surfaces. Woman and son kill a man, chop body in 10 parts, store them in a refrigerator and dispose them off over the course of next few days. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal accuses BJP workers of pelting stones at his roadshow in Surat. Former Aam Aadmi Party activist Bindu Sriram joins BJP in presence of BJP leaders Dushyant Kumar Gautam and Vijendra Gupta. Allahabad High Court concludes hearing in Gyanvapi case over demand for ASI survey, order reserved. Punjab Aam Aadmi Party government has withdrawn red entries in land records of farmers for stubble burning. Says it won't let farmers suffer. BJP slams AAP's pollution hypocrisy. Supreme Court Collegium slams centre over judge's appointment yet again. Says delay in appointments is disturbing seniority.
Mr. Salve, we are talking about transparency. Do you believe the government too needs to be transparent? For instance, if it chooses to return a file to the Supreme Court, collegium of a judge who has been nominated or cleared for appointment, should the public also not know why the file is being returned? To take this a step further, should the IB report and the background checks, etc., made public? Should it work the other way also?
This whole process, quite frankly, and if I may not mince my words, this whole process has become pretty hopeless. I'm sorry to say so. Today, the IB gives a report. Today you ask a person to become a judge. You ask the IB to report. The IB reports partly gossip. Do you want that to come in public domain? I don't want my personal life to come in public domain. I may not even want to be a judge. So this whole process, this whole system is incompatible with transparency. Let me tell you 3 reasons. First of all, and this is my firm belief, all judicial institutions hear cases in public, recess into their chambers and deliver judgments. What goes on inside chambers is never, ever the subject of public scrutiny. And if somebody was to ask a judge in your meeting, when you arrived at a consensus or dissent, what did you discuss? It would be the worst form of contempt, because you're trying to undermine the judiciary. You're trying to interfere with the process by which this beautiful system works. So the judiciary's transparency is the judiciary speaks through its judgments, and that's the transparency. What judges discuss once they go into their chambers has to be protected. Here is a function where the judges are trying to come into public domain. You want one judge to pass comments on a sitting colleague in the High Court. I don't think that's the right thing to do. 3 judges or 5 judges consider the appointment of a judge to the Supreme Court. I'm not going by the gossip you've heard of what discussions take place. I am telling you on a principle, please consider. One of the judges may say, frankly, I think his judgments are third rate. You want that to come in public? The person is a sitting Chief Justice. You are considering his name for the Supreme Court. This is a process which has to be fundamentally different. If you have this kind of a tension between the government and the judiciary, and we have seen that the government says on the one hand, you've reduced us to a post office because the last word is with you. Many times, late Mr. Jaitley used to say, don't blame me, I'm the post office. I receive the file, I send it to the High Court, I get the file, I send it to them. In a situation like this, who takes responsibility? It's the court which has to today take responsibility. And in that, I don't think this system is compatible with the kind of transparency which you must have in the appointment of judges. We have to think of another way in which it is done and in which the sanctity of a person's integrity is maintained. Look at the American system. You know, if you're agreeing to be appointed a Supreme Court judge, you will have a Senate hearing, and that Senate hearing can be excoriating. Also,
I'm Gopalakrishna. We're bringing you the special edition of the Newshour from Ahmedabad, where we're going to be also discussing the heat and dust of the Gujarat polls. But first up, the story that has made top headlines today, the issue of forced conversion that came up today in the Apex Court, where just 2 weeks ago, the Apex Court had asked the centre to intervene on this very, very sensitive issue of forced conversions before it turns into a larger menace. This is what the Supreme Court had told the centre 2 weeks ago. Today, the centre has told the Apex Court that it's seized of the seriousness on this matter and would take appropriate action. The centre has also indicated the requirement of a legal framework as far as this very sensitive issue is concerned. The bench has also told the centre that forced conversions certainly are not legal and have no place. Meanwhile, we have also spoken to the petitioner in this case, Ashwini Upadhyay, who has pressed upon the need for the state and central governments to crack down on forced conversion in any matter or any manner of coercion that might be used in this entire matter. They've also asked, the petitioners also asked for the Law Commission to be referred this entire matter and that they get back with more detailed report on this entire issue. Listen in to what the petitioner Ashwini Upadhyay had to say.
मैंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में एक पीआईएल फाइल किया है और उसमें मैंने कहा है कि देश के सभी राज्यों में और सभी जिलों में धर्मांतरण हो रहा है। झूठ बोल के, लालच दे के, धोखे से, काला जादू दिखा के, अंधविश्वास फैला के, हॉस्पिटल में इलाज का लालच दे के, पैसा दे के, स्कूल में एडमिशन का लालच दे के, बीमारी ठीक करने की बात करके, इस तरीके की बात करके पूरे देश में धर्मांतरण हो रहा है। इसी धर्मांतरण के कारण हिंदू 9 राज्यों में पहले अल्पसंख्यक हो चुके हैं। आने वाले टाइम में और ज्यादा कन्वर्जन होगा।
And a number of states have actually gone ahead and implemented this, from Odisha to, in fact, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, as well as Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka. And the centre has highlighted that these states have legislations in place to tackle with the menace of forced conversion. And in fact, the ecosystem that has branded this has once again raised this as propaganda of the BJP and the RSS, and has in fact deflected from acknowledging the danger of this entire menace. The BJP has of course said that the centre's move is in the right direction. The opposition has linked it to polls. Listen in to these war of words.
Taking advantage of the helplessness of an individual, inducement and advantage of a person should not be allowed. So we are very clear about it. So we wanted to ensure that the conversion should not become a mode of, taking advantage, increasing the numbers, trying to create more and more problems. Probably this is a very progressive bill which has been appreciated, accepted by even government of India. It's a good thing.
The way the Hindu community has been targeted at large, and they have been cheated and their lives have been in danger, had been put into danger because they have been forced to convert into other religions. A strong law will definitely help the Hindu community in a longer run.
धर्मांतरण देश के लिए एक बड़ा खतरा है। माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने भी इसके बारे में कहा है। केंद्र की सरकार ने जो एफिडेविट दिया है, साथ ही केंद्र की सरकार से लेकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी की राज्य सरकारें इस बात को लेकर के अलर्ट भी हैं। इस प्रकार की घटनाएं स्वीकार नहीं की जा सकती।
जिस दिन समाज में लोगों को सामान्य जिंदगी, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, रोजगार और रोजी रोटी का सवाल, ये सवाल हमने हल कर लिया, हमें किसी फोर्सफुल कन्वर्जन के कानून की बात में जरूरत नहीं पड़ी।
और जहां तक कन्वर्जेशन का मामला है, ये मामला बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा नहीं है। दरअसल इस मुद्दे को तूल देकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसका राजनीतिक लाभ लेना चाहती है। सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है इस देश में गरीबी का, इस देश में महंगाई का, इस देश में भ्रष्टाचार का। इस मुद्दे से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए इस तरह से धर्मांतरण और धर्म के आधार पर राजनीति को बढ़ावा देने के उद्देश्य को लेकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऐसी राजनीति कर रही है।
बीजेपी is storming over this issue because BJP is facing with the serious their lack of credibility in the electoral process in Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh. So just to try to woo the voters, they are coming up with these kind of issues.
And that brings me to the legitimate question that we're debating this evening. Why bury the conversion threat?
You're watching the News Hour at 9. Debate number 1 on Times Now. Super Prime Time.
And for more of this, let's go across to our guest. Joining us is first and foremost petitioner Ashwini Upadhyay. Nigat Abbas is a political analyst and lawyer. Deshrutan Nigam is another lawyer joining us on the broadcast. With us also is Arima Sundaram, noted lawyer. Let me also go across to Professor Atikur Rahman, political analyst. Tehseen Poonawala, political analyst, joins us, as does Kamruzzaman Chaudhary, leader of the Congress party. Let me start with the petitioner in this case, Ashwini Upadhyay. After your petition and the remarks of the Supreme Court bench 2 weeks ago, today the centre has responded. While they have acknowledged the seriousness of the problem, are you satisfied with the response of the centre? Because in terms of what the concrete legal framework would be, that we don't have any further information of at the moment. Are you satisfied with this response, Ashwini Upadhyay?
I am satisfied with the centre's response, but Supreme Court has said to the centre that please consult to the states and come with more detailed affidavit, because today's affidavit was very short. It is one not detailed affidavit. It was don't have the consultation process with the states. But my concern is this: let the Christianity is good. I am not saying something else, and definitely it's in 2000 in just 2000 years it created for 85 countries, Christian majority countries. Islam is good. I think that's why in 1400 years now we have the 55 Muslim Islamic majority countries. But what is happening with the Hindus? Hindus are minority in 9 states. In Ladakh, Hindus are only 1%. In Lakshadweep, Hindus are only 2%. In Mizoram, Hindus are only 2%. In Kashmir, only merely 2%. In Nagaland, it's only 8%. In Meghalaya, only 11%. In Arunachal, it's 29%. So, just in 75 years, Hindus have become minority in 9 states. It's a very serious issue. और अगर वास्तव में सब लोग इस देश में अपने आप कन्वर्जन कर रहे हैं, तो ये जो बीच बीच में वीडियो आ रहे हैं वो क्या हो रहा है? खुद पोप व्हील चेयर पे चलते हैं और पोप के फॉलोअर्स जो पास्टर्स हैं वो पंजाब में प्रेयर के द्वारा घुटना ठीक कर रहे, खुद प्रेयर के द्वारा नपुंसकता ठीक की जा रही है, बाजपन ठीक किया जा रहा है, बच्चा पैदा करने की गारंटी दी जा रही है कि कन्वर्ट हो जाओ बच्चा पैदा होगा, कन्वर्ट हो जाओ बाजपन ठीक हो जाएगा, कन्वर्ट हो जाओ तो नपुंसकता ठीक होगी, कन्वर्ट हो जाओ कैंसर ठीक हो जाएगा. दुनिया का चौथा सबसे बड़ा
allurements being given. You're saying that the allurements being given are incorrect. Let me quickly take this across. Okay. Let me take this across to other panelists. Professor Atikur Rahman, the words coming from the petitioner are that there is in fact, नहीं आप कह रहे गलत तरीके का प्रयोग किया जा रहा है. Let me get a response to that. Professor Atikur Rahman, there are a number of instances that have been reported. The country's Supreme Court is seized of this matter. The centre said that they will give more details, or they've been asked by the Supreme Court in any event to give a more detailed response to this affidavit that they have given in terms of what action will be taken in consultation with the states. It's a reality that perhaps opposition in the country is not waking up to, is what several, including the BJP and of course the petitioner, are also saying. We have several states, not just where in fact laws have been enacted against forcible conversion, but also states where Hindu majority has come down below the majority mark. How do you respond to all of this, Atikur Rahman?
Well, Madhav, point number 1 is the government of India is vague in its affidavit. Secondly, the government should explain to the people of India that in the event of the constitutional rights of the people, the right to profess, preach, propagate, and the right to conscience, whether they are intact or not, or henceforth they are about to be abrogated from the constitution. Point number 3, the love jihad angle from the Hindutvavadi side ensures that the police cannot be trusted on these matters. All the BJP ruled states who are getting the anti-conversion law, they are not spelling whether they are against the religious conversion or against the forced religious conversion. There is a great divide between the two. We need to understand, Madhav, that religious conversions are constitutional. Of course, we do not favor forced religious conversion. And the police agencies who are in the threat, under the threat of the Hindutva forces, they are making the people bound by. And I have a very ample evidence towards this. Graham Steens was burnt alive along with his two sons by Dara Singh, who was an RSS worker, and the commission for the inquiry commission that abrogated all the
Mr.
charges
Atikur Rahman,
against Graham
what about the
Steens.
instances
No
that have
forced
taken place in
conversion
Madhya Pradesh
was
and Karnataka in recent days? Are those, if you may cite these examples, there are obviously BJP and Mr. Upadhyay are going to cite different set of examples. The question is that if the Supreme Court is adjudicating on this matter or observing, on the seriousness of forced conversions, mind you, nobody is talking about voluntary conversions here. Nobody is questioning the right of an individual to actually go ahead and convert. It is the forced conversion, allurement or illegal methods used that is being debated at the moment. And let me bring in Nighat Abbas on this point. Nighat Abbas, you have Professor Atikur Rahman who says that, when it comes to love jihad or similar issues, police is vague, government is vague, you have, a large number of issues that are raised, but no one's talking about voluntary conversions. The issue at hand is forced conversions or illegal allurements that are being given to individuals that the court itself has expressed its concerns about. Nighat Abbas.
Absolutely, Madhav. Right now there's a religious, I'd say, emergency in India. Why am I saying is this? Because there's a decline, major decline, declining numbers we see in a particular community, where in one community which has been serving as the minority in our nation is increasing rapidly, like Ashwini ji just said. And there has to be a proper scrutinized way of changing the religion. Obviously, the freedom to change the religion is obviously a democratic right of any citizen of our nation, but there has to be a scrutinized way, because what we are seeing lately in a series of events is that there's a forceful conversion which has been taking place very politely. Forceful conversion very politely. How do we justify that? There's a lot of people who are trying to manipulate females in the name of love. I'm not talking about any community. The people from different communities doing that with the girls of different communities. They are politely manipulating them in the term of love, trying them to be a part of their family, trying them to change their religion, and instead of forced, it is looked it is seen as a very polite way of telling them to change their religion. And once they change their religion, they are forced to perform all the rituals which they offend, like wearing such type of clothes which they have not been wearing since their childhood. The dominating nature which they see from other communities which they have not seen since their childhood. So that is the kind of things which are happening. We also see several number of men from several communities, I do not want to name, everyone is smart enough, who have changed their names purposefully, shown themselves to be from another religion and made sure that they are from any other community or from a particular community, pick few girls, get married to them, and after marriage they reveal their real identities by mistake or purposefully when they really want to forcefully change the religion of that girl. So that is what is happening. So when I'm talking about that,
I don't want to restrict this. I don't want to restrict this to love jihad or any kind of jihad or any kind of love, Nighat Abbas, but I want to just very quickly read out a set of incidences which in fact have been very widely reported. This is for let me just quickly clarify for the sake of our viewers. There are instances that have been reported. 10 people arrested in Jhabua and Alirajpur in Madhya Pradesh for allegations of trying to convert tribal children. This is from the 23rd of May 2017. There's an instance from the 15th of October 2022 where the allegation was of a 19-year-old girl under Karnataka's new conversion law, where a person was arrested for illegal conversion. There is also in fact from June 21st 2021 persons who were arrested in Delhi for running a conversion racket, allegedly converting thousands of people. There are several such instances that I have with me, but these are instances that have very well and very publicly been recorded. They have been reported in great detail. Those cases are still going on, and that's what leads me to ask Tehseen Poonawala a very simple question here. Tehseen, in the affidavit, I'm reading this from the affidavit, where In fact, the clarification that is offered here on Article 25 is very significant, because they say that it is submitted that the right to freedom of religion does not include a fundamental right to convert other people to a particular religion. The said right certainly does not include the right to convert an individual through fraud, deception, coercion, allurement or other such means. So very clear clarification coming in as far as the government is concerned, that the right to freedom of religion does not include the fundamental right to convert under these circumstances of fraud, deception, coercion, allurement or other such means. Are you in agreement with this, Tehseen?
Absolutely, Madhav. Who can be in disagreement with this? Except, Madhav, that we have to very finely balance what we think. One, like you rightly pointed out, is Article 25, the right to religion and the right to propagate religion. So I, as an atheist, have a right to propagate my atheism, right? And I can talk to you, Madhav, about that. What I don't have a right is to force anyone on this esteemed panel to become an atheist. So let's assume I take 2 bags of rice or 2 bags of wheat, as is being allured by the learned petitioner in this case, that for rice or wheat people are converting. Shouldn't the problem then be of hunger, not of conversion? But okay, let's even come further to that. Let's even assume that the problem of hunger is now being looked at as a problem of religious conversion. You already have laws to deal with it. You have a very senior lawyer on your show, somebody I respect, Mr. Sundaram. He will tell you that there are laws to deal with it. So if there is fraud, if there is deceit, or like the girl Nikat, who's a very capable political analyst, said, there's a fraud in getting married. So let's assume I, Tehseen, use a fraudulent name, go ahead to get married. There already exists laws to pay to prostitute me. Incidentally, my wife is a Hindu. So just to clarify out there. So those laws exist. What are we talking about? We are talking about a dog whistle, a cat calling, trying to humiliate an entire community, saying and trying to create fear that there is a population decrease. Now, in this affidavit produced before the most honorable Supreme Court, the learned petitioner and my friend, Mr. Ashwini, said, and he said this on your show, two union territories, Ladakh and Lakshadweep. Historically, my dear Madhav, you know, Ladakh and Lakshadweep were never Hindu population states, neither were Nagaland. You know the history of how Nagaland came into India, how it merged with India. But to come and put that affidavit in Supreme Court with false historical contexts, I think is misleading not just the Honorable Supreme Court but also your viewers. Let's take one step further. Let's say Ladakh, there is a problem of conversion. What is the union government doing? It's a union territory. Let's say there's a problem in Lakshadweep. What is the union government doing? It's a union territory. I've already explained it exists laws. Now for the next point. There are some states, the union territory says there exists laws, the union government says there exist laws. Let the other states bring in a law, let the union government bring in a law. States like Rajasthan, which is a Congress state, has a law, the President of India is not signing it. You should ask the government of India why it's not signing it. Just a couple of states. Of these 8 states that have a law, 6 of them, or 5 of them have been brought in by the opposition government. So they had no problem. Why does this government have a problem? Look, ultimately all of this is to polarize. If somebody is converting for 2 bags of rice, 2 bags of dal, 2 bags of wheat, it's a problem of hunger. We must look at it. We must
Tehseen,
understand
let me come in here. The center's affidavit is in response to what the bench has observed. We cannot take away from the seriousness given the fact that the Supreme Court itself is seized of the matter and has asked the center to act. Point number 1. Point number 2, when it comes to the 2 bags of rice or wheat, I think the larger question is of intent. And let me bring in Arima Sundaram, whose name you mentioned. I'm going to come back to Ashwini Upadhyay, whose name you also mentioned in just a few minutes. But Arima Sundaram, would you like to comment on the points that Tehseen raises? Because he says, or if I can just paraphrase what he is trying to say, is that in a situation of deprivation, should you be looking at the larger problem of the deprivation, of the hunger or the lack of healthcare facilities, or looking at it as an allurement? Because ultimately the question that then would come into context or play over here is, what is the intent with which that help is given out? Arima Sundaram, how do you view this extremely complex problem to which both the government and opposition seem to be on a very, very different set of pages here?
Well, let's understand the basics here, so there's no confusion. If I can just put it into perspective. Article 25 of the Constitution gives you the right to practice any religion of your choice. Read this with Article 19(1)(a), which is the freedom of speech and expression, which gives you the right to propagate or preach your thoughts, your beliefs, your expressions, which could be beliefs about your religion. So you can profess your religion. Now that is not the issue at all. The issue is, what about forced conversion? Obviously, forcing someone to adopt your religious beliefs is not a right protected under Article 25. Article 25 gives you the right to profess and to practice your own religious belief, not to force somebody else to follow yours. So therefore, while preaching and professing and get voluntary conversions cannot be prevented, to force somebody to do something is not protected constitutionally. On the contrary, the person who is being forced, who is being coerced, who is being threatened, who is being defrauded, he is made to do something against his own choice. Practicing my religion is not only my right under Article 25, my right to practice and to choose what I want to do is also under Article 21. And when somebody forces me to do something against my own choice, my own natural choice, it's an affront against Article 21, which is why any forced conversion is something which should be dealt with very, very strongly. And according to me, it should be dealt strongly through central enactment, not only through state enactments. Forced conversion goes to the very root. Now you are talking about allurement. Yes, there's also allurement during an election. I give you 2 bags of rice, you vote for me. I will give you admission in the convent school, or I will give you admission in a Pathshala. I will do this. Those are things which happen. But we are going a bit further here. Forcing is something more. Forcing is actually defrauding someone, cheating someone, inducing someone, undue influence, coercion. These are all things which come under the head of forcing. And when that is done, I believe you are really violating somebody else's fundamental right through forcing them to adopt a religion which they may not choose to adopt. Which is why I'm saying it has to be dealt with very strictly and very seriously through central enactment. We should introduce that as a crime, as an offense under the Indian Penal Code with a very stringent punishment in order to prevent that. At the same time, to make it very clear, and it need not actually, because that's taken for granted, that you're dealing only with forced conversion, and clearly define what will amount to forcing. Make it through a central enactment, even through amendment to the Indian Penal Code, an offense which will be dealt with very strictly, and perhaps then this menace can go, because conversion, it's not peculiar to one particular religion or another. Since times immemorial, every religion, people who are religious leaders or spiritual leaders and professed a certain religion try to get others to join their own. But to force somebody else, we must put a stop to it. Absolutely. And the answer, according to me, is a stringent central legislation.
Well, many important points you're making there, Arima Sundaram. But before I, in fact, go across to our next panelist, Kamruzaman Chaudhary, let me just quickly, gentlemen, I'm going to come to each of you. I know there are many people who want to come in on this. I'm just coming to Mr. Kamruzaman Chaudhary. Let me just go to him, and then I come to Mr. Shraddha Nigam and others. I just want to read out, before I go across to Mr. Chaudhary, what was said in the Constituent Assembly debates. And this is very, very important. This is K. Santanam, who opined that propagation is merely freedom of expression, adding that Article 25 did not mention the word convert, clarifying that the constitutional forefathers had taken care to see that no unlimited right of conversion has been given. People have freedom of conscience, and if any man is converted voluntarily owing to freedom of conscience, then well and good. K.M. Munshi also has opined that the Constituent Assembly need not be afraid of the word propagate in this particular Article 25, since India is a secular state and there is no particular advantage to a member of one community over another. And let me take that question then across to Kamruzaman Chaudhary. Kamruzaman Chaudhary, I am reading out from the Constituent Assembly debates, and this is something that debates that the Congress party and all political parties for that matter time and again refer to. If this finds its place in terms of what propagation means in terms of just freedom of expression, then isn't it very clear what the limits on Article 25 are? And forced conversions, as in fact Mr. Arima Sundaram has very clearly defined and explained to us, is something that is way beyond the purview of law, as the Supreme Court also has very clearly mentioned.
Well, Madhavan, Jawaharlal Nehru also was the opinion that the forced conversion or the religious conversion has to be legislated some point or the other. Why? You can just go into the details in that history books also. But then you must remember that Orissa Freedom of Religion Act of 1967 was even seconded by a 5-judge bench commission of 1977 and the Supreme Court, wherein this law was already enacted, and then Haryana was, then Madhya Pradesh also, they enacted a law in 1968. Now the question out here is that we must understand today that what is the definition of forced conversion? Who will define that? Who is going to define and say, okay, this is a willing conversion, but this is a forced conversion and we need to act on it. Now the central government has got all the responsibility to declare this finding, what data it is coming to the conclusion that there is a forced conversion out there in the country, whether demographics are indeed changing across the states, because Mr. Upadhyay, the frivolous his petition it is, because the 9 states that he has mentioned out here, my dear friend Tessin has already busted all those claims. The 9 states, even I was born in Nagaland. Nagaland was always a Christian state.
Calling it
since
frivolous, but the Supreme Court has actually...
I don't see anything out there that there was a conversion.
No, you may disagree with Mr. Upadhyay, but let me just...
That's the point.
Mr. Chaudhary, you may consider it frivolous. You are entitled to your point of view. But if Supreme Court has issued notice to the centre and centre has responded, does this criticism of being frivolous still stand? Are you saying the Supreme Court has acted on a frivolous petition? He has withdrawn his complaint
from the Delhi High Court on the same petition. He has filed a petition on the Supreme Court also. He has mentioned 6 or 7 instances of forced religious conversion.
Many lawyers
all of them have turned out to be fake. All of them have turned out to be fake. Have you not withdrawn a petition
from the Supreme Court has issued notice to the centre has given an affidavit. So does that take away from the seriousness of proceedings in the apex court, Mr. Chaudhary? All right, I'll let Ashwini Upadhyay respond to that. Ashwini Upadhyay. Okay, you're asking questions of Mr. Upadhyay. I don't want to be the advocate for Mr. Upadhyay. He's a very well-known advocate. Let him defend himself. You have raised questions on his petition. Let him respond. Mr. Upadhyay, please respond to Mr. Chaudhary. He's saying your petition is frivolous. Please respond to him. I'm coming back to you. I'll give you a chance to respond to him as well. Mr. Upadhyay, very quickly respond to him.
Yes. हम ये कह रहे हैं अगर इस देश में धोखे से, लालच देके, काला जादू दिखा के, अंधविश्वास फैला के, हॉस्पिटल में वादा करके, घुटना ठीक करने की बात कह के, कैंसर ठीक करने की बात करके, गरीबी हटाने की लालच देके अगर धर्मांतरण नहीं हो रहा है तो इतनी हड़बड़ाहट क्यों है? लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पिटीशन को अपोज करने क्यों चले आए? अभी सेंट्रल एक्ट बना नहीं है। और आरिमा सुंदर साहब संविधान के एक्सपर्ट हैं, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन एक्सपर्ट हैं। मैंने भी एक बिल बना के दिया हुआ है अपनी पिटीशन में। मैंने कहा है चैप्टर 15, नेम ऑफ द चैप्टर 15 आईपीसी इज द ऑफेंस रिलेटिंग टू रिलीजन। जो आईपीसी का चैप्टर 15 है उसका नाम ही है ऑफेंस रिलेटिंग टू रिलीजन। अभी हो क्या रहा है? सेइंग समथिंग या hurting religious sentiment is an offense, but converting is not offense. So I am saying, if someone is doing it, whether it's by intimidation or by threatening or by decisively luring through whips or monetary benefits or offering help like school admission,
Madhavan, now the question arises, who is going to define
who
is going to define what is forced conversion?
चैप्टर 15
Okay, अलग से कानून बनाने की जरूरत है। कमरुज़्ज़मान चौधरी, quick response, and then go to Sudesh Ratan Nigam. Kamaruzzman Chaudhary, quick response now.
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी has always believed that the religious divide that is being created in the society as of now, and this petition is an extension of that agenda to create the religious divide. You know, something like forced religious conversion. Let the government come out with its fact, the data, that how many percentage of religious conversion are taking place in the country. If you don't have, let me tell you, 2.5% religious conversion happened in India. 2.5%. Do you mean out of this there are love marriages are there, as you call them, happily call them love jihad to spread your agenda? There are other instances wherein people out of their natural bonding they marry each other from interreligious this thing. But even when you one way you say we need Akhand Bharat, you need a homogeneous India, you need one nation, one law, then why do you debate on the need for a forced religious
so the premise,
this
entire premise of forced conversion is wrong. Mr. Shraddha Nigam, Mr. Kamruzaman Chaudhary would have us believe that this is a complete bogey, that all of this is being done with a view to polls. But I have a simple question before you, after you answer that, Mr. Shraddha Nigam. Why not a national law on the same, as Mr. Arima Sundaram has suggested?
Yes, Madhav, in fact, I fully agree with Mr. Sundaram that we require a national law, especially under IPC, and since IPC comes under the concurrent list, and therefore Centre is fully competent and capable of making such a law. So I have a complete agreement with what Mr. Sundaram has said. Secondly, it does not require rocket science to know that at the time of independence, Hindus were about 90%. Today they are somewhere about 78%. It's easily, the data are easily available. There is a forceful, deceitful, fraudulent conversion which is going on, and that has to be stopped. And therefore, to call a petition where the Supreme Court has issued notice and asked for a response from the central government and ask the central government to step in, you cannot call such a petition frivolous. In fact, your statement itself becomes frivolous when you call a petition a frivolous. And we have to concentrate on tribal areas, there are about 75 to 80 districts where the demography has completely changed. It's a matter of record. No need to, have that kind of confusion out there. So it is a serious issue. And also the Supreme Court clearly said it impinges upon our national integrity and unity of the country. And therefore, it is much beyond law and order. So it requires everybody to be on the same page. The states can make their own laws, but the central law has to be there. There can be minor amendments by the state government, as they have done in many other laws also, as per their state requirements. But we do require a national law by the central government, and it is high time that they come and intervene and do not waste more time, because situation is right now quite alarming. Whether people agree or not, it is another matter. They do politics. Minority appeasement is become a order of the day by most of the political parties. They don't want to get into this issue.
That's the agenda.
And that's perhaps the tragedy of the debate, because both sides accuse the other of having a political agenda to actually carry out their position or justify their position. But let me take this across to Professor Atikur Rahman. Professor Atikur Rahman, the interesting part is that this is not an issue that the nation has been debating today. I refer to the Constituent Assembly debates, which have clarified their position. But I also want to read out a judgment of 1977. This is the Reverend Stanislaus versus State of Madhya Pradesh judgment, where the anti-conversion laws brought in by Madhya Pradesh government were challenged in the Supreme Court. This is what the apex court had said while upholding the law. And please listen into the words. We have no doubt that it is in the sense that the word propagate has been used in Article 25(1). For what the article grants is not the right to convert another person to one's own religion, but to transmit or spread one's religion by an exposition of its tenets. It has to be remembered that Article 25(1) guarantees freedom of conscience to every citizen and not merely to the followers of one particular religion. And that in turn postulates that there is no fundamental right to convert another person to one's own religion, because if a person purposely undertakes the conversion of another person to his religion, as distinguished from his effort to transmit or spread the tenets of his religion, that would impinge on the freedom of conscience guaranteed to all the country's citizens alike. Very clearly, the Supreme Court in 77 itself has articulated the limits of what conversion and the circumstances in which conversion can take place. Allurements certainly do not fall at least under this definition of what kind of conversion is allowed. Professor Atikur Rahman.
Madhav, just two quick points. Number one is, the question remains who and how it will be determined that a conversion is a forced conversion or not. Secondly, the three most important organizations in India, the RSS, the VHP and the Bajrang Dal, they claim there is love jihad, there is forceful conversion. Especially I will talk about the Muslim community being blamed for conversions. Here in the three most important organizations working for the betterment of the Hindu people. How is that day in and day out the Muslims accused of terrorism, accused of being panchar-walas, they are luring the Hindu girls and the Hindu girls are getting into it in the presence of RSS, VHP, Bajrang Dal? This is a shame on you. Shraddha ji, you should introspect in your presence. How is that
let me answer you.
The Hindu girls?
Let me reverse the shame on you. I can very easily reverse the shame on you.
You should answer.
Mr.
You
Atikur
should
Rahman,
answer, sir.
I will tell you how
you
your
should
machinery
answer.
operates.
Mr.
Your machinery operates. There is one masjid in a district. There is one masjid in a district which coordinates every effort. They offer money from 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs to the people, and that is how the entire system of conversion works. You know that the entire
BJP
masjid
does not have
machinery
money,
in a
sir.
district coordinates other machinery, other masjid also. We know everything.
BJP
Please
does
do
not have
not.
money.
The shame is on you. Rather,
Why don't
instead of
you
defending
use
it,
your money?
you should stand with us. You should stand with us rather than defending this love
Madam,
jihad.
look at
Rather
his
than
face.
defending this conversion.
He has
You
been
know that.
exposed.
You know the truth.
He
You
has
know
been
the truth. It's so
exposed.
visible on your face. It is
Sir,
you
you
know
are
the truth.
exposed, sir.
You know the truth, and you know it on your
Where
face
is
also.
the
You know it in
proof
your
the
heart.
masjid is doing it?
Nobody is exposed here. It is you and
Sir,
your
where is the
masjid.
proof?
It is
Get
all
the
available.
masjid into
There is
the
enough research.
ambit of law.
There is enough research on it.
Get the masjid.
Let me just come in here.
into
Let me
the-
just come in here. I just want quick closing comments, Mr. Nigam and Professor Atikur Rahman. Quick closing comments. Just very small comment from Arima Sundaram before we wrap up this debate. Mr. Sundaram, one of the things that has also come up is the fact that this matter should be referred to the Law Commission. But when the Law Commission itself has not been formed by the government, we know that it was approved of in 2020, but constituted only about 2.5 years later after a petition was moved in the Apex Court. Doesn't that also say that serious issues like forced conversion and others which could have been dealt with the Law Commission, by the Law Commission, ultimately have also gone into the back burner because of this kind of indecisiveness on part of the powers that be?
See, whether you like to accept it or not, in this country there's been a lot of political polarization based on religion. Therefore, any kind of legislation brought in which even directly or indirectly touches on religion, even if it's something as despicable as a forced conversion, meets with resistance, because anything to do with religion is something all political parties seem to take an advantage out of polarization. Now, Law Commission can make their recommendations, but I think since the matter is now before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is addressing its attention to it, I think we should await what happens in the court and see what the court has as a suggestion to go ahead. And that's my feeling right now.
All right, we'll have to leave it there for the moment. Arima Sundaram, Professor Atikur Rahman, as well as Shraddha Nigam, Nigat Abbas, Ashwini Upadhyay, Tehseen Poonawala and Kamru Zaman Chaudhary. We'd like to leave it there for the moment. Certainly a very sensitive issue. All eyes on what the centre is going to come up with in its detailed affidavit after consulting with the state governments, as the Apex Court has very clearly directed the centre to do. Will there be a national law on the same? Will there be some other method through which the centre would like to tackle this very sensitive issue of forced conversions that the Apex Court is also very clearly seized of? We'll have to keep a very close tab on this extremely important issue. For the moment, we're going to switch focus to debate number 2. And in fact, this is the second debate that we are in fact going to be discussing. 72 hours to go for in fact the first phase of polls in Gujarat, and in the middle of the heat and dust of this entire poll campaign for phase 1, what we're looking at the moment is a bitter war of words. While the Prime Minister has accused the Congress party in opposition of being apologists for terror, the Congress President to hit back at the Prime Minister today. In fact, he was called Jhooton ka Sardar, or the chief of liars. And in fact, with this, Mallikarjun Kharge also went on to show how the Prime Minister in fact misrepresents or misuses rather his humble beginnings, while at the same time saying that he belonged to an untouchable caste. The middle of this, of course, is the larger question of how in the past, whenever the Congress party has targeted the Prime Minister, it clearly has not worked on ground, whether it's 2014, whether it's 2017, whether it's comments like Chaiwala or Neej. These comments have very clearly damaged the prospects of the Congress party, at least in terms of the electoral outcome that has been seen in these very important elections. First, listen in to the comments that have come in, and then we will open this up with the debate.
दिल्ली में जब बाटला हाउस एनकाउंटर हुआ तो कांग्रेस के नेता आतंकियों के समर्थन में रोने लगे, रोने। कांग्रेस आतंकवाद को भी वोट बैंक की नजर से देखती है, तुष्टीकरण की दृष्टि से देखती है।
एक बात चलती है, एक बार अगर झूठ बोलेंगे लोग सुन लेंगे, 2 बार भी बोलेंगे तो भी सुन लेंगे। कितने बार झूठ बोलेंगे? झूठ पर झूठ, ये झूठों के सरदार है।
And in fact, the BJP hit back at the Congress saying that they could not fathom the fact that a chai wala is the Prime Minister.
डायनेस्टिक सियासत है, डिस्ट्रक्टिव विरासत है, वो डायलिसिस पे है। और जब डायनेस्टिक सियासत और डिस्ट्रक्टिव विरासत डायलिसिस पे होती है तो उसके लघु बग्गुओं के इसी तरह के बयान आते हैं। आज जिस नेतृत्व को पूरी दुनिया सराह रही है, आज दुनिया में जिस नेतृत्व का ने भारत का झंडा गाड़ा है, आप उनको जो है वो इस तरह की भाषा बोलेंगे तो जनता आपका और हश्र क्या करेगी, इसका अंदाजा आप लगा सकते हैं।
Once again, the Congress party has done what it does best. That is, to abuse one person, it has started abusing and insulting the position of the Prime Minister and constitutional position. The statement of Mr. Khadge is not a sahyog, but it is a vote bank ka prayog and udyog. Just like Madhusudan Mistry heckled, abused, insulted the Prime Minister, and not just the Prime Minister, but his entire Garib Samaj by saying, "Auqat dikha denge." Now Mr. Khadge is also slandering and abusing and insulting the Prime Minister because they cannot tolerate, these dynasts and elitists can't tolerate that a chaiwala has become the Prime Minister.
And as the poll battle inches closer, the new entrant, the Aam Aadmi Party's worries only seem to be increasing. In fact, it is the party's candidate from Abdasa constituency, Vasant Khetani, who's also withdrawn from the poll race, and this comes even as Kejriwal has given a written assurance that his party is going to be forming the next government in Gujarat.
राजनीति के अंदर मेरी भविष्यवाणी सही निकलती है। 2014 में जब दिल्ली में चुनाव हुआ था तो मैंने एक पत्रकार को लिख के दिया था कि कांग्रेस की इस बार 0 सीट आएंगी। किसी ने यकीन नहीं किया, लेकिन उस चुनाव में कांग्रेस की 0 सीट आई थी। पंजाब के चुनाव में मैंने कई सारी भविष्यवाणियां की थी। मैंने कहा था नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू हारेंगे, चन्नी साहब दोनों सीटों से हारेंगे, बादल साहब का पूरा परिवार हारेगा। तो आज मैं आप सबके सामने लिख के भविष्यवाणी करने जा रहा हूं, गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है। ये आज आप नोट कर लीजिए, भविष्यवाणी सही होगी।
You're watching the News Hour at 9. Debate number 2 on Times Now. Super Prime Time.
For more on this, in fact, we are reporting from the banks of the Sabarmati right here in Ahmedabad, tracking the poll very closely. But let's go across to Aparajita Sargi, Member of Parliament and National Spokesperson of the BJP. With us and joining me right here is Mr. Ajay Umart, who is the Group Editor of Ahmedabad Mirror and Nav Gujarat Samay. Kamaruzzaman Chaudhary, Leader of the Congress, is with us. But let me take this first question across to Tehseen Poonawala. Tehseen Poonawala, we've seen in the past, whether it is niche, whether it is chaiwala, there have been different kinds of words that have been used for the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister himself saying that मैं रोज 2.5-3 kilo गाली लेता हूं, and that how he uses it to his advantage and it has strengthened them only in the past. In this case also, perhaps this gali politics and in fact judging purely by what has been seen in terms of electoral outcomes, perhaps this is not something that would help the Congress. It may just end up helping the BJP. Tehseen.
प्रधानमंत्री जी गाली खाते हैं वो उनका बयान है, लोगों के पास खाने को थाली नहीं है वो हकीकत है। सबसे पहले शब्द मौत का सौदागर, मर्चेंट ऑफ डेथ, was used by the Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat September 2002 in Gaurav Yatra, not by the Congress. It's a lie that is kept safe. On Batla House, the Prime Minister has lied. On Batla House, do you know on Batla House, Martyr Mohan Chand Sharma ji got the highest award. The then President of India, Prime Minister of India, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, not only praised him, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji wrote a letter to his wife saying that the sacrifice will not go in vain. And yes, Salman Khurshid and Digvijay Singh made statements that were not to be made, and the official Congress communique as covered by Times of India pulled them up, and Janavan Dwivedi said we don't agree with this and pulled them up. But I am asking you on the issue of terror. Did the Prime Minister get ISI in Pathankot? Yes or no? Now you have a Gujarat journalist with you. In 2017, the Honorable Prime Minister in the Holy Land of Gujarat said that there was a conspiracy against his governor by the Army Chief Deepak Kapoor. What did the Prime Minister do about that? But I have one more thing before I end. On your earlier debate, and this is very important because I got a couple of messages. Hate speech was made, said that masjids are promoting love jihad by paying 5 lakhs. I hope Times Now does not stand up at. I kept asking you not to allow this kind of polarization. So I hope that is pulled aside and that kind of rhetoric is not allowed. But for the Prime Minister to get away by speaking lies.
Well, we do not subscribe to the viewers. No, Tehseen, let me make it very clear. Those are individual views that may have been expressed in the course of the debate. We are not subscribing to any of those views. But very specifically, let me go across to spokesperson of the BJP, Apparajita Sarangi. One second, you made a number of points. Apparajita Sarangi, the allegation of Tehseen Poonawala is that the Prime Minister has been economical with the truth while referring to, apology when it comes to terror. Your response to him on that?
Very good evening. Whatever Mallikarjun Kharge ji told about Prime Minister is an expression of the mindset of the Congress. It shows the moral conduct of the Congress and the standards of conduct of the Congress, how low they can go up to. And Kharge has forgotten that he's not referring to Shri Narendra Modi ji, he's talking about the Prime Minister. He should at least have the courtesy, the decency to respect the chair of the Prime Minister. Now these are the people who did not only call him Neech or Chaiwala. In fact, we have forgotten, they had also termed him as Chaukidar, Chor hai. This kind of expression had come from them. And thereafter, there was our government had come with thumping majority. So I think people definitely believe our Prime Minister, trust our Prime Minister's words, and actually, they are with the Prime Minister because of the works that he has been doing, and he is giving his report card to the people of Gujarat. He gave the report card to the people of Himachal Pradesh before the elections. Everywhere he goes with the list of the works that he has been doing. And as far as terror issue is concerned, see, we walk the talk. As far as Jammu Kashmir is concerned, since before 2014, 26 May 2014, there were 9,739 Atanki events. In fact, the terror events. And when after coming of Modi ji,
I'm going to come to that point.
302. So I think we have a certain policy in place.
I'm going to come to that point. I'm going to come to that point. I think I'm going to bring it back. Okay, I'm going to come back to those points because I think I want to first get in a couple of reactions to what has happened over the last 48 hours in terms of comments on this particular issue. And let me take this across to Mr. Ajay Umant. Mr. Ajay Umant, what we've seen in the past is that whether it is Neech, whether it is Chaiwala, whether it is Chaukidar Chor hai, all of these comments, while the Congress and the opposition has every right to come up with any slogan they want to, they have not really worked on ground, and the Prime Minister and the BJP have very clearly used these slogans to their advantage politically. Obviously. And the results are there to speak of.
This has happened in 2007 also, when Sonia Gandhi told Narendra Modi Maut ka Saudagar, and he turned out to be What ka Saudagar, and they had got rich dividends out of it, and 117 seats Bharatiya Janata Party won in that election also. I don't understand that why senior leaders of Congress party are making such derogatory comments against Prime Minister Modi, because they don't realize that people in Gujarat will this will bring a sort of Hindu backlash in Gujarat, because they would not tolerate anybody giving galis to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He is one of the tallest and most popular leader in Gujarat, and even if you ask somebody in the street that to whom you are going to vote, they'll say we are going to vote for Modi. They will not say that we are going to vote for Bharatiya Janata Party, and they may not name the candidate also. So this kind of popularity when Mr. Narendra Modi is enjoying in Gujarat, I don't understand that. I think this is a sort of suicidal step or harakiri on part of Congress leaders that they are uttering such words against Mr. Prime Minister.
Before I go across to Mr. Chaudhary, do you think the choice of words is also controversial? Jhooton ka Sardar, because that is open to multiple interpretations.
Exactly, Jhooton ka Sardar means what are you up to? You can draw your own conclusion and interpretation, but I think it is not in good taste, and people in Gujarat may not like this kind of utterances.
All right.
At all.
All right. So Mr. Chaudhary, Mr. Kamruzaman Chaudhary, these utterances grievances at a time when Mr. Modi, perhaps his popularity is bigger than the BJP, says, in fact, the senior journalist with me, at a point of time like this, is this a suicidal step by the Congress?
No, the people of the country, they know, they have seen through such type of rhetorics and victim card being played by the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Prime Minister of our country, unfortunately. Because after 27 years of Bharatiya Janata Party's rule in Gujarat, if the Home Minister of the country comes to Gujarat and tries to remember the 2002 genocide of Muslims in Gujarat, or the Prime Minister wants to rake up the terrorism issue and the issue in Gujarat, then I believe the report card of the 27 years has simply gone to waste. Because you forget the Morbi incident where 135 people have lost their lives just yesterday only. You just forget that, okay, Bilkis Banu's rapists have been let loose by the government. You just forget that the terrorists who were responsible for killing Rajiv Gandhi are let loose because of the government's policy. So this is the hypocrisy, and once you question them, they will tell you all about pseudo-nationalism and the Hindutva card, because they will not want to remember the Pulwama Kand where 40 of our brave Jawans lost their lives.
You have every right to question them, sir. Simple question is whether this is the correct metaphor to use to criticize, because a personal attack and criticizing a policy, there is a world of difference, and you understand that, Mr. Chaudhary.
Madhav.
No, the way how you market it, that all depends on how you market it. We are very poor marketers, but the Prime Minister Modi, he has got a the highest degree in the world on marketing himself. So be it. But one day or the other, the people of this country will see through this, through the antics of the Prime Minister and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Then only we can see the light of the day.
All right.
Because
it's just about marketing. It's just about marketing. Aparajita Sarangi, it's nothing but marketing. The Prime Minister, the BJP all know marketing very well. This is all about marketing, according to Mr. Chaudhary. Please respond to him.
You know, this is so very unfortunate. I think this is demeaning the stature of the citizens of India. Every time Bharatiya Janata Party and the leadership of Prime Minister is winning, I think we have to acknowledge that. 5 state elections, we have won 4 out of them, and in Lok Sabha we are sitting with 303 MPs, and we have been moving from, we are moving up the ladder. So I think it is all because of the tall stature of our Honorable Prime Minister, the kind of leadership that he is providing to the country and to all of us. I think we need to acknowledge and appreciate that. And as far as Congress is concerned, I think it would be no exaggeration if I say Congress is on a ventilator, and the image of the Congress, or rather the picture of the Congress, is fading from the political map of India. Now, whatever Honorable Prime Minister said was definitely
all right, we'll have to leave it there. We're completely out of time. I'm sorry, Aparajita Sarangi, we're completely out of time. I would like to come to you as well as Tehseen Pulawala and Ajay Umat, as well as Mr. Kamruzzaman Chaudhary for another comment, but completely out of time. All eyes on what impact this comment will ultimately have through the course of the campaign. Phase 1's campaign ends tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, but there is an entire few days of campaigning as far as Phase 2 is concerned. In fact, at least 4 days of campaign left. We'll have to see what the BJP responds and how they will utilize this, and if there's
BJP is
anything
very smart, they will turn this as an opportunity and in their favor.
Make the most, turn an adversity into an opportunity. That's what the Prime Minister is also on record to say. We'll have to leave it there for the moment. Signing off from the banks of the Sabarmati in Ahmedabad. Thanks so much for joining us.
You were watching the News Hour at 9. Stay tuned.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
हम ये भी पूछना चाहेंगे आज कि जब आपकी पार्टी एक रेप अक्यूज्ड राम रहीम को पैरोल पे छोड़ती है और मंत्रीगण
कोर्ट कौन चलाता है?
पैरोल कौन देता है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है?
पैरोल कौन दे रहा है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? मैं दोबारा कह रही हूँ, कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस सरकार
जहां पर मीडिया की नजर 24 घंटे है, जहां सिटीजन्स एंगेजमेंट है 24 घंटे, वहां पर इफेक्टिवली खुद को कटघरे में खड़े होने के लिए कोई भी राजनेता इस प्रकार का कोई कदम लेगा?
पर लोग जा रहे हैं,
नहीं है।
उनके प्रवचनों पर आपके मंत्री जाते हैं।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूं, अगर एक लॉ के मर्यादा में कोई भी कोर्ट कोई निर्णय लेता है, मैं दोबारा सीजीआई ने हाल फिलहाल में ये कहा कि भाई कोर्ट डरते हैं, मैं उस पर भी टिप्पणी नहीं कर रही हूं। मेरा ये आपसे पूछना है कि आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस एक पॉलिटिशियन इस प्रकार का निर्णय लेगा? नहीं लेगा।
नहीं लिया, और पैरोल पे अगर कोर्ट की वजह से बाहर भी आए राम
तो
रहीम,
दोबारा तो आप जब प्रश्न पूछ रही थी तो आपको कोर्ट के संदर्भ में कहना चाहिए था।
लेकिन वो बाहर अगर आए हैं तो आप उनकी
मैं दोबारा कह रही हूं कि अगर वो कोर्ट की वजह से बाहर आए हैं तो आप कटघरे में पॉलिटिशियन को क्यों खड़ा कर रहे हैं?
क्योंकि पॉलिटिशियन वहां बैठकर सत्संग देख रहे।
मैं गई थी।
नहीं, पर आपकी पार्टी के लोग गए थे।
मैं गई थी। इसका मतलब कोई पुरुष नेता कुछ करेगा तो आप पुरुष से नहीं कहेंगे, महिला आपके सामने आएगी उससे पूछेंगे।
हेडलाइन?
नो, नॉट अ हेडलाइन, दिस इज हार्डली वन।
नहीं, पर
जी नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन।
ये सब आपके कॉलीग्स हैं, ये वहां जाकर सत्संग में बैठते हैं, आपको बुरा नहीं लगता?
पहले तो मैं दोबारा कहती हूं, आप जब सत्संग शब्द का इस्तेमाल करती हैं, कहीं ना कहीं आप इस बात को कुरेद रहे हैं, सिंस यू कॉल्ड मी हार्डकोर हिंदू टू बिगिन विद।
मैंने नहीं कहा, वो जवाहर सरकार ने कहा।
बट आई नो दैट यू हैव रीपोजिशन्ड इट एंड योर जक्सटापोजिशन इज वेल नोटेड। आप ये इसलिए कह रही हैं ताकि मेरे अंदर के हिंदू को कुरेद दें और बार बार कहें अरे सत्संग में गए, सत्संग में गए, सत्संग में गए। दूसरे धर्म में आपको दिखाई दिए हैं कोई जो रेप के आरोपी हैं, मर्डर के आरोपी हैं? आप किसी भी मंच से किसी और धर्म के बारे में ऐसा बोलती हैं? या आपको हार्डकोर हिंदू आज मिला है मंच पे तो इसलिए हिंदू है तो?
You're watching the News Hour at 9. The policeman in which Shraddha murder accused Aftab Amin Poonawala was travelling was attacked in Delhi. Attacker was seen on camera threatening the cops. In Delhi, another chilling murder with eerie similarities to Shraddha Walkar murder surfaces. Woman and son kill a man, chop body in 10 parts, store them in a refrigerator and dispose them off over the course of next few days. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal accuses BJP workers of pelting stones at his roadshow in Surat. Former Aam Aadmi Party activist Bindu Sri Ram joins BJP in presence of BJP leaders Dushyant Kumar Gautam and Vijendra Gupta. Allahabad High Court concludes hearing in Gyanvapi case over demand for ASI survey, order reserved. You were watching the News Hour at 9. Stay tuned.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़ीग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे। देखिए, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनसंघ से लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हमारी यात्रा का, आज तक की हमारी राजनीतिक यात्रा का एक वादा रहा है देश की जनता से। और न केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी, संविधान सभा ने भी देश भर के विधानमंडलों को और संसद को ये सलाह दी है कि जब भी उचित समय आए यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड इस देश में आना चाहिए, क्योंकि किसी भी पंथ निरपेक्ष राष्ट्र के लिए, राज्य के लिए धर्म के आधार पर कानून नहीं होने चाहिए। अगर राष्ट्र और राज्य पंथ निरपेक्ष है तो धर्म के आधार पर कानून कैसे हो सकते हैं? हर धर्म के मानने वाले के लिए एक कानून होना चाहिए जो देश के विधानमंडल और देश की संसद पारित करे। परंतु ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम सबने संविधान सभा के एक कमिटमेंट को भुला दिया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अलावे आज कोई पार्टी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के पक्ष में नहीं है, ना बोलते हैं। हाँ, हिम्मत कम होगी तो विरोध नहीं करेंगे, मगर ये नहीं कहेंगे कि हाँ लागू करिए, हम आपके साथ खड़े। हम लोकतंत्र के अंदर है, लोकतंत्र के अंदर एक स्वस्थ बहस जरूरी है। जब इतने सारे राजनीतिक दल का एक अभिप्राय हो और मेरे राजनीतिक दल का दूसरा अभिप्राय हो, मनसा चाहे कोई भी हो, वोट प्राप्त करने की हो या जो हो, मगर उनका एक अभिप्राय है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड अभी नहीं लाना चाहिए, तो इस पर एक स्वस्थ और खुली बहस की जरूरत है। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जहां जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन है वहां 3 राज्यों में अब तक हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड और गुजरात में हमने एक पैनल बनाया है और पैनल सुप्रीम कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड जज और हाई कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड चीफ जस्टिस की अध्यक्षता में बनाए हैं और सारे दल, समाज जीवन के सारे लोग और सभी धर्म संप्रदाय के लोग उनके सामने अपना अपना पक्ष।
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the Newshour agenda. I'm Padmaja Joshi. When there's just hours left for the first phase of polling to happen in Gujarat, it's hardly surprising that every party has thrown in their trump card in the ring. So what prompted the Prime Minister to speak of the Congress as a party that has done vote bank politics over terror? If yesterday in Surat he spoke of how the Congress has attacked Modi instead of attacking terror, how they have always been soft on those who are anti-India, today in Palitana he accused the Congress again of engaging in politics of divide and rule.
કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટીની આખી મૂળભૂત વિચારા કે ભાગલા પાડોને રાજકારો, ગમે તેમ કરીને લોકોને આમને સામને કરી રાખો જેથી કરીને પોતાનું બધું ગાડું ચાલે। વર મરો કન્યા મરો પણ ઘર મારાનું તરફાણું ભરો, આ કોંગ્રેસની ચાલાકી હતી। दिल्ली में जब बाटला हाउस एनकाउंटर हुआ तो कांग्रेस के नेता आतंकियों के समर्थन में रोने लगे, रोने। कांग्रेस आतंकवाद को भी वोट बैंक की नजर से देखती है, तुष्टीकरण की दृष्टि से देखती है। दिल्ली में बैठी कांग्रेस सरकार आतंकियों को छुड़ाने में अपनी पूरी ताकत लगा देती थी। हम कहते रहे कि आतंक को टारगेट करो, लेकिन कांग्रेस की सरकार आतंक को नहीं मोदी को टारगेट करने में लगी रही।
Now naturally this set off another round of blame game with the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge accusing the Prime Minister of being jhoot ka badshah who does only virtue signaling and claims victimization only for the purpose of seeking votes and sympathy.
और आपके जैसा आदमी जो हमेशा क्लेम करते हैं मैं गरीब हूं, मैं वो, हम भी गरीब है, हम तो गरीब से गरीब है, हम तो अछूतों में आते हैं। कम से कम तुम्हारी चाय तो कोई पीता है, मेरी चाय भी नहीं पीता कोई। और फिर बार आप बोलते हैं कि मैं गरीब हूं, मेरे को किसने गालियां दिया, मेरी किसी ने कुछ कहा, मेरे को कुछ, तेरी हैसियत क्या है कहा। अरे ऐसे बात कह के अगर आप सिंपैथी जमाने की कोशिश करें तो लोग अब होशियार हो गए, उतने बेवकूफ नहीं है। एक बात चलती है, एक बार अगर झूठ बोलेंगे लोग सुन लेंगे, 2 बार भी बोलेंगे तो भी सुन लेंगे। कितने बार झूठ बोलेंगे, झूठ पर झूठ, ये झूठों के सरदार है।
The question that arises is, why is the issue of terror appeasement, being soft on terror, being brought up at the last moment just before Gujarat is set to poll? Is this a trump card in order to polarize, and does this betray a sign of nervousness on the part of the Bharatiya Janata Party? And finally, is there any merit in the Congress's charge that all of these allegations are nothing more than sympathy seeking by the Prime Minister and a bundle of lies?
You're watching the News Hour at 10, debate number 1 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
Alright, joining us on the debate, we have Dr. Suman C. Raman, Dushyant Nagar and Lokesh Jindal, all political analysts, senior journalist Harshvardhan Tripathi. But my first question is to you, Sanju Verma, national spokesperson of the BJP. Surefire, Ramban, चुनाव से पहले पाकिस्तान, इमरान, परवेज मुशर्रफ, अहमद पटेल, why?
Padmaja, I want to make one thing very clear. This entire narrative that the Congress has been peddling, कि BJP डर गई है. 27 years of anti-incumbency is going to catch up with them in 2022. And that is the reason we bring up issues like Hindu-Muslim divide, which are polarizing narratives. So let me set the record straight. Point number 1, जीतेंगे तो हम ही. Rahul Gandhi spent barely 48 hours in Gujarat. That shows the kind of seriousness he has with respect to the upcoming Gujarat elections. Be that as it may, I think what the Prime Minister said resonates with every honest tax-paying citizen and not merely the voters of Gujarat, because terrorism is something which is central to this entire narrative that the Narendra Modi government has established with respect to the fact that in the last 8 years of the Modi government's dispensation, terrorism has been dealt a body blow. And if you recall, Padmaja, there was a time in 1993, after the Mumbai blast, when a few years back, Yaqub Memon was given the capital punishment. We saw a whole bunch of the Congressy ecosystem, leftist, academicians, left-leaning journalists, सबने सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दरवाजा खटखटाया था at 2 AM. Say please, फांसी की सजा मत दीजिए याकूब मेमन को. But look at the irony of it.
Okay.
That when Padmaja, let me
okay, no, one at a time. Before we go off into Yaqub Memon and Dawood Ibrahim, let's at least get everyone's views in. Just a second, hold on. Let me get in Lokesh Jindal. Lokesh Jindal, at the end of the day, Gujarat में धंधा बहुत जरूरी है. And the worst thing that can happen is violence, curfews, and अगर वहां पर riots हो. Even Amit Shah, Narendra Modi, everyone on the election trail has said कि ये कोई वोट की बात नहीं है. सच ये है कि 2002 के पहले जब कांग्रेस का राज्य था, इनफैक्ट 2002 के पहले भी जब बीजेपी की सरकार से पहले का वो वक्त था जब कर्फ्यू, राइटिंग एंड जनरली उगाही का वक्त होता था. There used to be extortion, there were strong men in cities like Jamnagar and Porbandar, and now that is gone. गुजराती के लिए अब धंधा करना आसान हो गया है. And that's the bottom line. And that's what the Prime Minister said, which resonates with the ordinary Gujarati. Lokesh.
So you want to say that 2002 is a watermark in Gujarat's politics because the government over here is glorifying its deeds? I mean, it is so shameful. The government is glorifying itself for the 2002 misdeeds that it did, for the lynching that it did. It is coming and honoring Bilkis Banu's family's murderers, and
the government did not do any lynching. Padmaja,
please, madam, your chance is over. Let me
okay, you will get time to respond, ma'am. You will get time to respond. Let him finish his point. Let him finish his point.
Now the point is, amid this environment.
Sir, by the way, who is glorifying lynching? All that was said was that rioters and those who engage in violence are taught a lesson.
How the perpetrators, how those who were convicted, speech were distributed, and following this they were given tickets. So when I'm talking about the people of Gujarat, they have made up their mind, and on 8th of December, there is going to be a huge change in Gujarat, and BJP has sensed it.
Okay, sir, let's not look at the crystal ball. You tell me simply, do you think that the issue resonates with the common Gujarati who says कि हाँ 2014 के बाद देश में और 2002 के बाद गुजरात में दंगे नहीं हुए हैं?
Madam, a common Gujarati is a peace-loving Indian. He does not buy this Modi's narrative of having some form of targeting of a particular community and time and again resorting to communal riots. धंधा करना है उन्हें, धंधो is what is more important. They are more concerned with.
Okay, targeting of a community. Quick rebuttal from Sanju Verma. Ordinary Gujarati will not buy this targeting of a community by talking of terrorism. Terrorism बहाना है, basically Muslim को demonize करना है. Sanju Verma.
Padmaja, I have been watching almost all the videos that you put up when you were in Gujarat and you interviewed a cross section of voters. And, correct me if I'm wrong, but if not 9, 8 out of 10 voters told you that I bhi to wapis Bhajap Gujarat mein, and they gave various reasons. The excellent law and order situation being one of them. I just want to say one thing. The reason why the Prime Minister is bringing this, Padmaja, is please, let's not fool ourselves. Even as recently as June 2022, when the Supreme Court said that Teesta Setalwar acted with mala fide intent, acted with an ulterior motive to keep the pot boiling, what did we see? Did we see anyone from the Congress condemning the fact that they had demonized, tried to malign, tried to vilify, tried to sully the Prime Minister's image for more than 2 decades? Ulta, they went to Jantar Mantar to protest against Teesta Setalwar being arrested subsequently after 2 weeks. When the ATS went and knocked on her doorsteps and arrested her, ye logon ne bhashan diya, democracy has been crushed. Why was Teesta Setalwar arrested? And she was arrested after the Supreme Court verdict. Now she's out on bail, is a different matter, but the trial is still underway. You people are terror apologists.
Terror apologists, Dr. Sumanthi Raman. Terror apologists, and it's not just about the Congress, it is also those who remain quiet. And that is what is being called out. Election or no election?
Padmaja, no, don't say election or no election. It is election. That is why it is this dialogue has gone along these lines. Let me tell you, here is a party which is in power for 27 years. They are going to the electorate saying, give us 5 more years. And what is their pitch? That a party which has not been in power for 27 years is being targeted. A party which has not been in power in the center for 8 years is being targeted. And people are expected to vote. They are not being told, look, in the 3 chief ministers in the last 8 years, Anandiben Patel, Vijay Rupani and Mr. Bhupendra Patel have done a fantastic job. We have delivered on this, we have delivered on that. Therefore, keep the good times rolling, vote BJP. Instead, they are being told Congress is doing this. We taught them, quote unquote, in inverted commas, a lesson in 2002. Is this the way that a party is seeking re-election?
Actually, it's very interesting you say that, because let me quote to you from what the Prime Minister said today in Jamnagar and Rajkot. Yes, a few things that we sit here and we debate on TV, but let me quote to you portions of what the Prime Minister said today in Jamnagar. Spoke about the steps taken to boost ease of living, improve the water situation in Saurashtra, and the efforts made for MSMEs.
Madam, Padmaja.
सर, पानी की भी बात हो रही है, एमएसएमई की भी बात हो रही है, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस की भी बात हो रही है, और इसकी भी बात हो रही है. पर क्या इसको रिमाइंड कराना जरूरी है, हर्षवर्धन त्रिपाठी, जब आपकी पार्टी 27 साल सत्ता में रही है, तो आप बताइए ना, हमने इतने करोड़ घर बना दिए, हमने इतने करोड़ घरों में बिजली दे दी, इतने में पानी दे दिया. कहां आप कोई कांग्रेस को, जो कि ऑपोजिशन में बैठी है, बार बार उन्हीं की बातें याद दिलाते रहते हैं. दिस इज लाइक गिरे को 2 लात और सही टाइप का आर्ग्यूमेंट. हर्षवर्धन त्रिपाठी.
पद्मजा, अभी आप भी गुजरात से होकर आई हैं और उससे पहले मैं भी गुजरात होकर आया. 2007 के विधानसभा चुनाव से लगातार गुजरात देखता रहा हूं. जब हम लोग टीवी की बहस में ये कहते हैं कि क्यों प्रधानमंत्री दंगों की बात करने लगते हैं, क्यों आतंकवादी गतिविधियों की बात करने लगते हैं और क्यों कांग्रेस पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं, अब सुनने में बड़ा अच्छा लगता है कि क्यों सिर्फ बिजली, सड़क, पानी, शिक्षा, अस्पताल, इसी पर बात नहीं होती. और पता नहीं आपका ध्यान गया है या नहीं, लेकिन मैं जब वहां था तो अहमदाबाद के एसजी हाईवे के किनारे बड़ी बड़ी होर्डिंग लगी है, स्टार्टअप्स नी भरमार, गुजराती में लिखा हुआ है. मुद्रा योजना की होर्डिंग लगी हुई है, 370 की भी होर्डिंग लगी हुई है, आतंकवाद वाली होर्डिंग नहीं लगी हुई. लेकिन अगर प्रधानमंत्री अपने भाषण में ये कह रहे हैं तो क्या ये सच नहीं है कि बाटला हाउस एनकाउंटर और अजमल कसाब, ये 2 इस देश के ऐसे नासूर हैं जिनको याद करके हर कोई परेशान हो उठता है. और दोनों में कांग्रेस की भूमिका संदेहों के घेरे में रही या नहीं रही। दिग्विजय सिंह ने बाकायदा मुंबई में महेश भट्ट के साथ ये इनको समझाइए, बीच में बोलना ठीक नहीं होता, नहीं तो मैं इनको बोलने नहीं दूंगा तो अच्छा नहीं लगेगा।
डॉक्टर टाइम प्लीज। यस।
तो जब दिग्विजय सिंह 26/11 आरएसएस की साजिश कह रहे हो और वो पूरी तरह से झूठ निकलता है, उसके मुस्लिम संपादक को अदालत में माफी मांगनी पड़ी, लेकिन वो पुस्तक छप जाती है, कांग्रेस के हाईकमान की तरफ से कुछ नहीं कहा जाता है। बाकायदा जो राष्ट्रीय सलाहकार समिति जो सोनिया जी के समय में रही, उससे जुड़े हुए लोग वो कसाब की मर्सी पिटीशन पर उसके हस्ताक्षर करने वालों में होते हैं। और राहुल गांधी हिंदू और हिंदुत्व का फर्क बता रहे होते हैं, यहां तक कि महंगाई पर जयपुर में रैली थी और वो हिंदू और हिंदुत्व कहने लगते हैं। शायद यही वजह है कि सोनिया गांधी जी को 2018 में कहना पड़ा था कि हमारी पार्टी पर मुस्लिम परस्त होने का आरोप लग गया है। लेकिन क्या यह सच नहीं कि ये जितनी घटनाएं हैं वो देश के लोगों के सामने घटी हैं? और उसमें एक सच मैं आखिरी जोड़ के अपनी बात खत्म करता हूं। 60 से 70 के दशक में 800 से ज्यादा दंगे, 800 से ज्यादा दंगे, और उसके बाद भी जब तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार आई तब तक हर दूसरे चौथे दंगे सुनाई देते थे। अहमदाबाद के जिस साबरमती रिवर फ्रंट पर लोग आज रात 12 बजे भी घूम रहे हैं, वहां कालूपुरा के आसपास क्या स्थिति थी किसी से रिपोर्टर्स को पूछना चाहिए। वहां रात को स्टेशन जाने में लोगों को डर लगता था। और सिर्फ वही एक नहीं है, पूरे गुजरात में आज हम कह रहे हैं ना कि कहीं से भी कोई जाए देर रात घूम रहा है, लोग खाने पीने का माहौल है, वो हमेशा गुजराती धंधा करता था। लेकिन लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, अपराध, आतंकवाद और इशरत जहां के लिए किसने कवर फायर दिया था? क्या इस तरह की घटनाएं चुनाव के समय में नहीं कही जाएंगी? निश्चित तौर पर कही जाएंगी। और अगर दंगा होता था, दंगा मुक्त किया, तो ये भाजपा सरकार की उपलब्धि, प्रधानमंत्री उसको जरूर बताएंगे।
दुष्यंत नागर, क्योंकि बिजली पानी जितना जरूरी है उतना ही आपका अस्तित्व भी जरूरी है। और अगर बेसिक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सेफ्टी नहीं रहेगी, अगर आपका एग्जिस्टेंस ही खतरे में पड़ जाएगा और लोग उसको जस्टिफाई करेंगे, कहेंगे कि भैया आप ही की गलती है, ये आरएसएस की साजिश है, तो आदमी तो डरेगा ना, और वोटर की जिंदगी पर वो भी असर करता है।
नहीं, देखिए भारत जब आजाद हुआ, बंगाल, पंजाब और हैदराबाद, 3 बड़े राज्यों के अंदर दंगे हो रहे थे, और जो कांग्रेस के वर्तमान अध्यक्ष है उनके परिवार के 5 लोगों को मार दिया गया था इन्हीं दंगों के दौरान। देश में व्यापक रूप से अस्थिरता थी, कांग्रेस ने उसको संभाला, 562 रियासतों का विलय किया। उसके बाद असम में, बंगाल में, पंजाब में कई जगह स्थिरता हुई, लेकिन कांग्रेस ने उनको संभाला, देश को प्रगति के मार्ग पे आगे लेके आई। तो लोगों को यह जानकारी है, विषम परिस्थितियों में कांग्रेस ने भारत को आगे बढ़ाया है, सही नेतृत्व दिया है, और आतंकवाद से कांग्रेस सही से डील कर सकती है। कांग्रेस ने राष्ट्रीय एकता को अक्षुण्ण रखा, कांग्रेस के बड़े नेताओं ने अपनी जान की कुर्बानी दी, लेकिन भारत को आंच नहीं आने दी। यह बात पूरी तरह से स्पष्ट है। अब बात करते हैं हम गुजरात के चुनाव की। गुजरात में बढ़ता हुआ कर्जा, अमीर और गरीब के बीच में बढ़ती हुई खाई, कपड़ा उद्योग का निरंतर नीचे की तरफ जाना, और जो युवाओं की बेरोजगारों की फौज राज्य के अंदर घूम रही है, इस पे चर्चा होनी चाहिए। इसके
आप बात तो बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं, पर क्योंकि आप बढ़ते हुए कर्जे की बात कर रहे हैं सर, मैं आपको ये याद दिला दूं कि कांग्रेस अपने मैनिफेस्टो में, अगर आप स्टेट के बढ़ते हुए कर्जे की बात कर रहे हैं ना, कांग्रेस अपने मैनिफेस्टो में हिमाचल और गुजरात में क्या बोलती है, हम ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम लेकर के आएंगे। एन ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम जिसको खुद मॉन्टेक सिंह अहलूवालिया ने बोला है इट इज द वर्स्ट फॉर्म ऑफ रेवड़ी, जो उनके खुद वहां पर एनालिसिस विंग के हेड हैं प्रवीण चक्रवर्ती, उन्होंने बोला है दैट दिस इज होली फिजिकली इररिस्पॉन्सिबल। तो वो तो हो गई बढ़ते हुए खर्चे की, पर चलिए छोड़िए, अभी उसको हम छोड़ते हैं। बढ़ते हुए खर्चे की किसको चिंता है, वो तो हमने कई पार्टीज के मैनिफेस्टो में देख भी लिया है। आप अपना इस विषय के ऊपर बोलिए प्लीज। हाँ,
देखिए, जब कर्जा माफ करने के लिए उद्योगपतियों के लिए पैसा
पेंशन स्कीम पर हम बहुत डिबेट कर चुके हैं। अभी की बात कीजिए कि भाई अगर एमएसएमई पे भी बात हो रही है, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस पे भी बात हो रही है, उसमें लोन माफी की भी बात हो रही है, तो इसमें टेररिज्म की भी बात होगी, मुद्रा लोन की भी बात होगी, सब बातें होंगी। टेररिज्म की बात क्यों ना हो? दुष्यंत,
बिल्कुल बात करिए, क्यों नहीं होनी चाहिए। टेररिज्म की बात होनी चाहिए, इसमें बिल्कुल किसी को कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। देश में आतंकवाद नहीं होना चाहिए, देश में दंगा नहीं होना चाहिए, शांति, एकता, आपस में भाईचारा, प्रेम का माहौल रहना चाहिए। ये तो सभी लोग चाहते हैं,
सभी लोग चाहते हैं। इनफैक्ट टुडे राहुल Gandhi in Madhya Pradesh had said, Sanju Verma, and I'm just going to play that out in a second. Rahul Gandhi instead said that if there is anybody who is trying to create a state of harmony, it is me. RSS और बीजेपी ने पिछले 8 सालों में सिर्फ और सिर्फ नफरत की राजनीति की है, एंड टेरर उसी का एक आउटकम है, दंगे उसी का एक आउटकम है। आज आप टेरर की बात कर रहे हैं, पर ये नफरत फैला कौन रहा है? आप।
पद्मजा, आपको ये बता दूं, 1993 मुंबई ब्लास्ट की बात छोड़िए, समझौता एक्सप्रेस 2007, अहमदाबाद टिफिन ब्लास्ट 2008, वाराणसी बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 2006 and 2010, Mumbai 26/11. When were all these terror attacks? When did all these terror attacks happen? They happened when the Congress was in power at the center. फिर बात करते हैं दंगों की, ये तो टेरर अटैक्स की है, मैं जल्दी से बोल दूं। 1987 हाशिमपुरा राइट्स, 1989 भागलपुर राइट्स, 2006 अलीगढ़ राइट्स, 2008 राइट्स इन धुले, 2010 राइट्स इन देगंगा इन नॉर्थ 24 परगनास, 2011 राइट्स इन भरतपुर, 2012 राइट्स इन कोकराझार इन असम, 2013 राइट्स इन मुजफ्फरनगर। ये सब कब हुए? जब मनमोहन सिंह आपकी कांग्रेस पार्टी सत्ता में थी। इसीलिए टेरर अटैक्स और राइट्स पर कांग्रेस का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड बहुत ही, जितना कम बोला जाए उतना ज्यादा बेहतर है, क्योंकि आपको छुपने की जगह नहीं मिलेगी। आपकी रिपोर्ट कार्ड इतनी खराब है।
पद्मजा,
अरे Padmaja, I think that to be fair, there has been, let me finish, please, let me finish. Padmaja, globally there has been a significant reduction in the number of terrorist attacks in different countries of the Western and developed world. Don't take my word for it. Go and look it up. See the number of attacks that have been there in the last 5-6 years in vis-a-vis what was the situation in the previous 10 years. The reason very clearly is that there is now a global understanding between many countries.
There is globally a reduction in terror attacks.
Terrorism
we had terror attack in France, we had terror attack in Belgium. If anything, all of Europe is waking up to Islamic terror. And you are saying terror attacks are reducing.
Padmaja, I'm sorry, Padmaja, if you are talking about a lone man going around with a knife and calling it a terror attack, that's up to you. I'm talking about the kind of bomb blasts that happened in London and the kind of blasts that have been.
France called it a terror attack. UK called it a terror attack. Belgium called it a terror attack.
I'm sorry. I don't. No, I'm sorry. They may call it a terror attack, but the definition of what we faced earlier,
sir, if anything, Islamic fundamentalism is growing, and the effects are now being seen in the Western world, not just in India. But the fact is that despite all of this, we haven't seen a terror attack nationally. Let me actually play out for you what Rahul Gandhi said today, and then I will get Harshvardhan Tripathi to respond. Yes, Rahul Gandhi.
Okay.
मेरी दादी को 32 गोली लगी थी, मेरे पिता को बम से मारा गया, मेरे खिलाफ हिंसा की गई, मगर जिस दिन मेरे दिल से डर मिट गया, उस दिन मेरे दिल में सिर्फ मोहब्बत रही है और कुछ नहीं। मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, मैं RSS से लड़ता हूँ, नरेंद्र मोदी जी से लड़ता हूँ, मगर मेरे दिल में ना नरेंद्र मोदी जी के लिए ना RSS के लिए नफरत, इतनी सी भी नफरत नहीं है। क्यों? क्योंकि मेरे दिल में डर नहीं है। बीजेपी से कहता हूँ, नरेंद्र मोदी जी से कहता हूँ, अमित शाह जी से कहता हूँ, डर मिटा दो दिल से, नफरत गायब हो जाएगी। आप देश का नुकसान कर रहे हो, आपका डर जो है देश का नुकसान कर रहा है। तो इस यात्रा का मैसेज ये है, और ये हमारे जो बब्बर शेर आए हैं।
हर्षवर्धन त्रिपाठी, राहुल जी का एनालिसिस है कि जब आप नफरत फैलाते हैं तो दंगे होते हैं, और फिर आप उन्हीं दंगों की गुहार दे करके वोट बटोरते हैं। यह है बीजेपी RSS की स्ट्रैटेजी, और इसीलिए भारत जोड़ो यात्रा।
दंगों की सूची संजू वर्मा जी ने बताई, लेकिन नफरत तो फैली थी 1984 में, नफरत तो फैली थी, उसके बाद दंगे भी हुए थे। और ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, मैं बार बार कहता हूं कि आप आतंकवादी के साथ खड़ी दिखे कोई भी पार्टी, राजनीतिक दल, हमारा कोई देश का आतंकवादी नहीं हो सकता है, संभव ही नहीं। मैं इस थ्योरी को नहीं ओन करता हूं, लेकिन आप उनके साथ सहानुभूति जताते हुए दिखे, आप उनके साथ सहानुभूतिपूर्ण रवैया दिखाते हुए दिखे। और एक बात मैं कहूं, अभी सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने छोड़ दिया, प्रियंका जी मिलकर आई थी, राजीव गांधी के हत्या के जो दोषी थे उन सब से उनको भी, मैं तो वो भी गलत मानता हूं। आप किसी भी तरह से देश के जो नायक हैं, देश के जो नेता हैं, देश के जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं, उनकी हत्या में शामिल लोगों के खिलाफ अगर नरम रवैया दिखाते हैं तो आप आतंकवाद को बढ़ाते हैं। अगर आप आतंकवादी घटनाओं में शामिल लोगों को देखकर कि वो किस मजहब के हैं, किस संप्रदाय के हैं, उसके आधार पर टिप्पणी करते हैं और कोई विक्टिम कार्ड खेलने की कोशिश करते हैं तो आप आतंकवाद को बढ़ाते हैं। मुझे लगता है ये मूल चिंता की बात है, ये है वो नफरत और डर की बात। और दंगे कब कहां हुए इसकी लिस्ट बहुत लंबी है, क्यों होते थे ये भी पता है। और एक चीज मैं आखिरी जोड़ दूं, अमेरिका और दुनिया भर में अगर आतंकवादी घटनाएं कम हुई तो वहां की सरकारों ने बहुत कड़ा रवैया अपनाया। इसलिए हुआ, भारत में होता था, अब हमने भी उस पर काबू पा लिया। तो ये भारत की उपलब्धि है, इसका जनरलाइजेशन करना ये भी एक तरह का वो तरीका है।
क्यों बनाया आपने? जो आप साध्वी प्रज्ञा जी को आपने मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट क्यों बनाया, जो अक्यूज है मालेगांव ब्लास्ट में? अगर आपको इतनी ही टेररिज्म से नफरत है तो इसका जवाब दीजिए।
हर्षवर्धन के पास
है कोई जवाब?
वैसे तो मैंने नहीं बनाया है, भोपाल की जनता ने बनाया है। दिग्विजय सिंह को हरा के बनाया, वही दिग्विजय सिंह जो वही।
अब भोपाल
बात तो सुनिए लोकेश जी, आप बात नहीं सुनेंगे तो कैसे साफ होगा? आपके दिमाग में भी जो उलझन होगी मैं साफ कर देता हूँ ना। भोपाल में दिग्विजय सिंह को साध्वी प्रज्ञा सिंह ठाकुर ने हराया क्योंकि दिग्विजय सिंह अजमल कसाब को संघी साबित करना चाहते थे, झूठ बोलते थे, फ्रॉड किया था, आतंकवादी घटना को इस तरह से कोशिश की थी। और अगर साध्वी प्रज्ञा दोषी साबित होती तो देश के कानून के लिहाज से सांसद नहीं बन पाती। इतना तो ज्ञान रख के आइए टीवी की बहस में।
दोगलापन पूरा देश देख रहा है।
दोगले लोकेश जिंदल तुम हो गए, अभद्रता नहीं करो लोकेश जिंदल।
सुनोगे
लोकेश जिंदल,
आपने जो बोलना था
लोकेश जिंदल अपनी मर्यादा में रहो।
साध्वी प्रज्ञा ने
मैंने कोई निजी टिप्पणी नहीं की। और अगर नहीं तर्क आता है तो टीवी की बहस में आने से बचा करो, स्वास्थ्य के लिए अच्छा रहेगा।
उन्होंने 2008 में
मैं जो कह रहा हूँ
ओके प्लीज व्यक्तिगत टिप्पणी नहीं करिए। प्लीज लेट्स नॉट मेक दिस इनटू पर्सनल अटैक्स। द फैक्ट इज वेरी सिंपल that today if in the Gujarat elections the issue of terrorism is being brought up, should it be seen as an effort to try and polarize for votes or as a simple message that what affects the life of people, rioting, terror attacks, this is not something that can be considered as only incidental to the lives and livelihood of people. And if Gujarat has managed to move ahead on that front in 27 years, should that also come up in the course of campaigning? We leave it to your wisdom. Thanks very much all gentlemen and Sanju Verma for having joined me. Of course, the last few hours are left for campaigning for phase 1 and the very best of election action. You'll catch it right here on Times Now. Another big election that is just around the corner. It is the Delhi municipal polls, and the kind of pitch it has achieved is nothing short of the assembly, in fact even a Lok Sabha election. Another appeasement row meanwhile has hit the Aam Aadmi Party. Hindu and Sikh priests have come out to protest selective largesse being shown by the Kejriwal government towards imams and Maulvis of private mosques. They are citing the 2019 salary hike announced by the Delhi Chief Minister for Muslim clerics and the fact that the money is being paid out of the state's coffers to alleged injustice and discrimination.
हमारे पुजारियों के साथ अन्याय किया जा रहा है, तो मैं दरख्वास्त करता हूँ दिल्ली सरकार से, केजरीवाल से कि ये मोदी की तनख्वाह को बंद किया जाए और या हमारे पुजारियों को भी तनख्वाह दी जाए। अगर मोदियों को तनख्वाह दी जाती है तो हमारे पुजारियों को भी तनख्वाह मिलनी चाहिए।
सबसे बड़ी बात जो चंदा है, जो टैक्स है, सबसे ज़्यादा मंदिर भरता है। टैक्स सबसे ज़्यादा मंदिर भरता है, तो टैक्स हम भरें, सेवा हम करें और मेवा कोई और खाए।
ये गलत बात है। ब्राह्मणों को भी उतना ही मान सम्मान देने और तनख्वाह दें, यही हमारी मांग है।
देखो जी, ये सबको बराबर मिलनी चाहिए, जैसे कि आप हमारे और लोग भी चाहते हैं। गवर्नमेंट जो भी काम करती है विदाउट डिस्क्रिमिनेशन करना चाहिए। ये क्लियरली डिस्क्रिमिनेशन विद द पीपल है और डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं होना चाहिए। यहाँ तो सभी के दो, यहाँ उनके भी उठाकर।
Now the chorus has grown after BJP MP Pravesh Verma asked temple priests and Gurdwara Granthis to ask the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to give them salaries as well. In fact, he wrote a letter to the Lieutenant Governor seeking parity for all the priests across religions in this issue.
वो ये जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कर रहे हैं और केवल एक धर्म के लोगों को पैसा दे रहे हैं, जब तक मंदिर के पुजारियों को, उनके सहायक को पैसा नहीं देंगे तब तक वो मंदिर में नहीं जा पाएंगे। और दिल्ली के अंदर एक कॉमनल माहौल बनाने की कोशिश की जा रही है अरविंद केजरीवाल की तरफ से।
मस्जिद के मौलवियों को सैलरी दे रही है, उनके मौजीनों को सैलरी दे रही है, 42,000 रुपये महीने की सैलरी दे रही है और पिछले 5 साल में 101 करोड़ रुपए की सैलरी दे चुकी है। हमारा कहना है कि आपको कोई राइट नहीं बनता किसी भी सरकार को कि वो एक ही कम्युनिटी को ये सुविधा दे। अगर आपको सैलरी देनी है तो मंदिर के पुजारी को भी देनी चाहिए, गुरुद्वारे के ग्रंथी को भी देनी चाहिए, चर्च के पादरी को भी देनी चाहिए।
Now, while protests by temple authorities are visible during campaigning, as black flags were shown at a campaign rally of Raghav Chadha in Subhash Nagar earlier, Aam Aadmi Party says this is a non-issue being raised by an issueless and scared BJP.
मुद्दाविहीन पार्टी उन सारे मुद्दों पर बात करना चाहती है एमसीडी के चुनाव में, कूड़े के मुद्दे को छोड़ करके, एमसीडी के मुद्दे को छोड़ करके। देश के कई सारे राज्यों में भाजपा की सरकार है, एक बार उनको पता कर लेना चाहिए जो व्यवस्था उत्तर प्रदेश में चलती है वही व्यवस्था दिल्ली में भी चलती है।
You're watching the News Hour at 10, debate number 2 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
Thank you very much. National spokesperson BJP continues with us. We are joined by spiritual guru Acharya Vikramaditya, political analyst Parvinder Singh Sethi, Akashdeep Muni, also political analyst, and Islamic scholar Shoaib Jamai. Parvinder Singh Sethi, अगर मौलवियों को मिल रही है सैलरी तो फिर पुजारियों को भी मिलनी चाहिए, ग्रंथियों को भी मिलनी चाहिए। क्या आप इस डिमांड को सपोर्ट करते हैं?
नहीं, देखिए ये डिमांड तो ठीक है, लेकिन ये स्पेशल केस है। 13 मई 1993 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने स्पेशल फाइनेंशियल बेनिफिट फ्रॉम पब्लिक ट्रेजरी के लिए दिया, क्योंकि 317 वक्फ बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टीज आर ऑक्युपाइड बाय द गवर्नमेंट और अदर एजेंसीज, इसलिए उनकी सैलरीज देने के लिए वो असमर्थ थे और फाइनेंशियली जो एक कम्युनिटी है वो पीछे थी, इस करके उनको एक स्पेशल बेनिफिट दिया जा रहा है। लेकिन अगर आप इस बात को चुनाव के मद्देनजर रखते हुए, एमसीडी चुनाव के मद्देनजर रखते हुए, आप एमसीडी के चुनावों में मुद्दों की बात नहीं करते, आप कूड़े की बात नहीं करते, एमसीडी में हुई करप्शन की बात नहीं करते। अगर कोई दुकानदार है, कोई रेहड़ी पटरी वाला है या कोई अपने घर का कमरा बनाता है, एमसीडी के अफसर भी आ जाते हैं, एमसीडी के काउंसलर भी आ जाते हैं।
ये पैसा सरकार से नहीं जा रहा है, ये पैसा वक्फ बोर्ड से जा रहा है।
सिर्फ ये चुनावी एजेंडा है,
ये पैसा सरकार से नहीं जा रहा है, ये वक्फ बोर्ड से जा रहा है।
नहीं, वक्फ बोर्ड की जो प्रॉपर्टी गवर्नमेंट ने ऑक्यूपाई,
तो गवर्नमेंट ने तो टेंपल भी
ऑक्यूपाई करी हुई है प्रॉपर्टी, इस करके स्पेशल
टेंपल का कंट्रोल भी तो गवर्नमेंट ने ले रखा है।
नहीं तो
टेंपल
सेंट्रल सरकार भी दे सकती है,
पुजारी की जेब में जाती है।
नहीं, सेंट्रल सरकार भी दे सकती,
क्यों?
नहीं, सेंट्रल सरकार भी दे सकती है,
मौलवियों को दे रही है तो फिर पुजारियों को सेंट्रल सरकार क्यों दे?
पुजारियों को भी दे सकती,
पुजारी को भी दिल्ली सरकार दे।
नहीं, उसके लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट, मैं आपको बताया ना, वक्फ बोर्ड की जो प्रॉपर्टीज गवर्नमेंट के पास है वो सैलरी देने में असमर्थ है, वो थोड़ी पिछड़े हुए हैं, उनके पास सोर्स ऑफ
टेंपल की भी तो प्रॉपर्टी सरकार के पास है,
पैसे का सोर्स नहीं है।
टेंपल का चंदा कौन सा पुजारी के पास जाता है? वो भी तो कंट्रोल सरकार के पास ही है।
नहीं, कौन से कंट्रोल, कौन से दिल्ली के कौन से मंदिर का पैसा जाता है सरकार के पास?
ओके, संजू वर्मा आंसर
कौन से
परविंदर सिंह सेठी जी को बताइए कि दिल्ली के मंदिरों का पैसा किधर जाता है?
मैंने मिस्टर सेठी की बातें सुनी, अभी मैं कुछ कहना चाहती हूँ। फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट, Mr. Sethi is right. There is a judgment dated 13th May 1993 when the Supreme Court, upheld that salaries need to be paid to the imams and the muezzins, etc. Now the problem is that एक तरफ Supreme Court की judgment है, वो तो चलिए उसकी बात करेंगे। Article 27 of the Constitution, which is what Uday Mahurkar, who is the Chief Information Commissioner and heads the Central Information Commission, he recently said he not only questioned the bona fides of the 1993 judgment, calling it unconstitutional, but he also cited Article 27. Article 27, Mr. Sethi ध्यान से सुनिए, Article 27 भारत के संविधान का बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहता है,
मुझे मालूम है, मुझे मत बताइए।
Money cannot be used to promote a particular religion. Taxpayer money cannot be used to promote a particular religion, please, मैंने आपको टोका नहीं, now let me complete. The
Then
point
why
is
are you demanding?
that,
Then
let
why
me
are you
finish.
demanding
I did
for
not
priests
interrupt
of
you. Padmaja,
temples, Hindu
this is not
temples
done.
and Granthis? Why are you
Padmaja,
demanding?
you did not
Why
allow
are
me
you
to interrupt
demanding?
this man.
Why are you violating Article
Let me
27?
finish.
Why are you violating Article 27?
Okay, answer that short question. If you think it is violative of Article 27, why are you asking for similar stipends for pujaris and granthis also?
मंदिरों के अंदर एंट्री नहीं होगी.
ये explain कीजिए.
I will not speak unless he stops heckling me.
Answer
Thank
this
you.
first question. Yes, Sanju Verma.
Yes, Padmaja, I am here to answer your questions, not his questions, but let me take his question also. First and foremost, let's agree that by paying 18,000 per month to the imams and 16,000 to the muezzins, you are actually running foul of Article 27 of the Constitution. Point number one. Point number two, परवेश साहिब सिंह वर्मा ने यह कहा, यदि आप संविधान के खिलाफ जाकर इमाम को और मुएज्जिन्स को महीने की 18,000 या 14,000 या 12,000 की तनख्वाह देते हो और आपको इसमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है, तो फिर मंदिर के पुजारियों को भी सैलरी मिलनी चाहिए ताकि संविधान के तहत डिस्क्रिमिनेशन खत्म हो जाए। तो मैं ये पूछना चाहती हूं कि मंदिर के पुजारियों को सैलरी देने में आपको दिक्कत और इतनी बौखलाहट क्यों है?
आकाशदीप मुनि,
मेरे सवाल का जवाब दो।
पब्लिक का पैसा सबको मिलना चाहिए। आकाशदीप मुनि,
मैं बता दूं, 30 सेकंड चाहिए बिना इंटरप्शन के।
30 सेकंड आकाशदीप मुनि, देन मिस्टर शोएब। यस
यस संजू वर्मा जी, यू सेड अबाउट दैट संविधान के खिलाफ जाके, राइट? आप संविधान के खिलाफ जाके हरियाणा में सितंबर महीने में 5,000 रुपए आपने मौलवियों को देने का क्यों बढ़ाया है? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, व्हाई डिड यू इंक्रीज इन सितंबर दिस वेरी ईयर? अरे क्यों ना बोल रहे, सच में आपने बढ़ाया है। और आपने एक लीगल नोटिस भी लाया कि 5% हर साल बढ़ेगा, पहली बार भारत के इतिहास में। हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट, फिर मैं बता रहा हूँ कर्नाटका गवर्नमेंट 2013 से बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट पेमेंट कर रही है आपकी सरकार के अंदर। उस समय तो वायलेशन नहीं हो रहा था, हिपोक्रेसी की सीमा होती है। तीसरा एग्जांपल, तेलंगाना के भारतीय मुस्लिम मोर्चा, माइनॉरिटी मोर्चा ने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि ईद है, मौलवियों को पैसा दे दो। ये तेलंगाना सरकार से आप चेक कर लो गूगल पे आज। संजू वर्मा जी,
कितना
हिपोक्रेसी की सीमा होती है संजू वर्मा।
ठीक है, ओके आकाश मुनि, आपने बहुत कुछ कहा हिपोक्रेसी पर। आपका भाषण मैंने सुना, पर मुझे आपके सर्टिफिकेट की जरूरत नहीं है, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, I also did some homework before coming on this debate because I know Padmaja does her homework thoroughly. No BJP ruled state in India, and I repeat, no BJP ruled state in India uses taxpayer funds to give salaries to imams, maulanas, maulvis or muezzins. Now in the case of Haryana and Karnataka, the BJP government does give grants to the relevant Waqf board, but it does not give directly salaries to the maulanas. There is a difference. You can under Article 27 give grants to the Waqf board, but there is no provision in Article 27 to give salaries to the imam. Please learn the difference between giving salary and giving a grant.
Okay.
Salary और grant के बीच का अंतर समझिए, बाद में आकर यहाँ भाषण दीजिए।
Okay.
Let the audience decide. हिपोक्रेसी की सीमा होती है संजू वर्मा जी।
No, let the people decide. Shoaib Jamai. The basic point, and I think the most important point, has been raised by the Information Commissioner, who is saying that in our country, you cannot ask for public funds to further the interests of one religion. How can this sort of discrimination be allowed?
देखिए, एक पॉइंट रेज करना और एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट का रूलिंग आना दो अलग अलग चीज है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट का रूलिंग ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट नोज मोर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन देन यू एंड मी। Isn't it then more than संजू वर्मा? सवाल यह है कि अगर मौजिन को, इमाम को अगर वक्फ बोर्ड के ये से मिल रहा है ग्रांट, तो आप हिंदू इंडोमेंट बोर्ड से उनको भी दे दे, कौन रोक रहा है? लेकिन आप एक लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड बना रहे हैं, एक छोटा रिचार्ज, एक तरफ बड़ा रिचार्ज, आपस में खेल रहे हैं।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का हवाला देते हैं, उसका हियर इज व्हाट द ऑर्डर ऑफ द CIC said. He says the monthly honorarium of 18,000 and 16,000 being given to imams and muezzins of DWB mosques in Delhi is being paid by the Delhi government from taxpayers' money, which is in sharp contrast with the example quoted by the appellant, in which the priest of a Hindu temple is getting a paltry 2,000 rupees per month from the trust controlling the temple. So what is being given to an imam is 18,000 rupees a month from taxpayers' money, as opposed to 2,000 rupees being given to the priest from the temple trust. Where is the equality? 18,000 रुपए दिल्ली सरकार आपकी जेब से, मेरी जेब से निकाल करके दे रही है, एज अपोज टू 2,000 रुपए जो कि एक पंडित को मिलते हैं। क्यों?
भाई मैं तो कह रहा हूं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आप अर्जी लगा दीजिए और कह दीजिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट को कि 93 में जो आपने जो यहां से रूलिंग दी थी उसमें यहां से प्रीस्ट को भी देना चाहिए। लेकिन मैं कह रहा हूं कि हिंदू इंडोमेंट बोर्ड का पैसा कहां जाता है? आप क्यों नहीं चाहते? हम चाहते हैं कि पुजारियों का भलाई हो, उसका वेलफेयर हो। मैं शोएब जमई चाहता हूं, आप क्यों नहीं देते? ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार से पूछना चाहिए। जितने भी देश में और बीजेपी की सरकारें हैं वहां हिंदू इंडोमेंट बोर्ड से क्यों नहीं देते? सिर्फ दिल्ली में ये इशू होता है क्योंकि इलेक्शन है, बाकी जगह का आप डेटा
शोएब जमाई देखिए, वंस एवरीवन, सबका साथ सबका विकास चाहते हैं शोएब जमाई। आप जाइए सुप्रीम कोर्ट, आचार्य विक्रमादित्य।
समझ रहे मेरी बात कि जहां पे बीजेपी रूल्ड स्टेट है वहां पे ये इशू क्यों नहीं है?
ओके, आचार्य विक्रमादित्य।
आपको करप्शन दिखता नहीं है वहां पे, वहां
पता होना चाहिए,
वहां पुजारी आपके लिए महत्वपूर्ण नहीं। जस्ट बिकॉज यू हैव टू पोलराइज एंड कम्युनलाइज द होल इलेक्शन ऑन दिस इशू, दैट इज द नॉन इशू फॉर दिल्ली।
ओके मिस्टर जमाई, नाउ लेट आचार्य विक्रमादित्य रिस्पॉन्ड।
फैक्ट्स।
ओके, लेट आचार्य विक्रमादित्य रिस्पॉन्ड टू यू। यस, गो ऑन।
यस,
देखिए पद्मजा जी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए, पंडित गए, पुजारी गए, साउथ के जितने मंदिर हैं उन सबके केसेस वहां चल रहे हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अंदर। लेकिन वहां सुप्रीम कोर्ट जितने भी ये मंदिर एंडोमेंट ट्रस्ट हैं ये सारे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स के द्वारा रन किए जाते हैं। आंध्रा के अंदर आपको घटना बताता हूं कि उस ट्रस्ट का जो हेड बना दिया गया वो एक मुस्लिम बना दिया गया और उन लोगों ने वो सारे पैसे ट्रांसफर कर दिए इस वक्फ बोर्ड की जो वेलफेयर के लिए, वहां उनकी सैलरी ट्रांसफर कर दी गई। ये एक बिल्कुल प्रैक्टिकल चीज है, जाके पढ़ ले। अगर जो भी ये गूगल कौन सी और व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी के जो टीचर बोल रहे थे उनको जाके पढ़ सकते हैं कि क्यों कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, सारा पैसा ट्रांसफर होता है। आंध्रा गवर्नमेंट के अंदर ये हुआ, इसको आप जाके पढ़ सकते हैं और इस पर बहुत सारी डिबेट भी हो चुकी है। और जहां तक बात रही, ये मुझे बताइए, अभी हमारे सरदार जी हमारे साथ डिबेट में कर बैठे हुए थे कि उन्होंने बताया कि कोरोना काल गया, कोरोना काल में बेचारे पंडितों के मंदिर बंद कर दिए गए थे, उनको पानी भी पूछा गया। दिल्ली सरकार ने क्या उनके लिए पूछने का प्रयास किया? मैं आपको एक तथ्य देता हूं, एक फैक्ट देता हूं, बिजली के बिल की बात करता हूं। बिजली का बिल कमर्शियल लगता है मंदिर के अंदर और मस्जिद को फ्री बिजली दी जाती है।
बताइए शोएब जमाई,
देखिए पिछले 8 सालों में हिंदुओं के लिए किया क्या, हिंदू मंदिरों के लिए, हिंदू मंदिर के लिए क्या किया? मुझे एक घटना बता दीजिए।
नहीं, मैं यही पद्मजा, मैं ये पूछ रहा हूं कि कोरोना काल में जो कुछ हुआ तो केंद्र सरकार में बीजेपी है, उसने क्यों नहीं पंडित जी का हाल पूछा? उसने उनका क्यों नहीं ख्याल रखा? केंद्र सरकार तो पूरे देश में है ना। आप अगर सेंट्रली तौर पर एक ऐसा पॉलिसी
पहुंच गए, दिल्ली की बात कर लेना,
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार क्यों नहीं करती है?
दिल्ली की बात कर लीजिए। अभी
नहीं, उत्तर प्रदेश में तो नहीं हो रहा है, उत्तर प्रदेश में तो नहीं हो रहा है,
दिल्ली की बात कर लो ना,
मध्य प्रदेश में तो नहीं हो रहा है,
मिर्च क्यों लग जाती
है ना, वहां पे हरियाणा में तो नहीं हो रहा है।
दिल्ली में रहते हो, दिल्ली की बात करना नहीं चाहते,
जर्नलिज्म मत कीजिए, यू आर रेजिंग द इशू ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ
दिल्ली की बात कर लो।
एग्जैक्टली,
आपने एक एक करके पकड़ेंगे ना,
केंद्र सरकार क्यों नहीं ख्याल रखती? हिंदू इंडोमेंट बोर्ड का आपका करोड़ों का चंदा जो है कहां गबन हो गया?
ये केंद्र सरकार क्या कर रही है? हिंदू एंडाउमेंट बोर्ड का पैसा किधर जा रहा है? आप दीजिए संजू वर्मा।
मस्जिद को पैसा देना।
I have not heckled anyone. I will speak only if I am not heckled. Thank you. Okay. You know that's a very nice question कि हिंदू टेम्पल्स का पैसा कहां जा रहा है? Now I have the breakup with me. You know, it is a fact that the Hindu Endowment Board is a statutory body which comes under the aegis of the Ministry of Culture and Youth Affairs. Hundi collections from temples are deposited in the designated temple bank accounts. Of this 1/4, 14% is used by the government as administration fees 4% as audit fees, and between 4 to 10% goes for common good. मतलब 28% लगभग administrative fees for common good and for the administration of the temple premises etc. जो बाकी का 72% है, there is some leeway that the temple management has in terms of using the 72% for payment of salaries and other temple related expenses. So the Hindu Endowment Board, which is a statutory body, has been doing a lot for the upkeep of temple premises and for encouraging and further incentivizing the pujaris and the pandits within the temples. पर बात यहाँ हिंदू एंडाउमेंट बोर्ड की नहीं है. मुझे ताज्जुब होता है that each time केजरीवाल की सरकार कटघरे में खड़ा होती है, सवाल केजरीवाल को नहीं पूछे जाते, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूछे जाते हैं. आज हिंदू एंडाउमेंट बोर्ड इज नॉट द टॉपिक ऑफ डिबेट. टॉपिक ऑफ डिबेट है कि इमाम्स को 18,000 सैलरी केजरीवाल दिल्ली के तिजोरी से, दिल्ली के टैक्स पेयर से क्यों दे रही है.
संजू वर्मा जी,
तो
मैं आपको बिल्कुल हैकल नहीं किया, मैंने आपको नहीं बोला. अब सुनिए, 10 सेकंड मुझे दीजिए, प्लीज सुनिएगा. मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है. प्रीवियस माइनॉरिटी अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर मुख्तार अब्बास नकवी ने कहा था कि 90 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, पहले कंट्री के 90 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में has been identified for minority community development. Modi government has expanded its development scheme to 308 districts where several scholarships such as pre-matric, post-matric, merit cum means certificate will be provided to 5 crore students from minority community. I as a Hindu ask you that why not to all communities with, or why only to minority community? My question is to the central government represented by Sanju Verma ji. Sir, madam, please answer. Why not to Hindu like me?
बताइए संजू वर्मा, जो ये मौलवियों के साथ कर रहे हैं, आप स्कॉलरशिप के साथ कर रहे हैं. संजू वर्मा,
मुझे एक चीज बहुत अच्छी लगती है, खासकर पद्मजा जी की डिबेट्स पर, चाहे गुनाह किसी ने किया हो, गलती किसी ने की हो, हमेशा कटघरे में बीजेपी रहती है और सर पर एक बंदूक रखी जाती है. Anyway, now you don't interrupt me. You asked a question. Please have the courtesy to listen. Let's be very clear. When the Prime Minister says सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास,
आंसर नहीं करेंगे ना, नॉट कर देंगे क्वेश्चन.
Why you rattled? Padmaja, can you please ask him not to heckle?
Okay, please, one at a time.
I don't think this is fair.
Yes, go on.
ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, नॉट कर दीजिए क्वेश्चन.
Thank you.
जनता देख रही.
I don't need your certificates. Now let me complete my sentence. The Prime Minister speaks of inclusivity. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is not just a platitude for us. We believe in it. Now let me tell you. The point is that whether it is Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana ho, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana ho, Mudra Yojana ho, Krishi Yojana ho, Kisan Yojana ho, 31% goes to the minorities including Muslims, because we feel that you do need to incentivize, be it Muslims, be it backward classes, be it scheduled caste, be it scheduled tribes. There are people who over the last 7 decades have not been mainstreamed. They need extra hand-holding. But to give a grant to the Delhi Waqf Board and then also to give a salary to the imam by saying pujari ko dene ke liye
hold on a second. Here the comparison seems a little strange, because when you give scholarship, you empower to correct historical wrongs, as opposed to giving an outright religious objective. That is about correcting a historical wrong. This is like you bringing up reservation and saying, अच्छा reservation इसलिए दे रहे हैं क्योंकि आपको उनके वोट चाहिए और ये communal appeasement है, या ये दलितों का appeasement है. That is about empowerment. This is about appeasement. How can you make the comparison between the two? Scholarship देना और मौलवी को stipend देना दो बहुत अलग चीजें हैं.
बिल्कुल.
Padmaja, I'll answer your question. The point I am making is that there has been a constitutional bench who has said something on this particular topic. Supreme Court has said something on this topic, and they have given a judgment. When the Imam Council went there, if I personally have no qualms saying that the religious council of all communities should go to the Supreme Court and take the judgment. Interestingly, the Supreme Court can only give the judgment because Supreme Court can only explain the constitution, not the legislative assembly. Legislative Assembly, does Delhi Legislative Assembly work as Haryana Legislative Assembly, as Telangana Legislative Assembly, as Karnataka Legislative Assembly? Now, Parvesh Sharma can select one opposition state and say that, okay, यहाँ
Okay, Azhar Vikramaditya, again it comes down to आप गलत आदमी को ब्लेम कर रहे हैं, पॉलिटिकल रीजन की वजह से केजरीवाल को अटैक किया जा रहा है, जबकि ऑर्डर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का है, और वो भी इलेक्शंस के आसपास।
देखिए ये सारा खेल शुरू हुआ कैसे, इसको भी तो समझ लीजिए। 1954 के अंदर जब ये वक्फ बोर्ड बना, ये जबरदस्ती जिस प्रकार से ऐड किया गया, और गवर्नमेंट को बचता कुछ नहीं है, ये केवल इस चीज को बनाने के लिए जो खेल रचा गया, इनडायरेक्टली पैसा देने के लिए, इनडायरेक्टली वोट बैंक को सेट करने के लिए, और ये खेल 1954 में ही शुरू हो गया था। 1954 से लेकर जब नया वक्त ऐड हुआ और 2013 में इसको और अमेंड कर दिया गया, ये सारा खेल बहुत लंबा चल रहा है, लगातार वोट बैंक की राजनीति चल रही है। अब वक्त आ गया है कि वक्फ बोर्ड के एक्ट को ही बदलने की आवश्यकता है। जब तक उसको नहीं बदलेंगे तब तक ये खेल खत्म होने वाला है नहीं। वास्तविक तौर पर आप कुछ भी कर लीजिए, जब तक ये वक्फ बोर्ड के एक्ट को पूरी तरह से चेंज नहीं करेंगे तब तक कुछ नहीं होने वाला है।
Okay,
ये सारा खेल चल रहा है।
Fact of the matter is, instead of getting into a competition about how you also need to give public money to heads of all different religious institutions, maybe the more reformative thing would be to do away with all of such stipends altogether. Whether there'll be a political consensus on that remains to be seen. Thanks very much, all gentlemen. Sanju Verma for joining.
The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break.
Mr. Salve, we are talking about transparency. Do you believe the government too needs to be transparent? For instance, if it chooses to return a file to the Supreme Court, collegium of a judge who has been nominated or cleared for appointment, should the public also not know why the file is being returned? To take this a step further, should the IB report and the background checks, etc., made public? Should it work the other way also?
This whole process, quite frankly, and if I may not mince my words, this whole process has become pretty hopeless. I'm sorry to say so. Today, the IB gives a report. Today you ask a person to become a judge. You ask the IB to report. The IB reports partly gossip. Do you want that to come in public domain? I don't want my personal life to come in public domain. I may not even want to be a judge. So this whole process, this whole system is incompatible with transparency. Let me tell you 3 reasons. First of all, and this is my firm belief, all judicial institutions hear cases in public.
The News Hour at 10. A policeman in which Shraddha murder accused Aftab Amin Poonawalla was travelling was attacked in Delhi. Attacker was seen on camera threatening the cops. In Delhi, another chilling murder with eerie similarities to Shraddha Walkar murder surfaces. Woman and son kill a man, chop body in 10 parts, store them in a refrigerator and dispose them off over the course of next few days. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal accuses BJP workers of pelting stones at his roadshow in Surat. Former Aam Aadmi Party activist Bindu Sriram joins BJP in presence of BJP leaders Dushyant Kumar Gautam and Vijendra Gupta. Allahabad High Court concludes hearing in Gyanvapi case over demand for ASI survey, order reserved. The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
The News Hour at 10. Punjab Aam Aadmi Party government has withdrawn red entries in land records of farmers for stubble burning. Says it won't let farmers suffer. BJP slams AAP's pollution hypocrisy. Supreme Court Collegium slams centre over judge's appointment yet again. Says delay in appointments is disturbing seniority. After eviction notice, Mehbooba Mufti vacates her Gufkar residence, moves to a private house in Khimbar Harwan. Maharashtra opening batsman Ruturaj Gaikwad scripts history, smashes 7 sixes in 1 over in Vijay Hazare Trophy match against Uttar Pradesh. Massive protests against China's strict COVID measures in Shanghai. Hundreds of demonstrators clash with the police. Some also call for President Xi Jinping's resignation.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी मैं अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़ीग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे। देखिए, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनसंघ से लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हमारी यात्रा का, आज तक की हमारी राजनीतिक यात्रा का एक वादा रहा है देश की जनता से। और न केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी, संविधान सभा ने भी देश भर के विधानमंडलों को और संसद को ये सलाह दी है कि जब भी उचित समय आए यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड इस देश में आना चाहिए, क्योंकि किसी भी पंथ निरपेक्ष राष्ट्र के लिए, राज्य के लिए धर्म के आधार पर कानून नहीं होने चाहिए। अगर राष्ट्र और राज्य पंथ निरपेक्ष है तो धर्म के आधार पर कानून कैसे हो सकते हैं? हर धर्म के मानने वाले के लिए एक कानून होना चाहिए जो देश के विधानमंडल और देश की संसद पारित करे। परंतु ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम सबने संविधान सभा के एक कमिटमेंट को भुला दिया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अलावे आज कोई पार्टी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के पक्ष में नहीं है, ना बोलते हैं। हाँ, हिम्मत कम होगी तो विरोध नहीं करेंगे, मगर ये नहीं कहेंगे कि हाँ लागू करिए, हम आपके साथ खड़े। हम लोकतंत्र के अंदर है, लोकतंत्र के अंदर एक स्वस्थ बहस जरूरी है। जब इतने सारे राजनीतिक दल का एक अभिप्राय हो और मेरे राजनीतिक दल का दूसरा अभिप्राय हो, मनसा चाहे कोई भी हो, वोट प्राप्त करने की हो या जो हो, अगर उनका एक अभिप्राय है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड अभी नहीं लाना चाहिए, तो इस पर एक स्वस्थ और खुली बहस की जरूरत है। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जहां जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन है वहां 3 राज्यों में अब तक, हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड और गुजरात में, हमने एक पैनल बनाया है और पैनल सुप्रीम कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड जज और हाई कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड चीफ जस्टिस की अध्यक्षता में बनाए हैं। और सारे दल, समाज जीवन के सारे लोग और सभी धर्म संप्रदाय के लोग उनके सामने अपना अपना पक्ष रख रहे हैं। उस पर जो एडवाइस आएगी इसके आधार पर हम काम करेंगे। और स्वाभाविक रूप से इस प्रकार के शिखर सम्मेलन और इंटरव्यू में भी इस पर एक स्वस्थ बहस छिड़ी हुई है, तो देश की जनता को भी मन बनाने में इससे बहुत बड़ा मदद मिलता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी मैं अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़ीग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे, परंतु सारी लोकतांत्रिक चर्चाओं की समाप्ति के बाद।
So Justice Lalit, Kiran Rijiju, the present law minister, has also made this point about certain degree of exceptionalism to the universal rule, so to speak. On that, I would like you to elaborate, obviously, and also, would you welcome it? Obviously, you're not in office right now, but theoretically, if the centre were to decide to file a petition against the NJAC judgment, do you think, if you were still there, would you have been open to hearing it? Would you have accepted it as a bona fide attempt at trying to revisit the entire issue?
See, very recently a petition came up before the bench presided over by the present Chief Justice, and the Supreme Court has shown willingness to consider or revisit, at least on paper, to see whether the NJAC judgment itself requires rehaul or
The police van in which Shraddha murder accused Aftab Amin Poonawalla was travelling was attacked in Delhi. Attacker was seen on camera threatening the cops. In Delhi, another chilling murder with eerie similarities to Shraddha Walkar murder surfaces. Woman and son kill a man, chop body in 10 parts, store them in a refrigerator and dispose them off over the course of next few days. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal accuses BJP workers of pelting stones at his roadshow in Surat. Former Aam Aadmi Party activist Bindu Sri Ram joins BJP in presence of BJP leaders Dushyant Kumar Gautam and Vijendra Gupta. Allahabad High Court concludes hearing in Gyanvapi case over demand for ASI survey, order reserved.
Mr. Salve, we are talking about transparency. Do you believe the government too needs to be transparent? For instance, if it chooses to return a file to the Supreme Court, collegium of a judge who has been nominated or cleared for appointment, should the public also not know why the file is being returned? To take this a step further, should the IB report and the background checks, etc., made public? Should it work the other way also?
This whole process, quite frankly, and if I may not mince my words, this whole process has become pretty hopeless. I'm sorry to say so. Today, the IB gives a report. Today you ask a person to become a judge. You ask the IB to report. The IB reports partly gossip. Do you want that to come in public domain? I don't want my personal life to come in public domain. I may not even want to be a judge. So this whole process, this whole system is incompatible with transparency. Let me tell you 3 reasons. First of all, and this is my firm belief, all judicial institutions hear cases in public, recess into their chambers and deliver judgments. What goes on inside chambers is never, ever the subject of public scrutiny. And if somebody was to ask a judge in your meeting, when you arrived at a consensus or dissent, what did you discuss? It would be the worst form of contempt, because you're trying to undermine the judiciary. You're trying to interfere with the process by which this beautiful system works. So,
hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching News Now Overnight with me, Priya Bahel. Let's get you up to speed with top 50 stories that made headlines today. In Delhi, yet another case with eerie similarities to Shraddha Walkar murder surfaces. Woman and son kill a man, chop his body into pieces and store them in a refrigerator. Caught on CCTV disposing them off over a course of several days. Pandav Nagar murder committed in May. Case cracked only in November after police recover 6 body parts and arrest mother and son. Centre files an affidavit in Supreme Court backing tough laws against conversion, says Centre cognizant of gravity and seriousness of the issue, assures that the issue will be taken up in all seriousness. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma welcomes the Centre's stand on anti-conversion law, says such laws will help in wiping out radicalism. During Supreme Court hearing on forced conversion case, Justice M.R. Shah draws the line, says there can't be forced conversions. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal gives in writing that Aam Aadmi Party will win in Gujarat, but desertions hit the party just hours for polls to go. One leader withdraws candidature, another jumps ship to BJP. Aam Aadmi Party's Abdasa constituency candidate Vasant Khetani withdraws from assembly elections and joins the BJP. Earlier, Aam Aadmi Party's Surat East candidate Kanchan Bhai Zariwala had also withdrawn his candidature. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge fires Jhooton ka Sardar jibe at Prime Minister Narendra Modi. BJP slams Gali politics, says Congress is insulting the Prime Minister for the sake of a few votes. Anti-port protests in Viringam turn violent as Latin Catholic Church led mob attack and vandalized police station. 36 policemen injured and an all-party meeting scheduled to held on the same. Van in which Shraddha murder case accused Aftab was travelling attacked by men wielding swords. Attacker confesses on camera that his intention was to kill. In a massive breakthrough in Shraddha murder case, Delhi police find the weapon that was used by Aftab to chop her body into pieces. Cops say Aftab gifted Shraddha's gold ring to a woman he met after murdering her. Shraddha's cousin speaks exclusively to Times Now, pins hope on cops, says Shraddha's father is not keeping well. Protests against China's strict COVID measures erupt in Shanghai, where hundreds of demonstrators clash with the police. Some also call for President Xi Jinping's resignation. Allahabad High Court concludes hearing in Gyanvapi case over demand for ASI survey, reserves order. Arvind Kejriwal accuses BJP of stone pelting at his show in Surat. But what do the police have to say? We'll tell you after the top 50. Accused by the BJP of blocking Gujarat's development, Medha Patkar says false allegations levelled against her for vote bank politics. Punjab Aam Aadmi Party government withdraws red entries in the land records of farmers for stubble burning, says won't let farmers suffer. This even as Delhi suffers due to stubble burning. BJP slams Aam Aadmi Party's pollution hypocrisy. Former Aam Aadmi Party activist Bindu Sriram joins BJP in presence of BJP leaders Dushyant Kumar Gautam and Vijendra Gupta. Karnataka's Belagavi court summons Uddhav Thackeray faction MP Sanjay Rawat in a hate speech case. Sanjay Rawat gave a controversial statement on Maharashtra-Karnataka border dispute in Belagavi in 2018. Setback for Tarun Tejpal in sexual assault case. Supreme Court dismisses plea for in-camera hearing. Tejpal wanted in-camera hearing of appeal filed by Goa government against his acquittal. BJP MLAs protest outside West Bengal Assembly after Speaker rejected BJP moved adjournment motion demanding discussion on Education Department recruitments in a scenario post Partha Chatterjee's arrest. Partha Chatterjee's bail application rejected once again in SSC recruitment scam case. He's been sent to 14-day judicial custody. TRS Mr. Malla Reddy's son-in-law Mari Rajashekhar Reddy has reached Income Tax Department offices for questioning after ID raids on the minister. Notorious rowdy sheeter known as Silent Sunil, who was absconding when CCB raided houses of rowdies last week, was spotted at a BJP event. He was seen sharing the dais with BJP MP PC Mohan among other leaders. An FIR has been filed against Gujarat Congress candidate from Daryapur, Gyasuddin Sheikh and 3 others for misleading information in pamphlets as well as for wrong information given to Election Commission. Rahul Gandhi greeted with Modi chants at Bharat Jodo Yatra in Indore. Video of incident being widely shared on social media as Rahul's march passes through Madhya Pradesh. A writ petition filed in Bombay High Court against Maharashtra Governor Koshyari and BJP leader Sudhanshu Trivedi for their alleged comments against Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Addressing party workers at a convention in Mumbai, MNS Chief Raj Thackeray slams Rahul Gandhi over Savarkar remark, calls him an idiot. Ranjit Savarkar, grandnephew of Veer Savarkar, also records his statement at Shivaji Bagh police station. As BJP and Aam Aadmi Party battle over the height of Ghazipur landfill site, RTI shows civic body had no data available till 2022. Report also shows that landfill site has an height equal to Qutub Minar. After eviction notices being served to her, Mehbooba Mufti of the PDP has vacated Gupkar residence. She's moved to a private house in Khimbar, Harwan. Hindu and Sikh priests in Delhi protest selective largesse being shown by the Kejriwal government towards imam and muezzins of mosques. Chorus grows after BJP MP Parvesh Verma asked temple priests and Gurdwara Granthis to ask CM Kejriwal to give them salaries just like the Delhi government does to the Muslim clerics. Supreme Court Collegium slams centre over judges' appointment yet again. Adds delay in appointments is disturbing seniority.
Manipal University has suspended the professor who called a Muslim student allegedly a terrorist during a class. High Court has granted permission with conditions to Bandi Sanjay's Praja Sangrama Yatra. The meeting was put on hold after police denied permission, following which BJP had moved court. A few people tried to set ablaze a YSR Telangana party campaigning bus in the convoy of YSR TP chief Sharmila Reddy. Sharmila is doing a Padayatra across Telangana. Head of Adichuchanagiri Mutt Nirmala Nandanath Swamiji has said that January 23rd next year has been decided as deadline for Karnataka government for Vokkaliga reservation. Gadchiroli police have arrested 10 people for funding Naxalites. Arms and ammunition seized in the operation as well. According to sources, Naxal supporters were disguised as Naxalites and set up a fake Naxalite camp. Auto rickshaw union protest took a violent turn in Pune. Rickshaw drivers have vowed to continue protest till illegal bike taxis are not curbed. At least 4 people were killed in a road accident that took place near Chinani area in Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir. Vehicle fell into a deep gorge near Prem Mandir in Chinani. 2 arrested in Nagpur's police raid for illegal possession of arms, swords, knives and guns recovered. After a dream run at the Commonwealth Games earlier this year, table tennis ace Sharat Kamal Achanta will be honoured with Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna. Speaking to Times Now, he said he is ready to sacrifice anything while playing for India. After rain washes out the second ODI between India and New Zealand, Men in Blue are set to clash with the hosts in Christchurch on 30th of November. New Zealand currently lead the 3-game series 1-0. Maharashtra opening batsman Rituraj Gaikwad has scripted history by smashing 7 sixes in 1 over in Vijay Hazare Trophy match against Uttar Pradesh. Legendary sprinter Preeti Usha is all set to become the first ever woman president of the Indian Olympic Association in the sports body's 95-year-old history. After a defeat against Portugal, Ghana has registered its first victory in the ongoing World Cup in Qatar. Hundreds of demonstrators gathered near China's diplomatic mission in Istanbul, protesting against Beijing's treatment of Muslim Uyghur community after an Urumqi fire. Amidst intensified Russian bombardments, harsh winter and no electricity, water or heating, the Ukrainian government has evacuated some elderly people from southern city of Kherson. Ukrainian president along with prime ministers of Lithuania and Belgium honored the victims of Holodomor or Great Famine on the 90th anniversary of the start of tragedy. Japanese journalist Toru Kyobuta, who was detained in military-ruled Myanmar, has urged for a stronger stance against human rights violations in the country. According to China Manned Space Agency, country is set to launch a Shenzhou 15 spaceship with 3 on board at Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center on Tuesday. Today, the anger against the crime that has been committed allegedly by Aftab spilled onto the streets when a police van carrying Aftab Poonawala, who's the main accused in killing of his live-in partner, was attacked by some weapon-wielding people outside Forensic Science Laboratory in Rohini, where he was taken for a polygraph test. A car stopped the police van in the evening after overtaking it, and here is what happened after that.
As the police van was approaching here at the gate of SSL after 9 hours of Aftab Poonawala's polygraph test, it was stopped here by at least 10 goons right here at the main gate of the FSL. They were stopped and they started attacking the police van with huge swords. Let me show you the car in which these goons had come. They stopped their car the moment the police van approached the main gate of the FSL. Let me show you the inside of the car as well. They still have 5 5 swords here. As you can see, there are 5 swords. One huge hammer has been kept here. At least 5 to 7 men were in this car, and they came out of this car just as the police van approached here at the main gate of the FSL, and they started attacking the car with these huge swords. The police van managed to leave from this main gate, but they were chased by these goons till the main road. I request my camera person to just show these visuals. They ran after the police van for at least 100 meters, after which the police officials had to step out of the police van and had to show them the rifles that made them stop. So this happened right here outside the FSL, where Aftab Poonawalla was brought earlier today for the polygraphic test. After 9 hours of polygraphic test, an attempt was made to kill him. These goons, there were at least 10 of them. They ran after the police van, started hitting it with swords, and when we confronted them, asked them why were they running and chasing and basically ambushed the police van, they said that they want Aftab Poonawalla to meet the same fate as Shraddha, and the next time they see Aftab Poonawalla, they will not spare him. Next time they won't be carrying these huge swords but big rifles. These men stated that they were from Hindu Sena. They had come all the way from Gurugram to Rohini in the national capital. And what is more shocking is that I would request my camera person to just show this street. Since 8 a.m. in the morning, they were waiting here for Aftab Poonawalla to come so that they can ambush the police van.
जब हमारी बहन बेटी सुरक्षित नहीं है तो क्या करेंगे जी के? पुलिस तो उसको सेफ्टी दे रही है, पुलिस सेफ्टी कर रही है हमारी बहन।
वो जांच का विषय है ना, पुलिस क्या कर रही है?
मैडम मेरी
आपको किसने हक दिया तलवार लेकर दौड़ने का?
मैं 2 बेटियों का बाप हूँ। कल मैं अपने, लेकिन कानून नहीं सर, कानून तो इसको सेफ्टी दे रहा है। हिंदू सेना से हम 10 आदमी आए हैं, ठीक है। कुलदीप ठाकुर स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट। कौन संगठन से है जी?
आपको किसी का डर नहीं है?
डर, हमारी बहन बेटी सुरक्षित नहीं है तो क्या करेंगे? मैडम आप भी किसी की बहन बेटी, हमारी बहन हो। अरे तो कानून है इस देश में। अरे सर कानून है, कानून तलवार से कानून देंगे सर। कानून ने बचा लिया क्या उस लड़की को? अरे जब पता चला पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार। अरे सर कितने केस होते? बहन जी टारगेट करते हैं सबको ये।
And now moving on to the Shraddha Walkar case, where for the first time Shraddha's father Vikas Walkar was seen on camera. He had come to meet the Delhi police team regarding the probe, but suddenly his health deteriorated and he was then taken to a hospital. Times now also spoke to the cousin of Shraddha, who opened up on the butchery by Aftab. He said that the family was looking at the way the probe was progressing, but refused to comment on whether they were satisfied with it or not.
The father is not well, sir.
Yeah.
So are you satisfied with the investigation of Delhi police, sir?
Yeah, we don't want to comment on the ongoing investigation. Thank you so much.
Certainly, sir. We respect it, sir, but there was laxity from the Maharashtra police side also, sir.
No, I don't want to comment anything on this. The father of the victim is the best person to talk to.
Yeah.
Now, even as investigation in Shraddha murder case continues, another spine-chilling and very similar case of murder has unraveled from Delhi's Pandav Nagar area. A woman and her son allegedly drugged and killed the father in May this year. They chopped the body parts allegedly into 10 pieces, hoarded them in a refrigerator and later disposed the pieces into nearby areas for 4 days. These are the 2 CCTV videos that you see on your screens right now, one from June 1st and another one from the 2nd of June this year. The videos show that both the woman and her son, with a bag in their hands, are moving, and this bag is said to be full of the chopped body parts which they appear to be disposing of as they walk along. The duo has now been arrested by the police for the crime, but the details of this murder are very, very similar to what happened in Shraddha's case.
वो मेरे बच्चों के साथ गलत कर रहा था। अच्छा। गलत नियत रखता था, इसीलिए करा मैंने। अच्छा। मैंने नहीं, मेरे बेटे ने करा।
अच्छा। आपने नहीं मारा? नहीं। पर आपको सब पता था? मारा इसलिए आपको सब पता था?
बेटे ने।
एक सेकंड रोक लीजिए ना, आप पीछे आराम से। मारा कैसे था? कैसे मारा था आपके बेटे ने? कैसे मारा? बता दीजिए। रोका इसलिए? बताइए। कैसे मारा था?
This murder now happened on the 30th of May. The body parts were disposed of in first week of June and the crime got solved in November. The timeline exactly matching that of Shraddha's case. Of the 10 body parts, in this case 6 including the skull has been found as per the police. It was buried near the Ram Leela Maidan. Hunt for other body parts is still underway and as per the official statement, the accused identified as Poonam had married Anjan Das in a second marriage. Later, the woman got to know about the character of the man and the mother-son duo then allegedly killed him over illicit affairs. They drugged and stabbed the man multiple times, left the body as it is for the blood to drain out and then chopped it into pieces, then storing it in a refrigerator. Later, they disposed them off in nearby areas over the course of 4 days. Times Now also spoke to the residents of Pandav Nagar area. Here is what they had to say.
They were having family issues amongst themselves for last 2-3 months, from March to April. There were a lot of quarrels regarding the money being disposed of by him to his earlier family, having a evil eye on her daughter and her daughter-in-law. So that probably instigated them to conspire to kill him. They basically made him drink alcohol, in which they mixed sleeping pills, and once he was a little dizzy, after that they slit his throat with the knife and dagger as per the claims as of now, and then they left his body so that the blood drains out and ultimately he loses his life. And after that, in the morning, they cut it into various parts and then they disposed them one by one in different locations. Pieces were being recovered, so 6 were recovered on a period of 2-3 days.
तो आपके यहाँ पे रेंट पे रहती थी, तो कब से रेंट पे रह रही हैं?
उनको हो गई 5 साल हो गए, छठी लग रही है।
छठी लग रही है। कितने टाइम से मिसिंग थे वो आदमी? कितने टाइम से नहीं देखा गया होंगे?
8-9 महीने से।
8-9 महीने से नहीं देखा? अच्छा, तो 8-9 महीने से आपने नहीं देखा?
हाँ, नहीं, ऐसे नहीं देखा कि क्या हो रहा है इनके घर में, क्या नहीं।
अम्मा कितने टाइम से यहाँ रह रहे थे वो? कुछ लड़ाई झगड़े होते थे?
हाँ, मियाँ बीवी के खूब होते थे।
क्या लड़ाई झगड़े?
अब ये नहीं पता, हम सुनने नहीं जाते थे, आवाज आती थी भाई मेरे घर में मत लड़ो, नहीं तो खाली करो।
अच्छा,
मेरे यहाँ
फिर क्या खाली नहीं किया?
नहीं, कह रहे थे कर देंगे, हमारे पास पैसे नहीं थे, हमने कहा भैया खाली।
और जो वो औरत है और उसकी बेटा है, वो कितने टाइम से नहीं है?
वो तो काफी दिन से अलग रहता बेटा वो।
In the wake of these instances coming to light, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has repeated his charge and said that Hindu girls are being targeted.
You see, this is not a Hindu-Muslim issue. This is all about emancipation of Muslim women from exploitation. It is all about security of Hindu girls. So these issues today, what happened in Maharashtra, then subsequent in Delhi, you see all these issues across the nation every day. So love jihad, your fight against radicalization, your fight against appeasement, these are national issues and you cannot avoid it. You have to talk about that during the election.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आरएसएस इस पूरे मामले में चुप्पी साधे हुए। हम उन्हें सिर्फ ये कहना चाहते हैं कि जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का फेल्योर है केंद्र की सरकार का, उत्तर प्रदेश में राज्य की सरकार का, इसको आप धर्म और जाति से जोड़कर जब आप देखते हो ना, तो आप जो कातिल हैं उनके हौसलों को बुलंद करते हैं, आप जो मर्डरर हैं आप उनके साथ खड़े होते हैं।
We've got a late night breaking development coming in from Gujarat, where after Aam Aadmi Party leader Arvind Kejriwal was holding a roadshow and had claimed that there were stones that were pelted at his roadshow, according to Kejriwal, by some BJP leaders. Now the Surat police have come out with a fact check. They are saying that there was no stone pelting at all. Aishwarya now joins us for more details. Aishwarya, one person has been arrested in this case. If there was no stone pelting, what are the charges?
Well, there are two versions. One from the Aam Aadmi Party, which is claiming that there were some unknown persons who had pelted stone on the rally where Arvind Kejriwal was there. On the other side, the Surat police has completely denied it, that it was a peaceful rally. Senior official of the Surat police was there in that particular roadshow of Arvind Kejriwal, and the Surat police has stated that there was no stone pelting happened, but we can easily see that how the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are posting on social media several videos of the stone pelting done by some unknown persons, and therefore the reason perhaps now we are also getting that one individual have been arrested in charge of pelting stones on Arvind Kejriwal. Remember, this is not the first time when the stones were pelted. Earlier as well, Sudan Garbi had posted that and alleged that it was BJP Karyakartas were pelted stones because they are fearing loss in the state of Gujarat. Certainly, tomorrow there would be more escalation of war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party, certainly on the issue of pelting stones. And Arvind Kejriwal reacting to this had indirectly alleged that it was BJP Karyakartas because they are fearing loss in the state of Gujarat, and therefore the reason they are pelting stones on him.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya. But let's tell our viewers what really were the claims that were made by Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal about this stone pelting.
केवल गुंडागर्दी करी है इन्होंने। अभी हम लोग आ रहे थे पीछे से, इन्होंने हमारे ऊपर पत्थर फेंके। बताओ मेरा क्या कसूर है? इन्होंने हमारे ऊपर पत्थर फेंके। अरे मैं इनको कहना चाहता हूं, 27 साल में कुछ काम कर लेते तो पत्थर फेंकने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती। अभी 4 दिन पहले इनका एक नेता कहता है केजरीवाल की आंख फोड़ देंगे, केजरीवाल की टांगे तोड़ देंगे। यार मैंने क्या कसूर किया है? मेरी आंख तोड़ दोगे मेरी? मैं तो कहता हूं मैं लोगों के स्कूल बनवाऊंगा, ये कहते हैं आंख फोड़ देंगे केजरीवाल की। मैं कहता हूं बिजली मुफ्त करूंगा, ये कहते हैं टांगे तोड़ देंगे केजरीवाल की। अरे मैं आके अपने काम बता रहा हूं, तुम भी अपने काम बताओ ना। तुम काम नहीं बताते, केजरीवाल को गालियां देते हो। गालियां देने से तो गुजरात का विकास नहीं हो सकता।
Time now for us to take a very quick break, but on the other side we get you more stories and reasons why Aam Aadmi Party government and Kejriwal himself is drawing brickbats from critics.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
हम ये भी पूछना चाहेंगे आज कि जब आपकी पार्टी एक रेप अक्यूज्ड राम रहीम को पैरोल पे छोड़ती है और मंत्रीगण
कोर्ट कौन चलाता है?
पैरोल कौन देता है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है?
पैरोल कौन दे रहा है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? मैं दोबारा कह रही हूं, कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस सरकार जहां पर मीडिया की नजर 24 घंटे है, जहां सिटीजन्स एंगेजमेंट है 24 घंटे, वहां पर इफेक्टिवली खुद को कटघरे में खड़े होने के लिए कोई भी राजनेता इस प्रकार का कोई कदम लेगा?
पर लोग जा रहे हैं,
नहीं है।
उनके प्रवचनों पर आपके मंत्री जाते हैं।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूं, अगर एक लॉ के मर्यादा में कोई भी कोर्ट कोई निर्णय लेता है, मैं दोबारा सीजीआई ने हाल फिलहाल में ये कहा कि भाई कोर्ट डरते हैं, मैं उस पर भी टिप्पणी नहीं कर रही हूं। मेरा ये आपसे पूछना है कि आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस एक पॉलिटिशियन इस प्रकार का निर्णय लेगा? नहीं लेगा।
नहीं लिया, और पैरोल पे अगर कोर्ट की वजह से बाहर भी आए राम
तो फिर दोबारा, तो आप जब प्रश्न पूछ रही थी तो आपको कोर्ट के संदर्भ में कहना चाहिए था।
लेकिन वो बाहर अगर आए हैं तो आप उनकी
मैं दोबारा कह रही हूं कि अगर वो कोर्ट की वजह से बाहर आए हैं तो आप कटघरे में पॉलिटिशियन को क्यों खड़ा कर रहे हैं?
क्योंकि पॉलिटिशियन वहां बैठकर सत्संग देख रहे।
मैं गई थी।
नहीं, पर आपकी पार्टी के लोग गए थे।
मैं गई थी। इसका मतलब कोई पुरुष नेता कुछ करेगा तो आप पुरुष से नहीं कहेंगे, महिला आपके सामने आएगी उससे पूछेंगे।
हेडलाइन?
नो, नॉट अ हेडलाइन, दिस इज हार्डली वन।
नहीं, पर
जी नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन।
ये सब आपके कॉलीग्स हैं, ये वहां जाकर सत्संग में बैठते हैं, आपको बुरा नहीं लगता?
पहले तो मैं दोबारा कहती हूं, आप जब सत्संग शब्द का इस्तेमाल करती हैं, कहीं ना कहीं आप इस बात को कुरेद रहे हैं, सिंस यू कॉल्ड मी अ हार्डकोर हिंदू टू बिगिन विद।
मैंने नहीं कहा, वो जवाहर सरकार ने
हाँ,
कहा।
बट आई नो दैट यू हैव रीपोजिशनड इट एंड योर जक्सटापोजिशन इज वेल नोटेड. आप ये इसलिए कह रही हैं ताकि मेरे अंदर के हिंदू को कुरेद दें और बार बार कहें अरे सत्संग में गए, सत्संग में गए, सत्संग में गए. दूसरे
Welcome back. Now, as campaigning for the Delhi municipal polls reaches fever pitch, another appeasement row has hit the Aam Aadmi Party. Hindu and Sikh priests have come out to protest selective largesse being shown by the Kejriwal government towards imams and other clerics at the mosques. They are citing the 2019 salary hike announced by Delhi Chief Minister for Muslim clerics and the fact that the money is being paid out of state coffers, which means it is the taxpayers' money that is being used to pay people from only one religion to allege injustice and discrimination.
ये हमारे पुजारियों के साथ अन्याय किया जा रहा है, तो मैं दरख्वास्त करता हूँ दिल्ली सरकार से, केजरीवाल से कि ये मूल्यों की तनख्वाह को बंद किया जाए और या हमारे पुजारियों को भी तनख्वाह दी जाए. अगर मौलवियों को तनख्वाह दी जाती है तो हमारे पुजारियों को भी तनख्वाह मिलनी चाहिए.
सबसे बड़ी बात जो चंदा है, जो टैक्स है, सबसे ज़्यादा मंदिर भरता है. टैक्स सबसे ज़्यादा मंदिर भरता है, तो टैक्स हम भरें, सेवा हम करें और मेवा कोई और खाए.
ये गलत बात है. ब्राह्मणों को भी उतना ही मान सम्मान देने और तनख्वाह दें, यही हमारी मांग है.
देखो जी, ये सबको बराबर मिलनी चाहिए, जैसे कि आप हमारे और लोग भी चाहते हैं. गवर्नमेंट जो भी काम करती है विदाउट डिस्क्रिमिनेशन करना चाहिए. ये क्लियरली डिस्क्रिमिनेशन विद द पीपल है और डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं होना चाहिए. यहाँ तो सभी के दो, यहाँ उनके भी उठाकर.
Right now I'm standing in front of a temple here in the national capital. We'll talk to the priest, get to know what is the reality.
ये डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है, ये हमारे पुजारियों के साथ अन्याय किया जा रहा है. तो मैं दरख्वास्त करता हूँ दिल्ली सरकार से, केजरीवाल से कि ये मौलवियों की तनख्वाह को बंद किया जाए और या.
Now, the chorus has grown after BJP MP Parvesh Verma asked temple priests and Gurdwara Granthis to ask Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to give them salaries as well, with several BJP leaders now highlighting the selectivity to alleged appeasement.
वो ये जो तुष्टिकरण की राजनीति कर रहे हैं और केवल एक धर्म के लोगों को पैसा दे रहे हैं. जब तक मंदिर के पुजारियों को, उनके सहायक को पैसा नहीं देंगे तब तक वो मंदिर में नहीं जा पाएंगे. और दिल्ली के अंदर एक कॉमनल माहौल बनाने की कोशिश की जा रही है अरविंद केजरीवाल की तरफ से.
मस्जिद के मौलवियों को सैलरी दे रही है, उनके मौजीनों को सैलरी दे रही है, 42,000 रुपये महीने की सैलरी दे रही है और पिछले 5 साल में 101 करोड़ रुपए की सैलरी दे चुकी है. हमारा कहना है कि आपको कोई राइट नहीं बनता किसी भी सरकार को कि वो एक ही कम्युनिटी को ये सुविधा दे. अगर आपको सैलरी देनी है तो मंदिर के पुजारी को भी देनी चाहिए, गुरुद्वारे के ग्रंथी को भी देनी चाहिए, चर्च के पादरी को भी देनी चाहिए.
Now, while protests by temple authorities are visible during campaigning as black flags were shown at a rally of Raghav Chadha in Subhash Nagar earlier, Aam Aadmi Party says it is a non-issue being raised by a desperate BJP as they're scared of losses in upcoming MCD elections.
मुद्दा विहीन पार्टी उन सारे मुद्दों पर बात करना चाहती है एमसीडी के चुनाव में, कूड़े के मुद्दे को छोड़ करके, एमसीडी के मुद्दे को छोड़ करके. देश के कई सारे राज्यों में भाजपा की सरकार है. एक बार उनको पता कर लेना चाहिए जो व्यवस्था उत्तर प्रदेश में चलती है वही व्यवस्था दिल्ली में भी चलती है.
Now, this controversy comes as even Central Information Commission has said that the 1993 Supreme Court order that has been cited by various quarters to defend this decision allows remuneration to imams in mosques is in violation of the Constitution. This has become a point of unnecessary political slugfest, he said. Information Commissioner Uday Mahurkar, while hearing an RTI application filed by an activist demanding details of salaries being given out to imams by Delhi government and the Delhi Waqf Board, also said that this move violated constitutional provisions that say that taxpayers' money will not be used to favor any particular religion. Times now spoke to the head of All India Imam Organization, who says that the money that is being given out is paid by Waqf boards and the state or central governments have nothing to do with it.
ये बात समझने की ज़रूरत है कि जो इमामों को जो सैलरी मिल रही है वो वक्फ बोर्ड की मस्जिदें हैं.
चूंकि अलग अलग मस्जिदें हैं, प्राइवेट मस्जिदें हैं, जो कि मैनेजिंग कमेटीज उन इमामों को तनख्वाहें देती हैं। इस वक्फ बोर्ड की देखरेख राज्य में है तो राज्य सरकारें देखती हैं, और सेंटर में है तो सेंट्रल वक्फ काउंसिल देखती है। लेकिन उससे जो आमदनी होती है मस्जिद की जगह से या उनकी किराएदारियों से, उस पैसे से मुसलमानों की जगहों का मुसलमानों के द्वारा और मुसलमानों के इंस्टीट्यूशन के माध्यम से वो पैसा मिलता है, ना कि कोई भारत सरकार या कोई सरकार तनख्वाहें देती है।
Now, just 2 days before Gujarat goes to vote, it is a big setback for Aam Aadmi Party. Abdasa constituency candidate of Kejriwal's party, Vasant Khetani, has withdrawn from the assembly elections. In a video message, he said that he is retiring from election in favor of a BJP candidate and joined the Saffron party. This comes just a week after Aam Aadmi Party's Surat East candidate Kanchan Bai Zariwala had also withdrawn his candidature after a lot of drama over his alleged kidnapping, which he had come out to deny. Here is what Vasant Khetani said.
મારું નામ ખેતાણી વસંતભાઈ વાલજી છે. હું આજે આમ આદમી પાર્ટી છોડી રહ્યો છું અને રાષ્ટ્ર હિતમાં અને અબડાસાના હિતમાં હું આજે ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટીમાં જોડાઈ રહ્યો છું. અસ્તુ, જય માતાજી.
The jolt comes just a day after Kejriwal emphatically made a written assertion that his party is doing to form a government in Gujarat after the upcoming assembly elections. Addressing a press conference in Surat, he had said that his predictions for Delhi and Punjab assembly elections had come true, and the same is now going to happen in Gujarat as well.
राजनीति के अंदर मेरी भविष्यवाणी सही निकलती है। 2014 में जब दिल्ली में चुनाव हुआ था तो मैंने एक पत्रकार को लिख के दिया था कि कांग्रेस की इस बार 0 सीट आएंगी। किसी ने यकीन नहीं किया, लेकिन उस चुनाव में कांग्रेस की 0 सीट आई थी। पंजाब के चुनाव में मैंने कई सारी भविष्यवाणियां की थी। मैंने कहा था नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू हारेंगे, चन्नी साहब दोनों सीटों से हारेंगे, बादल साहब का पूरा परिवार हारेगा। तो आज मैं आप सबके सामने लिख के भविष्यवाणी करने जा रहा हूं। गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है। ये आज आप नोट कर लीजिए, भविष्यवाणी सही होगी।
His prophecies didn't stop just at that. AAP's national convener also went on to say that party's candidates Gopal Italia, Alpesh Kathiria and Isudan Gadvi would win with record margins. The handwritten note of Arvind Kejriwal was tweeted by Gujarat party president, who is also fighting from Katargam constituency. Taking a jibe at this, Assam Chief Minister asked Kejriwal whether his prophecy is based on the opinion that he received from inmates in Tihar.
देखिए, केजरीवाल जी थोड़ी दिन में तिहाड़ से बहुत ज़्यादा प्रभावित है। अगर तिहाड़ में आज कोई ओपिनियन पोल लेगा कि इसलिए तिहाड़ में सारे लोग तो मोदी जी ने ढाला है, तिहाड़ का माहौल तो मोदी जी का खिलाफ ही है, तो तिहाड़ में अगर सत्येंद्र जैन कोई ओपिनियन पोल लिया है तो जरूर उसमें गुजरात में आपको विजयी दिखा रहा होगा।
And in the politics ahead of Gujarat going to polls, it is back to hurling allegations and Kali politics. 72 hours ahead of crucial state elections cornered by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's unsparing attack on Congress before being a terror apologist, the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge hit back today, calling Prime Minister Narendra Modi "Jhooton ka Sardar," the master of lies. Mallikarjun Kharge claimed that Prime Minister exploits his humble origins to gain sympathy. He then pointed out that he is still an untouchable. This, of course, is not the first time that Congress has resorted to personal attacks on the Prime Minister in poll season. Here is what he said.
और आपके जैसा आदमी जो आप हमेशा क्लेम करते हैं मैं गरीब हूं, मैं वो, हम भी गरीब है, हम तो गरीब से गरीब है, हम तो अछूतों में आते हैं। कम से कम तुम्हारी चाय तो कोई पीता है, मेरी चाय भी नहीं पीता कोई। और फिर बार आप बोलते हैं कि मैं गरीब हूं, मेरे को किसने गालियां दिया, मेरी किसी ने कुछ कहा, मेरे को कुछ, तेरी हैसियत क्या है, कहा। अरे ऐसे बात कह के
अगर आप सिंपैथी जमाने की कोशिश करें तो लोग अब होशियार हो गए, उतने बेवकूफ नहीं है। एक बात चलती है, एक बार अगर झूठ बोलेंगे लोग सुन लेंगे, 2 बार भी बोलेंगे तो भी सुन लेंगे। कितने बार झूठ बोलेंगे? झूठ पर झूठ, ये झूठों के सरदार है।
The BJP, on its part, is furious at personal attacks being hurled at the Prime Minister, who according to them got people's mandate. They say Congress Parivar still can't accept a chaiwala as the Prime Minister of the country.
Once again, the Congress party has done what it does best. That is, to abuse one person, it has started abusing and insulting the position of the Prime Minister and constitutional positions. The statement of Mr. Khadge is not a sahyog, but it is a vote bank ka prayog and udyog. Just like Madhusudan Mistry heckled, abused, insulted the Prime Minister, and not just the Prime Minister, but his entire Garib Samaj by saying, "Auqat dikha denge." Now Mr. Khadge is also slandering and abusing and insulting the Prime Minister because they cannot tolerate, these dynasts and elitists can't tolerate that a chaiwala has become the Prime Minister. So those with a Rajshahi mindset have always targeted the Prime Minister.
जो डायनेस्टिक सियासत है, डिस्ट्रक्टिव विरासत है, वो डायलिसिस पे है। और जब डायनेस्टिक सियासत और डिस्ट्रक्टिव विरासत डायलिसिस पे होती है तो उसके लग्गू बग्गुओं के इसी तरह के बयान आते हैं। आज जिस नेतृत्व को पूरी दुनिया सराह रही है, आज दुनिया में जिस नेतृत्व का ने भारत का झंडा गाड़ा है, आप उनको जो है वो इस तरह की भाषा बोलेंगे तो जनता आपका और हश्र क्या करेगी, इसका अंदाजा आप लगा सकते हैं।
This is not really the first time that Prime Minister has been slandered and abused and made subject to personal attacks, but Prime Minister just earlier this month came out to say that abuses are not a deterrent for him.
कुछ लोग निराशा के कारण, हताशा के कारण, भय के कारण, अंधविश्वास के कारण सुबह शाम मोदी को गालियां देते रहते हैं। मैं तो पिछले 20-22 साल से बड़ी वैरायटी की गालियां खा चुका हूं। तो लोग मुझे पूछते थकते नहीं हो, तो मैंने उनको समझाया, देखो भाई, मैं डेली 2 किलो, 2.5 किलो, 3 किलो गाली खाता हूं। सारी गालियां मेरे अंदर प्रोसेस होके न्यूट्रिशन में कन्वर्ट हो जाती है।
Just a few days ago, there came a picture of Rahul Gandhi matching steps with Narmada Bachao Andolan activist Medha Patkar that gave a fresh twist to the pitch of polls in Gujarat. Today, Times Now confronted Medha Patkar on what really is her contribution to Gujarat. Is she really the one who has stalled the development for the people of the state, as is being alleged by several from the BJP, including the Prime Minister himself, without naming her? Here is what she said.
Had not even discussed Narmada issue with Rahul Gandhi ji. How can they conclude about his position on Narmada issue? Another thing is, when we went to join Nafrat Chodo Bharat Jodo Yatra, the main message is that the hate should quit this country. It is not just quit India, it is quit hate. Or our campaign in more than 300 districts across the country is already on. And that also has a slogan and a pledge of Nafrat Chodo, Samvidhan Bachao. So we want any political leader like Rahul Gandhi, a young leader coming down to earth and meeting the thousands of people, inviting people's organizations, listening to them peacefully and giving his immediate opinion, but agreeing to discuss the issues even after the yatra is something which we admit is the real alternative political line of action, and we accept that, we respect that, and that's why we went to support. We gave our memorandums. What is wrong in it? I am not saying that no benefits are received. I am saying that the expected benefits have not come true.
because the water diversion to the companies really took away the water rights of many displaced persons who are rehabilitated, who were to rehabilitate with the irrigated land, but they have not got irrigation. Wherever they have got irrigation, they are happy, but many remain to be rehabilitated. In Kutch also, the farmers could have benefited immediately after the waters reached Kutch years ago, but because the small minor canal network is not built, the farmers did not get their right to irrigation water. Drinking water also is not reached to all 962 villages in Kutch. Their claims are exaggerated, is what we are saying. Their statistical information which is used to claim is also false in many aspects. And even in Saurashtra, because the small minor network is really in a very dilapidated situation, Modi ji in his speech all the time says that Pandit Nehru initiated the work, I completed the work. You should know that Pandit Nehru did the Shilanyas in 1961 when there was no Sardar Sarovar of 455 feet existing. It was after 1961, in 1969, that the Interstate Water Dispute Tribunal had to be formed, and the award of the tribunal came in 1979. So Sardar Sarovar started since 1979. So everything was in the legal framework and basis of the legal provisions that we got achieved. And it is the Kevadia colony, 6 villages are not rehabilitated till today. It was in 2013, when the election was in the doorstep, that the Congress government of this thing at least took a decision, and Kevadia colony villagers were promised through a government order that they would be given land for land. And but after that, till today, they are not given land.
Just 2 weeks ago, the Supreme Court in black and white had revealed the menace of forced conversions. The top court had called on the centre to step in before the situation in country turns dangerous. The Modi government today informed the Supreme Court that it will take appropriate steps to stop forced religious conversions in the country. Admitting the conversion threat, Union government made it clear that laws are necessary to protect vulnerable sections of the society. Justice M.R. Shah observed that there is no space for forced religious conversions. Centre has assured that petition will be taken with all seriousness. The petitioner listed in crystal clear terms that union and state governments must be ordered to take stringent steps in order to curb forceful religious conversion by intimidation, threat or inducement. Petition has also sought directions to the Law Commission of India to prepare a report as well as a bill to control the menace. Listen in to the petitioner fighting against forced conversions.
मैंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में एक पीआईएल फाइल किया है और उसमें मैंने कहा है कि देश के सभी राज्यों में और सभी जिलों में धर्मांतरण हो रहा है। झूठ बोल के, लालच दे के, धोखे से, काला जादू दिखा के, अंधविश्वास फैला के, हॉस्पिटल में इलाज का लालच दे के, पैसा दे के, स्कूल में एडमिशन का लालच दे के, बीमारी ठीक करने की बात करके, इस तरीके की बात करके पूरे देश में धर्मांतरण हो रहा है। इसी धर्मांतरण के कारण हिंदू 9 राज्यों में पहले अल्पसंख्यक हो चुके हैं। आने वाले टाइम में और ज्यादा कन्वर्जन होगा।
क्या बोले बताइए।
सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने कहा है कि हम इस जो कन्वर्जन है इसको बहुत सीरियसली देख रहे हैं, इस पे हम गंभीरता के साथ विचार कर रहे हैं, इस पे हम जरूरी कार्रवाई बहुत जल्दी करेंगे। तो माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि आपका रिस्पांस है बहुत शॉर्ट में है, आप एक डिटेल रिप्लाई फाइल करिए, सारे राज्यों से बात करिए और सबसे बात करने के बाद आप एक डिटेल रिप्लाई फाइल करिए।
Centre has highlighted that states like Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Uttarakhand, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh already have legislations in place on this particular issue. But the ecosystem that has always branded forceful conversion as propaganda being raised by the BJP and RSS has once again deflected from acknowledging the clear and present danger.
Taking advantage of the helplessness of an individual, inducement and advantage of a person should not be allowed. So we are very clear about it. So we wanted to ensure
that the conversion should not become a mode of, taking advantage, increasing the numbers, trying to create more and more problems. Probably this is a very progressive bill which has been appreciated, accepted by even government of India. It's a good thing.
The way the Hindu community has been targeted at large and they have been cheated and their lives have been in danger, had been put into danger because they have been forced to convert into other religions. A strong law will definitely help the Hindu community in a longer run.
धर्मांतरण देश के लिए एक बड़ा खतरा है। माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने भी इसके बारे में कहा है। केंद्र की सरकार ने जो एफिडेविट दिया है, साथ ही केंद्र की सरकार से लेकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी की राज्य सरकारें इस बात को लेकर के अलर्ट भी हैं। इस प्रकार की घटनाएं स्वीकार नहीं की जा सकती।
जिस दिन समाज में लोगों को सामान्य जिंदगी, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, रोजगार और रोजी रोटी का सवाल, ये सवाल हमने हल कर लिया, हमें किसी फोर्सफुल कन्वर्जन के कानून की बात में जरूरत नहीं पड़ती।
और जहां तक कन्वर्जेशन का मामला है, ये मामला बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा नहीं है। दरअसल इस मुद्दे को तूल देकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसका राजनीतिक लाभ लेना चाहती है। सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है इस देश में गरीबी का, इस देश में महंगाई का, इस देश में भ्रष्टाचार का। इस मुद्दे से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए इस तरह से धर्मांतरण और धर्म के आधार पर राजनीति को बढ़ावा देने के उद्देश्य को लेकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऐसी राजनीति कर रही है।
बीजेपी इज टॉमिंग ओवर दिस इशू बिकॉज बीजेपी इज फेसिंग विद द सीरियस देयर लैक ऑफ क्रेडिबिलिटी इन इलेक्टोरल प्रोसेस इन गुजरात एंड हिमाचल प्रदेश. So just to try to woo the voters, they are coming up with these kind of issues.
Moving over to Kerala, where Veringham region today witnessed violent clashes in which scores of policemen were left injured and public property worth lakhs, some say to the tune of 85 lakh rupees, was damaged so far. Times now has accessed chilling visuals of how a mob attacked a police station after leaders of anti-port agitation were arrested. The FIR in this case details how 3,000 people laid siege to the police station, held the officials hostage for several hours at end, vandalized the furniture and damaged several vehicles parked on the premises of the station. What's even more shocking is that the protesters said that if the arrested men were not released, they would burn the cops alive. After the violence, Adani Group has now told Kerala High Court that central forces should be deployed in Veringham because of the complete breakdown of law and order in the state. The company has also said that the violence was premeditated. Now, questions are being asked about why the Pinarayi government has failed to anticipate and contain the protests despite clear signs of unrest being very clear very early on.
I would say that the situation is very alarming. There is a complete failure of the law enforcement agencies, the failure of the intelligence agencies. The government has not taken the whole issue in the serious way it should have been taken. After the violence have happened also, they have not convened a meeting which will convey the seriousness of the government in dealing with the issue. Government should change the stand. Government should convince the agitators about the importance of the project. Government should address the concerns of the people also and face the situation and try to solve it at the earliest. The government has not taken the whole issue in the serious way it should have been taken. After the violence have happened also, they have not convened a meeting which will convey the seriousness of the government in dealing with the issue.
ആ രീതിയിലല്ല ഈ പ്രശ്നത്തെ സമീപിക്കേണ്ടത്. സർക്കാർ തുറന്ന മനസ്സോടുകൂടിയാണ് ഇതിനെ സമീപിച്ചത്. ചർച്ചകളിലൂടെ പരിഹരിക്കാൻ ശ്രമിച്ചു. ഒരു പദ്ധതിയുടെ അവസാന ഘട്ടത്തിൽ അത് നിർത്തിവെക്കണം എന്നൊരു മുദ്രാവാക്യം വയ്ക്കുന്നു. ബാക്കി എല്ലാ നിലപാടുകളും സർക്കാർ അംഗീകരിക്കുമ്പോഴും ഇങ്ങനെയൊന്നും ഉണ്ടാകുന്നത് അത് നാടിനെ പൊതുവെ സ്നേഹിക്കുന്ന ആളുകൾ അതിനോട് യോജിക്കുമെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നില്ല.
In democracy, if you have to do some protest, that should have a democratic norms. No violence should be allowed in democracy, but then yes, if the people uprising is against a matter, I think they should be thoroughly inquired into why the feelings of the people have been hurt, and that should be alleviated.
And before we wrap up this broadcast, let's leave you with these amazing visuals where cricketer Rituraj Gaikwad has created history by smashing 43 runs in 1 over. And if you are wondering how is that possible, because even 6 sixes do not make up that total. This included a no ball, and he reached his double ton in the quarterfinals of the tournament against Uttar Pradesh in the ongoing Vijay Hazare Trophy. He equaled the world record for most runs in a single over of a List A game by hitting 7 sixes in 1 over. Enjoy.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़ीग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे। देखिए, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनसंघ से लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हमारी यात्रा का, आज तक की हमारी राजनीतिक यात्रा का एक वादा रहा है देश की जनता से। और न केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी, संविधान सभा ने भी देश भर के विधानमंडलों को और संसद को ये सलाह दी है कि
The police van in which Shraddha murder accused Aftab Amin Poonawala was travelling was attacked in Delhi. Attacker was seen on camera threatening the cops. In Delhi, another chilling murder with eerie similarities to Shraddha Walkar murder surfaces. Woman and son kill a man, chop body in 10 parts, store them in a refrigerator and dispose them off over the course of next few days. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal accuses BJP workers of pelting stones at his roadshow in Surat. Former Aam Aadmi Party activist Bindu Sri Ram joins BJP in presence of BJP leaders Dushyant Kumar Gautam and Vijendra Gupta. Allahabad High Court concludes hearing in Gyanvapi case over demand for ASI survey, order reserved.
Mr. Salve, we are talking about transparency. Do you believe the government too needs to be transparent? For instance, if it chooses to return a file to the Supreme Court, collegium of a judge who has been nominated or cleared for appointment, should the public also not know why the file is being returned? To take this a step further, should the IB report and the background checks, etc., made public? Should it work the other way also? This whole process, quite frankly, and if I may not mince my words, this whole process has become pretty hopeless. I'm sorry to say so. Today, the IB gives a report. Today you ask a person to become a judge. You ask the IB to report. The IB reports partly gossip. Do you want that to come in public domain? I don't want my personal life to come in public domain. I may not even want to be a judge. So this whole process, this whole system is incompatible with transparency. Let me tell you 3 reasons. First of all, and this is my firm belief, all judicial institutions hear cases in public, recess into their chambers and deliver judgments. What goes on inside chambers is never, ever the subject of public scrutiny. And if somebody was to ask a judge in your meeting, when you arrived at a consensus or dissent, what did you discuss? It would be the worst form of contempt, because you're trying to undermine the judiciary. You're trying to interfere.
The police van in which Shraddha murder accused Aftab Amin Poonawala was travelling was attacked in Delhi. Attacker was seen on camera threatening the cops. In Delhi, another chilling murder with eerie similarities to Shraddha Walkar murder surfaces. Woman and son kill a man, chop body in 10 parts, store them in a refrigerator and dispose them off over the course of next few days. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal accuses BJP workers of pelting stones at his roadshow in Surat. Former Aam Aadmi Party activist Bindu Sriram joins BJP in presence of BJP leaders Dushyant Kumar Gautam and Vijendra Gupta. Allahabad High Court concludes hearing in Gyanvapi case over demand for ASI survey, order reserved.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
हम ये भी पूछना चाहेंगे आज कि जब आपकी पार्टी एक रेप अक्यूज्ड राम रहीम को पैरोल पे छोड़ती है और मंत्रीगण
कोर्ट कौन चलाता है?
पैरोल कौन देता है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है?
पैरोल कौन दे रहा है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? मैं दोबारा कह रही हूं, कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस सरकार जहां पर मीडिया की नजर 24 घंटे है, जहां सिटीजन्स एंगेजमेंट है 24 घंटे, वहां पर इफेक्टिवली खुद को कटघरे में खड़े होने के लिए कोई भी राजनेता इस प्रकार का कोई कदम लेगा?
पर लोग जा रहे हैं,
नहीं है।
उनके प्रवचनों पर आपके मंत्री जाते हैं।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूं, अगर एक लॉ के मर्यादा में कोई भी कोर्ट कोई निर्णय लेता है, मैं दोबारा सीजीआई ने हाल फिलहाल में ये कहा कि भाई कोर्ट डरते हैं, मैं उस पर भी टिप्पणी नहीं कर रही हूं। मेरा ये आपसे पूछना है कि आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस एक पॉलिटिशियन इस प्रकार का निर्णय लेगा? नहीं लेगा,
नहीं लिया। और पैरोल पे अगर कोर्ट की वजह से
Punjab Aam Aadmi Party government has withdrawn red entries in land records of farmers for stubble burning. Says it won't let farmers suffer. BJP slams AAP's pollution hypocrisy. Supreme Court Collegium slams centre over judge's appointment yet again. Says delay in appointments is disturbing seniority. After eviction notice, Mehbooba Mufti vacates her Gupkar residence, moves to a private house in Khimbar Harwan. Maharashtra opening batsman Ruturaj Gaikwad scripts history, smashes 7 sixes in 1 over in Vijay Hazare Trophy match against Uttar Pradesh. Massive protests against China's strict COVID measures in Shanghai. Hundreds of demonstrators clash with the police. Some also call for President Xi Jinping's resignation.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़ीग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे। देखिए, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनसंघ से लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हमारी यात्रा का, आज तक की हमारी राजनीतिक यात्रा का एक वादा रहा है देश की जनता से। और न केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी, संविधान सभा ने भी देश भर के विधानमंडलों को और संसद को ये सलाह दी है कि जब भी उचित समय आए यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड इस देश में आना चाहिए, क्योंकि किसी भी पंथ निरपेक्ष राष्ट्र के लिए, राज्य के लिए धर्म के आधार पर कानून नहीं होने चाहिए। अगर राष्ट्र और राज्य पंथ निरपेक्ष है तो धर्म के आधार पर कानून कैसे हो सकते हैं? हर धर्म के मानने वाले के लिए एक कानून होना चाहिए जो देश के विधानमंडल और देश की संसद पारित करे। परंतु ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम सबने संविधान सभा के एक कमिटमेंट को भुला दिया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अलावे आज कोई पार्टी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के पक्ष में नहीं है, ना बोलते हैं। हाँ, हिम्मत कम होगी तो विरोध नहीं करेंगे, मगर ये नहीं कहेंगे कि हाँ लागू करिए, हम आपके साथ खड़े। हम लोकतंत्र के अंदर है, लोकतंत्र के अंदर एक स्वस्थ बहस।
That forced conversion is a serious issue which affects security of the nation. The Supreme Court said it affects freedom of religion, conscience of citizens. The Supreme Court had also asked Centre to clear its stand. Well, today the Modi government declared its intent on this issue, responding to a petition seeking a central law to curb the menace of forced conversion. The centre said, and allow me to quote now, the right to freedom of religion does not include a fundamental right to convert other people to a particular religion. The said right certainly does not include the right to convert an individual through fraud, deception, coercion, allurement or such other means, unquote. Now this, viewers, was Centre's response to a plea filed by Ashwini Upadhyay in which he cited a large number of instances of an organized, systematic and sophisticated manner of conversion of vulnerable citizens in the country through fraud, deception, coercion, allurement or other such means. Now, while the Modi government is backing tough laws against forced conversion, the opposition or the ecosystem, if you want to call them that, is in denial. In fact, there are many who have linked this to elections. Can you believe it? Listen to the reactions and then we open this up.
मैंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में एक पीआईएल फाइल किया है और उसमें मैंने कहा है कि देश के सभी राज्यों में और सभी जिलों में धर्मांतरण हो रहा है। झूठ बोल के, लालच दे के, धोखे से, काला जादू दिखा के, अंधविश्वास फैला के, हॉस्पिटल में इलाज का लालच दे के, पैसा दे के, स्कूल में एडमिशन का लालच दे के, बीमारी ठीक करने की बात करके, इस तरीके की बात करके पूरे देश में धर्मांतरण हो रहा है। इसी धर्मांतरण के कारण हिंदू 9 राज्यों में पहले अल्पसंख्यक हो चुके हैं। आने वाले टाइम में और ज्यादा कन्वर्जन होगा। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने कहा है कि हम इस जो कन्वर्जन है इसको बहुत सीरियसली देख रहे हैं, इस पे हम गंभीरता के साथ विचार कर रहे हैं, इस पे हम जरूरी कार्रवाई बहुत जल्दी करेंगे। तो माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि आपकी जो आपका रिस्पांस है बहुत शॉर्ट में है, आप एक डिटेल रिप्लाई फाइल करिए, सारे राज्यों से बात करिए और सबसे बात करने के बाद आप एक डिटेल रिप्लाई फाइल करिए।
The centre highlighted that states like Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Uttarakhand, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh have legislation in place on forced conversion. But the opposition that has always branded the forceful conversion as some kind of propaganda raised by the BJP and RSS has once again deflected and they are in denial. While the BJP says that the centre's move is in right direction, the opposition says all this is to do with elections.
I welcome the central government stand on the anti-conversion law. It is a need of the hour that a strong anti-conversion law should be brought in the country, and the way the Hindu community has been targeted at large and they have been cheated and their lives have been in danger, had been put into danger because they have been forced to convert into other religions. A strong law will definitely help the Hindu community.
We are talking about the religious freedom bill, the freedom to choose his faith. But taking advantage of the helplessness of an individual, inducement and advantage of a person should not be allowed. So we are very clear about it. So we wanted to ensure that the conversion should not become a mode of, taking advantage, increasing the numbers, trying to create more and more problems. So probably in this direction we wanted to be very fair and free.
जो फोर्सफुल कन्वर्जन की बात बीजेपी आरएसएस करती है, कोई और तो भारत में करता नहीं है। तो अगर ये चाहते हैं कि फोर्सफुल जो कन्वर्जन का विषय है, अगर बीजेपी आरएसएस चाहती है इसको सॉल्व करना, तो उसको सबसे पहला काम ये करना चाहिए कि जो इंटरनेशनल इंडेक्स है भुखमरी का, मोदी जी की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में इस देश में भुखमरी चरम पर है। जिस दिन भुखमरी मिट गई, जिस दिन समाज में लोगों को सामान्य जिंदगी, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, रोजगार और रोजी रोटी का सवाल, ये सवाल हमने हल कर लिया।
धर्मांतरण के मामले पर माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में केंद्र सरकार का एफिडेविट दिया जाना है। ये स्पष्ट करता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर मुद्दे को धार्मिक चश्मे से देखती है, धार्मिक नजरिए से देखती है। और जहां तक कन्वर्सेशन का मामला है, ये मामला बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा नहीं है। दरअसल इस मुद्दे को तूल देकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसका राजनीतिक लाभ लेना चाहती है। सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है इस देश में गरीबी का, इस देश में महंगाई का, इस देश में भ्रष्टाचार का। इस मुद्दे से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए इस तरह से धर्मांतरण और धर्म के आधार पर राजनीति को बढ़ावा देने के उद्देश्य को लेकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऐसी राजनीति कर रही है।
भूखमरी खत्म कर दीजिए, all this will be solved. That's the contention of the opposition. Let me open this up. Ashwini Upadhyay, petitioner, joining us live. Dr. Anand Ranganathan also needs no introduction. Rahul Ishwar, activist. Lokesh Jindal, leader of the Congress party. Vivek Srivastava, political analyst. Ehtesham Hashmi is a lawyer. He completes the panel. Good evening, gentlemen. Ashwini Upadhyay, sir, petitioner aap hain. You filed the petition. The Supreme Court took a view. Now the center has cleared its stand. But there are many who are saying this are BJP RSS propaganda.
देखिए, अगर आप ट्रैफिक रूल का वायलेशन नहीं करते हैं, आप रेड लाइट पे अच्छी तरीके गाड़ी चला रहे हैं, सड़क पर ठीक से गाड़ी चला रहे हैं, तो ट्रैफिक का जो कानून है वो कितना ही कठोर हो, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? यदि वास्तव में सब लोग इनलाइटेड होके अपनी मर्जी से, बिना डर, बिना भय, बिना लालच, बिना काला जादू, बिना अंधविश्वास, खुद गीता रामायण पढ़ने के बाद उनको लगता है कि कुरान और बाइबल ज्यादा अच्छा है, तो उनको राइट है, वो जा सकते हैं। बट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन डज नॉट प्रोटेक्ट राइट टू कन्वर्ट। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन गिव्स अस राइट टू रिलीजन, नॉट राइट टू कन्वर्जन। इट्स गिव्स अस राइट टू रीति, नॉट कुरीति। इट्स गिव्स अ राइट टू प्रथा, फॉलो प्रथा, नॉट कुप्रथा। हमने इसमें अपने पिटीशन में यही कहा है, पिछले 75 सालों के अंदर भारत के 9 राज्यों में हिंदू खत्म हो गए। लद्दाख में हिंदू केवल 1% बचे हुए हैं, मिजोरम में हिंदू केवल 2% बचे हुए हैं, लक्षद्वीप में हिंदू केवल 2% बचे हुए हैं, कश्मीर में हिंदू केवल 2% बचे हुए हैं, नागालैंड में हिंदू केवल 8% बचे हुए हैं, मेघालय में हिंदू केवल 11% बचे हुए हैं, अरुणाचल में केवल 29% बचे हुए हैं, मणिपुर में केवल 41% बचे हुए हैं। तो सनातन धर्म जो पहले दुनिया में था, पूरी दुनिया से खत्म हुआ, भारत के 9 राज्यों से खत्म हुआ। अगर अभी भी ये जो धोखे से, लालच दे के, हॉस्पिटल का लालच दे के, एडमिशन कराने का लालच दे के, घुटना ठीक करने का बात कह के, कैंसर ठीक करने की बात, जो दुनिया भर की बातें चल रही हैं, आप हो क्या रहा है कि इस समय पोप खुद व्हील चेयर पे चलते हैं, लेकिन पोप के चेले जो इंडिया में बैठे हुए हैं वो घुटना ठीक करने कहते हैं, प्रेयर कर देंगे, घुटना ठीक हो जाएगा। ये चल रहा है इंडिया में। अगर इसको सेंटर नहीं रोकेगा तो कौन रोकेगा?
नहीं, आपको डर किस बात का है कन्वर्जन में? व्हाट आर यू स्केयर्ड ऑफ?
What are you asking? What are you even asking?
सुप्रीमेसी से बाहर निकलिए आप।
मिर्ची तो आप लोगों को लगी है,
कन्वर्जन का डर आपको है।
सुप्रीमेसी से बाहर निकलिए।
वास्तव में सब अपने आप कन्वर्ट
आपने
ओके, वन बाय वन लेट्स हैव सम ऑर्डर प्लीज। ओके, अश्विनी जी मैं आपके पास वापस आता हूं। विवेक श्रीवास्तव, एक मिनट। विवेक श्रीवास्तव, डॉक्टर रंगनाथन, आई वांट टू ब्रिंग यू इन।
नो आई वांट टू काउंटर हिम राइट।
आ रहा हूं सर, आ रहा हूं आपके पास। यू नोट डाउन योर काउंटर सर, यू नोट डाउन योर काउंटर। आई एम कमिंग टू यू।
अरे कब आओगे यार? वो आनंद तो इनके फेवर में बोलेगा, हमें काउंटर करने दीजिए आप।
डॉक्टर रंगनाथन को हटा देते हैं, सारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगी।
मुस्लिम्स, द पारसीज एंड द क्रिश्चियंस, यू नेवर अलाउड द मुस्लिम्स, द पारसीज एंड क्रिश्चियंस to come into the fold.
I'll tell you what the Supreme Court has said. No, you think this is some propaganda? Now, one minute. I'll tell you what the Supreme Court has said. This is the This is a 1977 case when the anti-conversion laws were brought in by the MP government. I have the order, sir, but I don't have the time to read it out to you. Vivek Srivastava, 1 minute, sir, calm down. Let me bring in Dr. Ranganathan. 1 minute.
Now, Pranesh, look. Post-conversion or conversion by means of inducement, allure, monetary, social or health benefit or through miracle cure inducement is clearly illegal and should be banned. The problem is not conversion or preaching. No sensible person can be against it. After all, religion is an idea and a follower of any religion has every right to express that idea and try and convince people to come to his religion's fold. Just as Vivek has every right to preach communism and ask, those chosen handful to come to communist fold. Or just as I have every right to quote, unquote, preach science or atheism or Darwin's theory of evolution and try and convince people to leave religion and come into science's fold. So I can never be against conversion or proselytization. The issue is forced conversion. And unfortunately, there is a very thin line between ethical conversion and forced conversion. And the purveyors of religion snort it with gay abandon. We have seen how millions, Pranesh, of Sikhs have been converted in Punjab through those outlandish miracle cure rallies, where tens of thousands are attending it. The same is the case in Andhra Pradesh. The state is powerless to stop it. Number two, the issue is also not about people following different religions or one religion more than the other. As long as everyone loves and respects India and each other, why should it matter what religion one follows? Unfortunately, though, we live in a real world, Pranesh, and it does matter. We have seen this all too often when the newly converted become proverbially more Catholic than the Pope. They begin to espouse values that are not in consonance with Indian values of love and tolerance or over civilization for everyone and every religious belief. As soon as demography allows it, the balance tilts. So my dear comrade Vivek, go outrage against Ambedkar and Mahatma Gandhi. Jao, बहुत time है तुम्हारे पास.
Let me counter him. The forced conversion through fraud, I don't understand. We are all educated people over here. How can a fraud happen? If somebody converts by showing miracle healing, if it doesn't happen, I'm bound to go back.
This is
it will not sustain. So all this is stupidity.
This is unbelievable.
Then if somebody marries somebody and changes the religion, how long will the marriage last? It will not last. So this conversion will also not last.
Okay.
So
now let's see whether this logic lasts or not, because I don't think this logic will also last more than a minute or two.
Why can't we have
Sir, let him respond now. Let's not talk over each other, please.
That is the problem. And that is why conversions take place.
This is very unfair.
Oh, you're justifying conversion. Here you have someone justifying conversion on national TV. There you go, Dr. Ranganathan.
Now, as I said,
when you don't give equal status to all the castes,
how can I?
Sir, उनको बोलने तो दीजिए. Give him a chance to speak, sir.
Yes, as I said, I adore my comrade Vivek, but there is no cure for communism. It is a disease with no cure. The only solution is herd immunity. Now let me give a little bit of herd immunity to what Vivek is saying. Number one, I am absolutely shocked and astonished that Vivek is saying that there is no forced conversion happening. Is he for real? Has he even traveled to Punjab? Forget the interiors of Punjab, in the cities of Punjab. And you have Mr. Jindal here, you have the BJP spokesperson, and you have Mr. Hashmi there. Do you think they would disagree? There are conversions happening on this miracle cure. Have you not seen the videos?
No.
Have you not seen that?
If you don't give the Dalits the equal status,
this is very.
If you don't give the Dalits the equal status, as the
Sir, let's start by giving panelists the equal status. Let him make his point.
Religion, our own system.
1 minute.
I not only talked about the Dalit status, I talked about Ambedkar, the god of Dalits and our God. What did he say? Do not convert, he told Dalits, do not convert to Islam. Did you not hear that? But irrespective of that, I am not against anyone converting to any religion.
To Buddhism is good, converting to Islam is bad.
Page number 21.
आप ये देखिए, मैं बता रहा हूं, आप ये देखिए कि 6वीं शताब्दी में इस्लाम आया है और 7वीं शताब्दी से भारत की पॉपुलेशन कैसे कम हुई है. 7वीं शताब्दी में 40 करोड़, 8वीं शताब्दी में 39 करोड़, 9वीं शताब्दी में 38 करोड़, 10वीं शताब्दी में 36 करोड़. गजनी के आते 36, 11वीं शताब्दी में 33 करोड़, 12वीं शताब्दी में 28 करोड़.
आप वो फिगर पढ़ रहे हैं. लोकेश जिंदल को हंसी आ रही है. लोकेश जिंदल, व्हाट्स सो फनी अबाउट दिस?
And no, just you Google the demography of India. You Google the demography of India, you will find this data.
In April 2021, when there were elections in West Bengal, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, he had filed a similar petition. And at that point of time, Justice Nariman came heavily upon you. Didn't he? Didn't Justice Nariman say that next time if you come up with such form of frivolous petition, the bench is going to penalize you heavily? In August, you will speak when your time will come. You will speak when your time will come. I'm not used to listening to this nonsense. You will speak when your time will come.
No, let him speak. Ashwini ji, उनको बोलने दीजिए. वो बोलने दीजिए उनको. I'll give you a chance to respond.
घबराहट क्यों?
In August 2021,
वो बोल रहे हैं कि फ्रिवलस पिटीशन फाइल किया आपने. वो कह रहे हैं कि आपकी जो पिटीशन है वो फ्रिवलस है. और इस फ्रिवलस पिटीशन पे सेंटर ये कह रहा है कि ये एक सीरियस इशू है. दैट इज व्हाट लोकेश जिंदल इज सेइंग.
August 2021, this person was arrested because of raising anti-Muslim slogans in Jantar Mantar. And right now again, it was again in Delhi High Court that his petition was ratified. And now again, the moment elections come up, this particular person who wants to somehow get into some form of a political identity or political name came up with again this petition, and thanks, because M.R. Shah is there as the judge.
Hashmi, do you think this is time to elections?
Been set for this nonsense.
Just 1 minute. Yeah, Mr. Hashmi, do you think, do you agree with what Lokesh Jindal is saying? Ashwini ji, 1 minute. Mr. Hashmi, do you agree with what Lokesh Jindal is saying, that this is a time to elections?
Listen, I will not go into the political debate, but as far as data is concerned, in reality, the bogey of mass conversion is indicative of collective frustration.
मैस कन्वर्जन नहीं है सर, फिर डॉक्टर रंगनाथन अब गुस्सा हो जाएंगे. मैस कन्वर्जन नहीं है, फोर्स कन्वर्जन है. आप मैस कन्वर्जन कीजिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
Please, then I can't participate in this kind of debate. Don't try to be unfair to me. What Ashwini Padmaja said, that population is decreasing day by day. आप पार्लियामेंट में देखिए, आप राज्यसभा में देखिए, आप पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट में देखिए कि किसकी पॉपुलेशन बढ़ रही है. ये ब्राह्मण लॉबी चाहती है कि दलित, क्रिश्चियन, मुस्लिम और आदिवासी हमेशा इनके चरणों में पड़े रहे. ये कभी नहीं चाहेंगे कि एक क्रिश्चियन, एक मुस्लिम यहाँ का देश का प्रधानमंत्री बने. इतनी ज्यादा आपको चिंता है कि पॉपुलेशन हिंदू भाई बहनों की कम हो रही है, और पार्लियामेंट की बात क्यों नहीं करते आप ब्राह्मण लॉबी.
अरे डिसीटफुल कन्वर्जन है कि नहीं, बाकी छोड़ दो.
क्रिश्चियन ब्राह्मण,
ये बताओ डिसीटफुल कन्वर्जन है कि नहीं है इस देश में? धोखे से कन्वर्जन हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है?
कन्वर्जन होना कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है.
धोखे से फाइल
आपने त्यागी को कन्वर्ट कराया ना क्या धर्म से हिंदू धर्म में, वो ऑफेंस था क्या?
Mr. Hashmi, 1 minute. Gentlemen, please, let's not trivialize this, please. We are discussing something. 1 minute, gentlemen, let's not talk over each other, please. Let's have some order going, please. I'll tell you what the Supreme Court said. At the cost of repeating, the court said that this is a national security issue. And we are all...
Let me remind you, Pramesh, just 1 second. Pramesh, just 1 second. Don't try to misquote Supreme Court. Don't try to misquote Supreme Court. I am reading the...
No, Supreme Court has said से. Supreme Court ने बोला, क्या बात कर रहा है?
Conversion if found...
Supreme Court ने आज भी बोला, it's a very serious matter. Supreme Court ने आज बोला, बहुत serious matter है.
Please don't misquote Supreme Court. I'll try to accuse you to Supreme Court.
However, misquoted the Supreme Court, Mr. Hashmi, या तो आपको समझ नहीं आए, या तो आपने सुना नहीं.
Very good friend of mine. I am reminding you. I am giving warning to you. Don't try to misquote Supreme Court.
Warning.
Please read order passed by Honorable Supreme Court.
What is the warning?
I am telling you the court. This is
what is the attitude of warning, sir?
Don't try to misquote
ये
me.
मिर्ची लगी है.
What is this?
इनकी बौखलाहट
and you are abusing everyone else.
इनकी बौखलाहट से पता चल रहा है इनकी दुकानें बंद होने वाली है.
अरे बीजेपी की सरकार की
कन्वर्जन होता है.
हमारे जैसे लोगों को जितने बैठे डॉक्टर रंगनाथन और उनको मैं नौकरी में रख सकता हूँ.
Mr. Hashmi, 1 minute. There is no place for propaganda here, please. What have I misquoted? What have I misquoted? Mr. Hashmi, what have I misquoted? 1 minute, 1 minute. Mr. Hashmi,
totally unacceptable.
Mr. Hashmi, ये क्या वार्निंग दे रहे हैं, धमकी दे रहे हैं, अब आप कुछ और बोल देंगे. What have I misquoted? What did I say?
You misquoted Supreme Court. I am reading the statement issued by Supreme Court. Please listen to me carefully. Ashwini Upadhyay is very good friend of mine. I respect Dr. Ranganathan as well. But don't try to misquote Supreme Court. What Supreme Court has said, forced religious conversion, if found to be true, may affect national security. If found to
of
be
course,
true,
only if it is true will it affect national security. What's wrong? What did I say? Mr. Hashmi, क्या हो गया आपको सर? You are a seasoned lawyer. How are you behaving like this? And you are warning me?
Yes. I am giving you a legal warning. I will direct to you the Supreme Court.
Dr. Ranganathan, I quoted the Supreme Court. He is giving me a warning. Dr. Ranganathan,
with due respect to Mr. Hashmi,
against your credential as a journalist.
No, 1 second. Pranesh quoted verbatim from the Supreme Court, and Pranesh said exactly.
No. Please read the order of Supreme Court. Please read the order of Supreme Court. Mr. Dr.
You tell me what was it wrong? What was wrong that Pranesh said?
Don't try to behave like a gully boy. Don't try to behave like an uneducated man.
What kind of language
Listen,
is this?
listen, Mr. Hashmi, if you are too educated for this panel, you can walk off. If you think you are too educated for this panel, you can walk off. कोई जबरदस्ती नहीं है.
One second.
See,
I know.
Wisdom prevails over education. Wisdom, sanity, equality, justice prevails over
Dr.
education.
Ranganathan, I can't understand what he's saying.
Unacceptable. No, exactly what Rahul, I completely agree with Rahul. The words of Mr. Hashmi have to be taken back against you, Pranesh. You quoted the Supreme Court. Otherwise, Mr. Hashmi, please explain. How was how did Pranesh misquote Supreme Court? Please say it. Tell us.
What Supreme Court has said, if these allegations found to be true, then it may affect national security. If found to be true, it has not been decided whether allegations are true or false. This petition is still pending before the Supreme Court of India and needs to be adjudicated by honorable judges, not by you.
Why are you closing your eyes towards
Mr. Hashmi, either you run out of 1 minute. I think Mr. Hashmi has run out of arguments. The best way is to attack the anchor. धमकी दे दो. I am giving you a warning. नहीं धमकी दे दो सीधा. I am giving you a warning. And you are misquoting what I said. I am not misquoting the Supreme Court.
Correct.
And now he is disconnected. You see, Ehtisham Hashmi has now run away.
Yeah, Pranesh, let me quote an example we all can agree. Pranesh,
make your point. Yes.
Let me quote an example we all can agree. Swayam Mahatma Gandhi ka beta, Mahatma Gandhi's son Harilal Gandhi was subjected to forced conversion. Remember, the father of the nation, the greatest secular pluralist icon, Mahatma Gandhi's son has been subjected to forceful conversion. He was made Abdullah Gandhi and later he came back. And Mahatma Gandhi, in a letter which is published by Times of India, rightly pointed out he has gone for things other than his spiritual endeavor or his spiritual quest. There is the curse of forceful conversion for centuries altogether. Why should we close our eyes towards it? There has been such conversionism happening in India for a long time. Yes, there are many nuances we need to deal. There are many nuances we need to attack.
You can't have moral policing all around, Rahul.
From Mahatma Gandhi's
Rahul, you cannot have moral policing all around.
Let me have
a very personal affair.
विवेक श्रीवास्तव आप उनको बोलने दीजिए. डॉक्टर रंगनाथन को भी नहीं बोलने दिया आपने. आप विवेक श्रीवास्तव.
You had your say, right?
भाई मैं तो बड़े देर के बाद आया.
We need to have an anti-forced conversion law. Conversion may be a choice.
Rahul ji, Rahul bhai, you cannot enter into personal lives of people.
I can also raise voice like this.
Very personal affair.
Let him complete. Let him complete his point.
What they want.
30 seconds. Rahul, you should make your point. Yes.
Conversion may be a personal choice, but forced conversion is against the spirit of.
But I want to underline the point once again. We are not on conversion at all. Dr. Ranganathan made it clear at the beginning. We are not on conversion. Why do we keep bringing it up? We are not on conversion. Gentlemen, please.
They are purposefully confusing it with conversion.
Okay, 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
10 seconds. The thing is, just
I don't understand forced conversion.
अच्छा 10 सेकंड उनको बोलने दीजिए. हाशमी जी आ गए. देखिए, he's a large hearted guy. वापस आ गए वो.
Run back to the parent religion.
After warning me, he is back.
Abhi दूध का दूध. See that my problem is that I know the
Ranganathan was given or what Rahul is giving. I don't understand.
Allow him 10 seconds, sir. He wants to make a point. Mr. Srivastava, I am coming to you.
Go back.
Can I come in, please?
Please.
Ganesh, can I come in?
Can I? No, Lokesh, please. I've been waiting for a very long time, and every word I utter out, and my good,
long time.
My good. Problem is Vivek interrupts me, yaar. Even my wife doesn't interrupt me so much. Vivek, please. 10 सेकंड तो बोलने दो.
नहीं मैंने कहा
अभी दूध का दूध पानी का पानी करता हूँ. Pranesh, can I please?
आप बता दीजिए सर.
Please make your point, Dr. Ranganathan. 1 minute. Lokesh Jindal coming to you after Dr. Ranganathan. Yes.
Are you in favor of a?
Yes, Dr. Vivek Srivastava. Let him make a point, sir.
I can't.
Let Anand say a yes or a no.
Now, listen.
I just want a yes or a no.
Sir, he asked you a yes or no question at the beginning. You had no answer. ऐसे नहीं होता ना. Vivek Srivastava, let him make a point. Let's extend the 10 second courtesy.
इतना तो स्टालिन और
कभी भी बोलेंगे
इंटरप्ट नहीं करना ना प्लीज नो 1 second प्रणेश दिस इज वेरी अनफेयर यू नो बिकॉज आई डिड नॉट इंटरप्ट हिम ही टुक माय टाइम
I'll have to lower your fader sir please I will have to lower your fader Vivek Srivastava let Dr. Ranganathan make his point
yes और इसमें भले ही माय गुड फ्रेंड मिस्टर हाशमी जी और लोकेश जी यू नो मेरे अगेंस्ट हों लेकिन इस पॉइंट पे वो मेरे साथ होंगे क्योंकि अभी दूध का दूध पानी का पानी करता हूं Is this communist Vivek Srivastava against or for China interning 1.5 million Muslims in concentration camps and forcefully converting them away from Islam? Yes or no? Hashmi ji, आप पूछिए इनसे विवेक से पूछिए कंडेम करते ही नहीं
I'm not advocating Hindu rights, Muslim rights or Dalit rights.
इनसे
I am a nationalist. I am concerned about my Indian brothers and sisters. You
China को support
powers like you only protect a particular community.
Every 5 seconds somebody is
protect or argue for a particular
It is like you know I have
no Mr. Hashmi first of all sir please let's not get personal you know the kind of words that you're using tonight it's not good sir
you know
Mr. Hashmi
हाशमी जी को कल से हाशमी जी को कल से टीवी पे नहीं आना चाहिए क्योंकि ही इज लूजिंग हिज क्लाइंट्स ये क्लाइंट्स इनको सुन रहे हैं कह रहे हैं माय लॉर्ड मैं खुद लड़ लूंगा केस मुझे ये हाशमी जी लॉयर नहीं चाहिए मैं खुद लड़ लूंगा मुझे ये नहीं चाहिए
अरे मिस्टर हाशमी उनको बोलने तो दीजिए सर क्या कर रहे हैं आप
दो मैं ना मतलब प्लीज प्रणेश Please, you know he is
sir, please, थोड़ा बोलने दीजिए मैं आ रहा हूँ I'll get a response I'm coming to you and then Vivek Srivastava let him speak uninterrupted for 30 seconds
Yes, as I was saying Pranesh now it is up to you an excellent anchor to ask point blank Vivek Srivastava does he condemn interning of 1.5 million Muslims in concentration camps by China yes or no ask him point blank अभी दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होता है
he is ready to answer he has his hand up
point blank
answer yes or no do you condemn China
point blank बोलूंगा आपकी तरह डिप्लोमेटिक नहीं हूं मैं नहीं आपकी तरह डिप्लोमेटिक नहीं हूं you are a victim of American propaganda nobody is being converted there is no concentration camp
there you go there is no concentration camp
अगर no I am saying a no if there is a concentration camp I am against it
there is no concentration camp
against it but there is no concentration camp
India में forced conversion RSS BJP propaganda है
are you in favor of
नहीं RSS Vivek Srivastava in India forced conversion 1 minute Vivek Srivastava but he's exposed you in one question Vivek Srivastava
he has wiped away the facts that even China agrees
he has not answered
the documents of Xi Jinping
let me take that question to Mr. Hashmi China में जो Uyghur Muslims के साथ हो रहा है वो प्रोपेगेंडा है कि सही में हो रहा है
Court of India and put forward your argument
वो अमेरिकन प्रोपेगेंडा है
नहीं मिस्टर हाशमी को तो जवाब देने दीजिए
Yes, now let me make my point. The stark reality, however, is that Christianity in India is no way poses a threat to the.
अरे आप लिख के आए एक मिनट you prepared a brief सुनिए I asked you a question sir उस पे आएंगे I asked you a question चाइना में जो वीगर मुस्लिम्स के साथ हो रहा है वो हो रहा है कि